Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. My name is Jake Buckley. Welcome to match day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the man beside me is none other than Jared Nance, unfortunately no longer rocking the turtleneck. But talking about fashion, Mr. Hideki Matsuyama here as well in the green jacket. It is Nathan Patrick and Josh Treadwells who is here as well. Lads, very happy to have you here. Very excited to get match day 2 underway. What are we looking forward to in it?
I'm looking forward to see who takes out the title. Newcastle, we spoke about them all day yesterday. They had a great day, but can the likes of Western Sydney, Western United, can they catch up and take out the title, take out the
We
premiership.
definitely haven't spoken about Newcastle enough, that is for sure. But what about over on that side of the couch, lads? What are we looking forward to in match day 2?
I'm looking forward to more Joseph. Ono a goat. He has not been playing too hard, taking it quite easy this competitive season. He had an incredible match day 1 and is part of the reason why the Wanderers are being talked about in the title conversations.
Yeah, pretty incredible considering that, he maybe didn't really rate too much of his chances coming into this thing, and yet now he's blown away the competition. He's currently second at the moment on Xbox, and he's got like 13-something points from a possible 15. It's unbelievable. But Treaders, how about for you, mate?
I'm looking forward to seeing if Greek Freak can turn his luck around. At the moment, he's ranked 8 on Xbox, and he's much better than his ranking suggests. So I think he's one to watch out for, maybe making a late push for the title.
Yeah, he had a very unfortunate match day 1, that is for sure. But we'll definitely see, I'm sure, a possible shake-up this match day 2. Let's have a look at all the players for starters. Obviously talking about Ono, Goat, Mo, and all the Newcastle lads. But this is just a stacked lineup of players. It's just one of the best pools that I think we've had in such a long time. And again, quite surprising too, because we talked about some of the great players and some of the surprises, like, for example, Ono a Goat, Big Joe, having such a sensational first match day. But then obviously some other great players that maybe didn't fire as much, like Greek Freak. He did end up having a very big win later on, but just, lads, I mean, talk to us about this pool of players. It's absolutely incredible, isn't it?
The thing I've liked about this group of players is how much the rookie players and the new players have come out and really stuck it to their older counterparts. The more experienced players have had some tough opponents. And that's a big question heading into match day 2. Can they back up their incredible debut match days?
Yeah, we did say it was feeling like a little bit of a changing of the guard, wasn't it, guys? With a ridiculous amount of E-League debutants having just sensational first games and first appearances in the E-League.
I wonder if just not being in that LAN type setting has helped them settle. How often in the past have we seen someone in the literal bright lights on the big stage, and this FIFA competitor that we've started to get to know just crumbles? They're still playing from home. It's the same as Weekend League, the same as these qualifiers. They've settled in to the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4 very nicely indeed.
Do you think on this Premiership Championship Saturday we might see maybe a bit of a shake-up? Obviously the E-League boys started off so brilliantly. Do you think they're going to keep that going, or do you think maybe some of the debutants might potentially stagger off as we get toward the business end of the competition? I don't know, Treaders, thoughts on that maybe?
Oh, I think it's going to be interesting to see how long Newcastle can, I think that's what you're referring to in particular, to see how long they can continue that winning form for both debutants in the E-League at least. So knowing that there's so many people watching, so much riding on it, it's going to be, and they're not just representing themselves individually, which is a massive change. We've seen that Naylor wasn't able to get success, wasn't able to cross the line in the E-Club World Cup. Will they be able to get it done for their team, not just themselves on the big stage?
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, the team that's currently on top, Newcastle, has been led by the man you were just talking about, Naylor. And of course, a man here, Mark 11, who we're going to have a quick little chat to. First and foremost, Mark, thank you so much for joining us, mate. And congratulations on the brilliant start so far. It's been unbelievable.
Thank you. Much appreciated. It means a lot.
No worries, mate. Well, do you want to just tell us so far about your experience in match day 1? Obviously, you're a E-League debutant like we were talking about before. How have you found the whole experience so far?
I knew it was going to be a challenge coming in. I had some very good opponents, Marco, Greek, Dylan. They're all going to be tough games, especially at the start. So I had to get good results going from early on so I can put myself in a better position at the end. But I did that pretty well, except for that one draw, which is annoying, but it's fine.
Mark, what do you think the keys to success are going to be for you today in terms of closing out the title?
We just have to win those clutch games that against I have Nigeti coming up soon, and then I've got JMK. It's going to be tough games to go. We win those, I can see us winning it comfortably.
I'll go next. Please, Mark, we need to know, have you got the stream working today? Is everything okay?
Stream is
we
gonna be on.
were so excited to watch your games yesterday, and I found myself saying, oh, we're unable to show Mark's games. Then we find out that your stream's not working. Is everything good for the big important day today?
Yes, everything is fine.
All right, brilliant.
Yes, the stream will be on today.
Glad to hear it, mate.
Good to hear. I think we're going to be watching some of your games in round 7 and round 8. So best of luck, not just for those ones, but for the entire tournament, mate. And I'm sure you'll continue to kill it.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
No worries, Mark. Thank you so much for joining us. That one again, like we have mentioned so many times yesterday, that Newcastle have just been doing phenomenally. But going into it, we all thought Newcastle, having number 1 and number 3 ranked Global Series players in Australia representing them, that they were probably going to be one of the favourites. They've finished on top. And they're looking like they're going to be in a very strong position to see off this premiership. But at the same time, there are some other players and some other teams that might potentially be gunning for them, like for example Western Sydney Wanderers, and we've got one of their players right now in Oh Noah Goat, Big Joe.
Big Joe!
Mate, congratulations on the unbelievable start that you've had so far. I mean, 13 points out of a possible 15 is magnificent for you, son.
No, it's good. I'm happy to be back in general, actually. It was just fun playing competitive FIFA again after this year, because obviously the competitive scene's on PS this year, and just being on Xbox by myself, it's a bit lonely out here. So it's good to just be back and compete with the big boys.
Goat, how's it feel? You're an OG of the E-League. We've seen you in Season 1. How does it feel to be in contention now to potentially become the Premier? How do you feel heading into this last match day?
Oh, man. I don't know. It just feels amazing. Like, my mate's been watching me, been supporting me all day, and they've been telling me, wow, you're playing amazing. And I want to make him proud, just to win something would be nice. I've always wanted to win a trophy or something like that, just to have in my room or something like that, just to remember that moment. And if I win that today, I'll be very, very happy with it.
Lovely.
And Big Joe, the nickname that seems to be sticking at the moment. Overall, what are you looking to really get into with your opponents? What's your overall game style? What's your overall tactic that you're looking to bring to the table? Obviously, getting those initial 4 wins, 1 loss, you have to be quite happy with that. What adjustments are you going to make to your gameplay today?
Oh, man. I'm playing the same thing pretty much. I can't really say much. I don't want to spoil it too much already. Like, some players like Jazz will know, after yesterday's 6-1 whooping. I mean, you can just watch that game and see how I played. I was playing my game, like, I don't want to say too much, I just want to keep it to myself.
Just between you and the pillow, mate. No worries.
Yeah, the pillow I hear,
That legendary pillow. Lovely work, mate. Well, best of luck, Goat. You've absolutely smashed in match day 1. We can't wait to see you in match day 2.
Actually, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, mate. Well, there we go. So he will be hoping to lead the charge as well, of course, with his teammate A Nezero as well. They could very well potentially pull off some sort of a shot comeback. Maybe there are some other teams that might potentially do it to Newcastle, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. First and foremost, let's take a look at all the results from the previous match day. Of course, in round 1, there were some gigantic results to start off, and now we've got a little bit of perspective and a bit of hindsight. We can now see just how important some of these games were. One, for example, Melbourne City versus Melbourne Victory. If it had gone either way there, maybe Melbourne Victory aren't bottom of the table. Maybe they're having a slightly better run. Instead, Melbourne City were the ones that were looking like they were pressing it up against Newcastle, really, early days in this league.
Yeah, really tough start here for the Melbourne Victory. Don't need to touch on it too much with Mo, but we know it's been a day that he'll want to forget. He's a much better FIFA player than what he showed yesterday, and I expect him to have a big day today. But Marcus Gomes coming out strongly here in the first game that we saw between Melbourne City and Melbourne Victory, getting that 3-2 win. That really set the tone for the entire day. Melbourne City, a team up towards the top of the table, and of course we know where the Melbourne Victory are, Jake.
Yeah, the battle of the former housemates was definitely a classic, and we do know exactly where both teams are now at the table. I mean, Mo did have, of course, a very frustrating and a very inconvenient first match day when you consider the fact that he lost a couple of games by only about a goal in 90 minutes, which, is very frustrating. But Melbourne City, of course, will kick on from there. Got a gigantic 11-3 win in that one. Mike J. So first and foremost, Marcus Gomes doing his bit, but Mike J as well, just having a absolutely brilliant match day 1-2. Some, of course, big games as well. Western United going up against Adelaide United, 9-3 there. And some other big ones, Newcastle Jets versus Melbourne Victory. Again, Melbourne Victory had a very, very tough start to life in the E-League this year, didn't they?
Yeah, that's nigh on impossible start if you're looking at the form both of those teams are in. If you're Melbourne Victory, you just take the results as they come and try and adjust to what you're seeing today.
Yeah, we'll take a look at one of the games here that was played in round 2, of course, and that was between Wellington Phoenix, Western Sydney Wanderers. Another very tight game. Oh Noah Goat, the OG from season 1. He's got the experience going up against an E-League debutant in Bainesy, of course. Like we spoke about before, plenty of the debutants had a brilliant run, and even Bainesy himself's been able to get a couple of decent little results. But Oh Noah Goat showing very early that even though he went down, he was able to fight back to make it 2-1, and that he has still got plenty to give the legend Big Joe, hasn't he?
Yeah, very good to see him coming back. Like I said in the interview before, good to see an OG of the E-League getting it done 4 years down the line. And I'm very interested to see if he can back up his brilliant match day 1 performances here today.
We shall see. In round 3, Western United was able to secure a massive victory there against Brisbane Roar with an 11-2 win. Melbourne City were able to get it done against Central Coast Mariners, and of course, there were some tighter affairs as well, like Perth Glory and Wellington Phoenix only getting a 4-3 win in that occasion, and MacArthur as well finally securing some points, getting that 7-5 win again, unfortunately, against Melbourne Victory. Again, unfortunately, for Mo, just that defeat by the singular goal. It is so frustrating. Again, going up against a former teammate of his in Melbourne Victory and one of the guys that helped him win the premiership, of course, in Season 2.
Yeah, you feel for Mo yesterday. He said himself on Twitter, it just didn't feel like his day. In every single game, the ones he lost, he only lost by 1 goal. For Ben Carter, I guess a little bit of a point to prove. He is always, as he should be, the first to mention when we talk about Melbourne Victory being the premiers, that he was a part of that. Substitute competitor, well, he got plenty of game time. And then have a look at that. I get to represent MacArthur. I come up against Mo. I come up against Melbourne Victory. I get the 4-3 win. I was in a qualifier too this year. You have to recognize the big man.
Yeah, well, when Ben Carter did have to fill in for Melbourne Victory in that premiership winning season, he obviously was sensational, wasn't he, indeed? But there you go. That was round 3. Moving over now to round 4, Newcastle Jets against MacArthur, the team that we just watched there with Ben Carter. It was a 10-4 victory for them, and Newcastle just continuing on their merry way. We had a couple of draws actually in this one. Western United and Sydney FC, 4-4 there. Perth Glory, Western Sydney Wanderers, that was 3-3 as well. That would be one of 2 draws that Western Sydney Wanderers have got. To think if maybe they had found a way to win that game against Perth, that maybe just possibly we would have only seen them 2 points off the drift instead of the 4 that they are. But regardless, some tight contests for sure. Even Melbourne City even bloody getting a draw against Adelaide United there as well. So definitely a much tighter affair in round 4, the penultimate round. And once again, we can't really be any meaner to Mo. We just have to show another one of his 1-goal defeats. So frustrating. But again, shout out and give some respect to Jordi Brio. Again, another E-League debutant getting a 5-4 win in this one.
Yeah, good to see him getting off the mark here, getting some wins on debut. I feel bad for him. I feel like we're absolutely bullying him here. I've never seen someone at the bottom of the table get so much airtime. Yeah. But as you can see here, a very high-scoring affair. 9-goal thriller there between the Mariners and the Victory. And this really sets a tone. Round 4 is where we get to see the contenders and pretenders really start to separate. And getting a narrow win like this, it just shows the difference in the table. The Mariners, a team looking to push up the table in this second match day, whilst the Victory are just here for a little bit of pride.
And that really was a sensational win by Jordi to come back from being down 3-1. It was a brilliant comeback. But of course, round 5 was the final round of the previous match day yesterday. And there were some massive wins. MacArthur getting a huge one there against Brisbane Roar. That is the biggest win on aggregate. But of course, it was Newcastle Jets versus Melbourne City, the one that we were all watching, maybe except for the PlayStation 4 leg. Good to see Mark 11 now got that stream sorted out. Can't wait to see him in action. But one game that we did get to see was Naylor versus Marcus Gomes. Marcus took the lead early, of course, but Naylor would come back to score the next 3, and this was the result that really solidified Newcastle up toward the top of the table.
Yeah, I love the comments in the chat as well. People maybe sarcastically, maybe genuinely saying, who is this kid? Well, he's the #1 competitor in the region. You better know it by now. Marcus himself saying, when Naylor's at his best, he's better than anyone in this region, dare I say, the world.
If you don't know, now you know. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a look at the ladder very shortly as well, with Newcastle currently sitting on top. Western Sydney Wanderers, of course, on 11 points. Western United and Melbourne City are on 10 points as well, and they are still in contention. Newcastle are going to need to drop points at least at multiple stages in the next 6 games. So with the way that it's been obviously going so far for them, they're absolutely smashing it. I mean, just look at the goal difference as well, plus 24 from 5 games only played. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. Then we look at the top of the table, no losses either for the Jets and the Wanderers, so the invincible season still on for them, which should be quite interesting as we get deeper down the line. But you would say all the way down, really, to 7th place, Adelaide United would all consider themselves title chances. It might be a smoky if you're Adelaide, MacArthur, Perth, but you're definitely still in the mix. So the pressure is on Newcastle. The ball is in their court, and they just need to keep getting result after result after result. But is the inexperience and the pressure going to catch up to them? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. And of course, toward the bottom of the table as well, you got to think about Wellington and Melbourne currently without a win. They definitely want to try to avoid the wooden spoon there as well. But moving over now to have a look at the fixtures for this match day, of course, match day 2, round 6, all the way through to round 11. There are plenty of them. We're going to be taking a look at Newcastle, of course, in rounds 7 and 8. But in round 6, there's definitely a lot to look forward to. That is for sure. We've got Melbourne City versus Perth Glory, Western Sydney Wanderers versus Melbourne Victory. Again, very important game. That one at both ends of the table as well. Western United having a pretty good affair of it. And then Brisbane Roar Newcastle Jets moving over to round 7 as well. And some other big ones, of course, probably one of the bigger ones of the day will be coming after this, of course, when Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers take each other on. But for now, the Wanderers will play the Mariners. Then you've got, of course, got Newcastle taking on Western United. That too in itself
that's a
is
big
another
game.
very big game as well.
That's a big title game, especially if Newcastle drop points in round 6, Western United get a win. They will be right breathing down their necks. That could be a game where we see Western United, I'm thinking very hopefully here, but potentially have a chance to overtake them.
All right, and now looking at the round 8 fixtures, of course, the one that really stands out there as well. The Western United one is very big, but Newcastle Jets versus Western Sydney Wanderers, we thought it was going to be the Melbourne City one last match day, but Western Sydney Wanderers Newcastle, that very well could effectively decide the title, who knows, but still moving on to round 9 now. Other big games, Western Sydney Wanderers against MacArthur. Newcastle are going to be taking on Wellington. A few other pretty big games, Western United, Melbourne City taking on each other. That's also equally big. Moving on to round 10, the penultimate round as well. Western Sydney and Brisbane. Got Newcastle versus Adelaide. Adelaide definitely need to try to get some points going for their season as well. Melbourne Victory versus Sydney FC. The Big Blue, that's also going to be a very big one there as well. Rick and Mo taking on Marco and Jamoto. Sydney definitely would like to hopefully turn around their form from the previous match day. And finally, the last round, round 11. And this, I wouldn't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, if we get to this stage and maybe we still haven't decided a Premier or even a console champion.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what is on the line as we head into this final round. There are some big games coming up, and there's also opportunities for teams that may be at the bottom of the table to knock off a juggernaut and really shake things up.
Absolutely, and so let's have a look at the featured games that we are going to be looking at, of course, in round 6. We're going to be watching both Perth Glory, Melbourne City games, and then over in round 7, Western United and Newcastle. Huge games that. And then, of course, round 8. This is the one that we're really looking forward to. Mark 11 and Ayaneza versus Naylor versus Oh Noah Goat in round 8. That would be absolutely huge. We do have a game to be decided on the PlayStation side of things for round 9, but we will be watching Dire Wolves Dylan going up against Marcus Gomes, and then round 10 and 11, well, we may as well just take a look at the table and see how things play out at that point. I reckon we'll probably, even though Newcastle are definitely getting plenty of screen time today, that is for certain, you can't help but imagine they'll still be very much in the mix, and we may need to pay a little bit more attention toward the end of it. Would you agree?
There's just so many different storylines, of course. We've got the playoff story and the premiership story. So when it comes to those last few fixtures, it would be foolish of us to say, this is the game you want. We thought we knew yesterday a few key fixtures. That got turned on its head nice and quickly. I'm sure match day 2 will be the same.
Yeah, I think it will be. You know, we've got, of course, a premiership to be decided, ladies and gentlemen. Match day 2 is coming up, but match day 1 was an absolute cracker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the first game of match day 2. It's going to be Perth taking on Melbourne City. Dylan Gomes versus Mike J. And Jared, I am very excited for this one because Dylan Gomes, I mean, obviously playing with busted fingers in match day 1, had an absolutely brilliant time of it, you know. And Mike J himself also had some phenomenal performances. So we're going to have 2 informed Titans going at it right here to start.
Yeah, credit where credit is due. We know how good a competitor that Dylan is, but to come out and play with the injuries he has and get some massive results. I mean, I looked back at that one, that 3-0 win against Marco. That is a huge scalp for Dylan, but he's got another challenge ahead of him here. Mike J, who had a phenomenal match day 1. He's going to be coming and looking to get Melbourne City into title contention once again. They would have been very disappointed to drop points like they did to end match day 1 yesterday, round 5. So they need this win here to keep themselves alive in the title race.
You've got 2 guys very well in form in the E-League, and of course 2 guys in the Global Series rankings that aren't that far off. 8th and 10th place going at it right here. So we cannot wait to get this one underway, the first game of match day 2. And Dylan Gomes, if you would do us the honours, we are underway with match day 2, ladies and gentlemen. 6 rounds remain and a premiere to come.
Very interested to see how things start off as Dylan looks to explore the long through ball there, trying to get a cheeky little goal. You can get a cheap goal, to be fair, to start things off, but unable to do so in the opening moments of this one. As it is Mike heading to the right-hand side of the field here, looking to settle into this one and looking to gain an advantage. Of course, we have 2-legged affairs here. First one on PlayStation, second on Xbox. And it is Mike J skilling his way through the defense with Ronaldo there, heading back to Ruud Gullit, looking to get an early goal, get rid of any potential nerves he may have. Ronaldo up against Virgil van Dijk, lays it off to Cristiano Ronaldo, whose shot rockets off the crossbar. That would have been the dream start to match day 2 and round 6 there for Mike J.
How close we were to seeing the opening goal. We may still. Dylan from the cutback. Oh, he hits Vieira. What a block right on the 6-yard box there. Wow. So both players now coming so close to opening up the scoring in this one, but not quite. We will see a corner played in, and Van der Sar, he just had to come a long way out for that, but in the end, it's pretty well straight to him.
This is the first time in E-League, Season 4 E-League 2021, that we are seeing Dylan Gomes as the featured game. Very excited to see what he has been producing. Of course, we have only seen him through the highlights this season. I know he's been a little bit shy on Twitter and on Twitch chat, saying he doesn't want to have any spotlight games, but when you are playing as well as you are going to get put in this position. As we see Mike J coming through here to Davies. Tried to nutmeg Carlos Alberto there, but easy piece of defending there for the icon defender. As now Dylan is on the counter-attack, running up the guts here with Ruud Gullit. Has a few options and elects to go to Ronaldo Nazario. Ronaldo out to Kylian Mbappe. Heavy touch there from the Frenchman, but he holds it up. Looks for some support. Doing the skill cancels and all those crazy moves in the box. Alberto going here, Ruud Gullit, as we have a goal. Western United 1-0 up against Central Coast on the PS4 side of things. We turn our attention back here as Dylan still has possession. Cristiano Ronaldo for the option. This is a great composed brand of FIFA from Dylan Gomes.
Definitely not rushing to bang the ball into the box just yet. Just
Bit of a
taking his
Gomes
time
trade,
with
isn't it?
That is for sure. Bruno Fernandes here. Still not really having an awful lot up ahead of him, but now he's going to make his move. R9 Ronaldo. Got Vieira right in front of him. Again, just having to play it back. He's really controlling the possession right now. He's had about a solid 10-minute in-game spell now of the ball here. Mbappe down that right-hand side. Obviously looking to find Gullit. And then in the end, he tries to play it R9. And, well, there is the turnover finally after all that time. And now we're going to see Mike J go and have a little spell of possession, see what he can do with it on this counter-attack. He's got Davies making a run to his left. Not really going to be able to find it. Dylan's got him covered. Now Ruud Gullit just taking his time with it, holding the ball up the middle of the corridor here. Passing it out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Alexander-Arnold now on it. Both players being very patient, not looking to just cross the ball in, jam it into the box, just waiting for something to open up. R9 Ronaldo, the shot, the finesse. Was never really going to get past Virgil van Dijk there, but they get themselves a corner. Mike J plays it short to Mbappe, the ball roll. Very nice through ball that, and tried to smash it in at the near post, but Van der Sar stops it. Economides playing it out for Perth, and now here comes Dylan on the counter-attack.
Great run of play there from Dylan Gomes, as we see Sydney FC and MacArthur all tied up here, still awaiting the opening goal in this game. Both competitors having some great opportunities, but Mike J, I would say, having the better of the two. Unlucky not to score there with Bruno Fernandes, and a poor decision there. Alphonso Davies in the dream position there for Dylan Gomes. Coming up against Melbourne City here, coming up against Mike J. Looking to get Perth back into title contention. Dylan and Peter, they've said it's the last dance. Can they end with a title to their name? As it is going to be Bruno Fernandes. Dylan going here. Sydney now have the lead. Marco ahead in that clash. Gullit, good defending though, Bruno Fernandes and Mike J. And all of a sudden, it's been end-to-end a little bit here. It seems like both competitors holding on to possession and then just losing it at the most inopportune times and unleashing counterattacks. Mike J looking to take the lead. Had that one shot with Bruno Fernandes earlier. Ruud Gullit. Bit of space as he goes to Cristiano Ronaldo. Closed down nicely though from Dylan. Ruud Gullit to Jamie McLaren. Return to the Mac. Can J Mac get on the scorer's sheet here? The back heel. Kylian Mbappe up against Vieira. Vieira winning that one.
Vieira doing the job defensively at both ends now for both sides. Absolutely sensational stuff getting down back. 10 minutes left to go in this one. Can hardly say it's been chances galore. It's probably only been maybe 1 or 2. And the goals are flying in that MacArthur-Sydney game. So, yeah, we're very keen on watching how Sydney FC respond after a bit of a maybe disappointing match day 1. Mbappe is just going to smash that ball, force that ball through to R9 Ronaldo, despite a little nick on it by Ruud Gullit there. Now Dylan Gomez still trying to find something with the time that he has left. He did have, I think that was Mbappe to his right, trying to make a run in. Didn't use him. Carlos Alberto. Pull it again. In the middle. He's got the 4 at the back all set up. Mike J +3 additional in from midfield. Tried the bridge kick to get on by Vieira. Vieira has just been man of the match for both players defensively at the moment. Sensational stuff.
Only 5 minutes remaining in this first half, however. Both competitors having some decent opportunities, but nothing wild to write home about. But that could all change here. Commentator's curse could come into full effect once again as Trent Alexander-Arnold. That is a big goal update as well. Melbourne victory the lead against Western Sydney. A Nazir down right now to Rick Trent, I should say.
Yeah, wow.
But here we go. Potential title shifter, an opportunity for the City to get ahead of Western Sydney on the table if they get the result in this one. A goal before halftime would be massive for Mike J, but he is monstered. And they've given a free kick. Dangerous position. Here we go. This is going to be very interesting. Jake, is he going to take it first time? Is he going to lay it off? We're about to see, as we see Dylan making some substitutions.
If he goes direct, I mean, I guess you'd maybe be a little bit surprised. It's maybe not the option. He could
pretty
lay
automatic
this one off.
Territory, though.
He's very close. I mean, he is only 21 yards away from this. He could find the top corner, but yeah, could shift over the goalkeeper, could put someone on the line. But again, you could always play something short. Yep.
On the stroke of half-time, this is such a crucial play. This is such a crucial moment. If Mike can get himself the lead here, this is going to be massive in the grand scheme of not only this clash, but potentially the entire tournament.
A lot of opportunities.
Lining it up here as Newcastle have the lead. Bruno Fernandes, who is going to be the man to take it. We see Dylan flirting with the man on the goal line there next to Van der Sar. They lay it off to Ronaldo. Ronaldo with a shot, and it is blocked there from Alphonso Davies. Some would say a wasted opportunity there from Mike J on the stroke of half-time. And we head into the sheds here with a 0-0 scoreline between City and Perth.
Even having a free kick right on the edge of the 18-yard box like that, it can be a hell of a lot harder than what it actually looks, you know, only being 21 yards out. But you've got a man on the line. The goalkeeper's a little more central as well there. And yeah, laying it off was probably one of the better options there, but he just wasn't really able to pass it into the box and find an option there. Hashtag the better Gomes. There it is from Dylan. Well, I mean, let's be real. With the way that this E-League's gone so far, I mean, you have to maybe back that at the moment. But if you look over the past couple of years, you know, I'm sure Marcus maybe would have a bit of a... There may be a debate there.
Just a bit of a shame they're not on the same console. Imagine if this was Melbourne City Perth, then instead of Mike being on the PlayStation, it was Marcus. That would have been... could have been some good scenes.
Oh, sensational. If only we were still doing a overall champion. Maybe, who knows, these two could have faced each other.
Mate,
Do you reckon how scintillating would that have been? Scintillating? I had this problem the other day.
This is a recurring
This is becoming
problem for you,
I thought I got it right. I thought I finally got it right toward the end of match day 1, and now it's a reoccurring problem. How disappoining. Well,
it's all right, brother. Everybody has flaws. You can't be perfect.
No. Well, I feel like I'm about as close as you can get anyway. Too bad. That's not right. We're joking. All right, come on. Here we go. It is the second half underway.
It is Mike starting off with possession in the second half here. I would say it was a very even first half, maybe slightly in Mike's favour, at least in terms of opportunities, but he's looking to take the lead here. Alexander-Arnold going to Kylian Mbappe. Step overs galore as he goes to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Some good defense here from Dylan, covering the areas, covering the passing angles. That might all change here as Bruno Fernandes on the ball here, looking for the right opportunity. Patient play. Bit of space, could have gone for a long shot, but elects to hold on to it and wait for the right opportunity as Kylian Mbappe goes through and forces Edwin van der Sar into an early save here in the second half.
That was pretty well right at him, Edwin van der Sar, but he still made it look sexy, getting his hand up there and just palming it away for the corner, which is not going to come to much anyway. Economides just playing that ball in for Davies there, and have a look at this. Newcastle are leading. What a through ball this would be. Brought down by CR7 and drops his defender, and now he's got options. R9 Ronaldo trying to fake shot his way past. He's going to run into Davies, unfortunately. That is Probably one of the best looking opportunities for a goal to come from a counter attack there. Dylan not quite being able to make it work out there. And now R9 Ronaldo, oh dear, a bit of a mistake there from Mike J. He's ran straight into a player, unfortunately, off of the ball. And now R9 Ronaldo playing it to Mbappe down that left-hand side. It's a bit of an awkward touch there from Mbappe. That's going to really stuff up Dylan, unfortunately. And now possession changing hands once again very cheaply. Mike J trying to set something up here himself, maybe on this occasion. Got a bit of space down that right-hand side. Jamie McLaren's not going to use him. Mbappe and Ronaldo nearly running into each other again there. Looks like Western Sydney Wanderers have tied it up too, by the way, in the PlayStation 4 leg. Davies heel to heel. Carlos Alberto says none of that. Makes a very clean tackle in the box, and he needed to. But
poor
a poor
pass.
turnover. Jamie McLaren to R9 Ronaldo. Big opportunity here, but Ronaldo can't quite get it through. Somehow stays in play here.
The little 1%ers
This is
costing both competitors in this one, I'd say, Jake. Some small little things, if you changed, could have resulted in a few goals, but we might have one here. Some great movement there. And finally, Mike able to capitalize on his opportunity. Ronaldo gets the opening goal of match day 2 here. You see Mike, he's feeling himself. He's nodding the head. He knows this game is in his control now. That is a massive moment. Dylan, filthy, you could see.
Yeah.
Before he even conceded, he was throwing his hands up and cursing at himself for even giving Mike that opportunity, because when you're coming up a competitor like Mike, those ones just become automatic.
Yeah, well, I was very surprised that the ball somehow didn't end up out of bounds anyway, but Mike with some seriously good pressure to win it back in his attacking third, I think at least twice prior to the goal. So sensational work there by Mike J to win the ball back. Very nice interception there from the big man, but now Dylan Gomes winning the ball back as well in this attacking third. Can he find a way to conjure up something from this? R9 Ronaldo feeding Economides. We'd love to see an A-League goal in a featured game, that is for sure. Bruno Fernandes still holding it up. He's got Ruud Hullet. Space. Not tempted for a long shot at all here, are we, Dylan? Come on, we need to have an attempt or two. We've actually seen a couple of pretty decent
That Marco
long
one
shots.
yesterday
Yeah, the
against
Marco
King
one
was
that
insane.
absolutely came in flying off the underside of the crossbar. That was a beautiful finish.
Rocket.
R9 Ronaldo now to Fernandes. Left side here. Davies making that run. His stamina is drained right now. Davies looking at that.
Been doing it all. Sydney FC behind as well. From 2-1 to 3-2. That is ridiculous.
Marco, the E-League GOAT, unfortunately, is not really getting it done, unfortunately. To start match day 2, that finesse shot's going to go well wide and high, I believe that. Not very pretty attempt, that one at all. But now some changes being made. Mbappe is going to be coming off here, potentially here for, looks like that's going to be for Dylan. So Pele coming in at that right wing. And 20 minutes still remain, you know. Dylan can still very much not just snag a goal here, but definitely the win.
Yeah. Gets to the point where you want to definitely stay Sarnas up for a, I wouldn't say comfortable second leg, but never comfortable when you're versing Marcus Gomes. But Dylan wants to help out here, wants to get himself a result on the head-to-head and help Perth Glory get the points in this one.
To think
Poor
after
passing, but he still maintains possession. Sorry to cut you off there, Jake.
All good, mate. To think after this, we're going to be watching Marcus Gomes and Peter Seisanis go at it for
It's
the
like season
final
one.
time in the
2017
E-League.
all over again.
Oh my goodness me.
Bullet here though, losing possession.
Zinedine Zidane winning well.
Could be an opportunity here for Dylan on the counter attack. We see that Ronaldo making the run up the middle there. Needs to get a ball in early here with Pele. He does just that. He goes to Cristiano Ronaldo, and Mike J does not miss those opportunities. He doubles his advantage, and that is 2-0 to Melbourne City.
Big goal, that one. That gives him the breathing space in this one, Mike J. And it's going to give his teammate Marcus Gomes the breathing space. Newcastle 3-0. If you thought they might be a little stagnant in match day 2, nope. It is looking like Mark 11 is going to set up his teammate Naylor, who could surely get the job done in the form that both players are in. We could be seeing them 18 points for 18. I mean, I know we talk about invincibles. We've never seen an invincible season in the E-League yet. What about a perfect season? 100% from invincibles to just, I don't know, basically gods at that point. Unbelievable. CR7 now on the ball here. And if Dylan is going to find a way to come back in this game, he needs to stop this counter-attack and he needs to get that ball in the back of the net somehow. All right, job 1 is done. Now on this attack, he really needs a goal. Maybe not from this attack, absolutely, but in the next 5 minutes or so, Vieira, another interception. He has been on fire. And have a look at this too, by the way. Western Sydney Wanderers, A. Neza looking like he's completed the comeback after going 1-0 down to Rick Tran. Mike J looking to take care of business here. That one's also going to get picked off by Davies, but with 5 minutes to go, really, Mike J just has to make sure he doesn't do anything silly, like get a player sent off. It's a red card for Ruud Hullet.
Wow.
And now, for the final 5 minutes plus stoppage time, Dylan Gomes is going to have a man advantage. I wonder if he's going to be able to make it count.
Wow, that's going to make things quite interesting here. Mike J having to change up the formation. Interested to see where he compensates. You'd say he's definitely going to be taken off a striker given the fact that he does have the 2-0 advantage. Needs to park the bus here. Dylan Gomes with the numerical advantage for the final minutes. I'm sure he wishes this one happened a lot earlier before he was 2-0 down.
I think I had a quick look at the stats there too, by the way. Dylan has had 1 attempt on goal. Mike J has had 10.
Ridiculous.
10 attempts in this game.
Quality opportunities, though, you'd beg to differ.
Yeah, maybe not. There definitely weren't it definitely wasn't 10 shots on goal for 9 on target. Let's just put it that way. But still 10 attempts versus the 1. Fornaroli is now in for Economides here. Oh, that's a nice little ball in here. Can he make the man advantage count immediately? And have we got a game on? Dylan Gomes equalising, or nearly equalising. He's 1 goal away from equalising.
Just like that. It only took 1 attacking opportunity there for Dylan Gomes. That makes things a lot more interesting. Mike J would have to be filthy, and you'd think now it's all about maintaining possession, just waiting for the right opportunity. He'd love to get that 2-goal advantage back. But when you're giving up possession cheaply like that,
no time.
It's all on here. Look at the numbers. Oh, he gets the lucky bounce. He has the numerical advantage. Dylan Gomes, 1 minute stoppage time. Going to Zinedine Zidane.
Last
through
chance.
to Pele. Pele flicking it off. No!
Virgil van
Oh, that
Dijk.
would have been ridiculous.
And the safety clearance by Mike J. Imagine the scenes.
We can't
2-1
be biased
in the
here, but that would have been absolutely insane, Jay.
What a comeback that would have been. That would have been sensational. But congratulations, Mike J. Looking at the attempts on goal and just the game as a whole, you're probably going to say that Mike J maybe just edged it. I'd say the scoreline's probably quite fair. 2-1 right there. But Dylan, oh my Lord, you gave us a very exciting finish, mate. So good on you. But it is going to be Melbourne City that do indeed take a 1-goal advantage going into the second leg of the Xbox League. And my word, that's not a bad game to start things off here in match day 2.
I can only imagine what is going on in the Twitch chat right now.
We can have a look right now.
The absolute source on this kid, Dylan Gomes, to even attempt that in the 90th minute is ridiculous. But credit where credit is due. Mike J, that is phenomenal. Great performance from him, and he has set Marcus Gomes up for a strong second leg here against Seisanis.
Oh my goodness. And then, of course, Marcus Gomes versus Seisanis, which we will be watching after this game, and all the others that happened over on the PlayStation 4 side of things are broken down by the legends on the couch, Nate and Treaders.
Very much, Jake and Jared. What an end to that game. Dylan Gomes actually saying in the chat he didn't mean to do that, was looking for another way to end it. We were thinking Treaders, right idea, maybe wrong FIFA.
I think he may have even been looking for a Berber spin, skill cancel, and then just all went wrong. But Mike J's defending was incredibly impressive in that game, the way he utilized the offside trap, particularly in FIFA 21 and in the little bit of delay that the competitors are playing in. You're able to continually make small adjustments, prevent one-on-ones, and if you can prevent the counter-attack, well, it's incredibly hard to concede.
You love to see it. The mug, the better gnomes, the better Gomes, whichever one you prefer. Unfortunately, on this occasion, unable to get that equalizer at the death. However, for Mike J, Tritters, it is a big game and, to be honest, a huge start in this all-important match day 2 for Melbourne City.
And on the PlayStation side of things, these competitors who are looking for that PlayStation playoff spot, it's incredibly important that they're actually competing first. It allows them to get their individual result out of the way before thinking about the team thing, because obviously an individual result is the team thing. So that's a little bit of an advantage for the PlayStation players.
Something extra for you to think about today as you're watching these fixtures. Perhaps just a little bit different from what you've seen in FIFA 21. Competitive styles, and of course, with so many different games happening at the same time, there are so many replays to bring to you. JMK King, I guess, picking up where he left off yesterday, Treaders, 2-1 over Sippy FC.
And getting off to a really solid start there, scoring a goal within the first 6 minutes of the game. And as per usual with JMK King in FIFA 21, utilizing the width to create space in the center of the park. It's what all the best competitors using the 4-2-3-1 do. Some audacious attempts from JMK King, the finesse, and then into the free kick attempt, and then the counter-attacking goal when the game was all but decided.
But that's what we're talking about, I guess, here at the NIVEA Men E-League. The late goal might not mean anything, in another competition. Here, for Central Coast, that's actually given you a bit of life as you head into the second leg, played with different competitors, of course.
And including goal difference, we need to keep an eye on that goal difference stat as we get further and further into the competition.
MacArthur and Sydney FC. Lovely back heel and lovely finish for the opener for MacArthur. And indeed, Greek Freak, after a mixed match day one, with the 3-2 victory over at Landside Marco.
And what we see from Greek Freak attempting the spectacular is that he's able to return to his best. That was Marco actually attempting the spectacular. He seems to love his long shots in FIFA 21.
R9 and at Landside Marco, name a better combination. Unfortunately for Sydney FC and Marco fans, it is the new kids on the block, both to the E-League and the A-League. Greek Freak and MacArthur, look at that dribbling and the skill, the laser finish from Greek. Marco with an opportunity, check. Not a keeper you see, to be honest, that much in FIFA 21. Will this be the eventual winner for Greek again? Almost a prototype, to be fair, of that second goal. Good for MacArthur fans and Greek Freak fans that their man and their club are off to a great start for match day 2.
And as we just discussed in the pre-show, Greek Freak much better than his current rank in the competition. He's ranked 8th individually, so look for him to turn that around and push for the top 4 and even push for the number 1 spot.
Yeah, his storyline has been getting so close, maybe just not getting over the line. Mark 11 with the stream working. Good to see. We've got the highlights. 3-0 over Envy, who himself had a pretty good day yesterday, but I think it's fair to say, Treaders, Mark 11, just that class above.
He's got his stream on, which is why we're able to bring these highlights to you. And again, just that close control from Mark 11. Wow, no other competitor besides probably Naylor is bringing that type of close control to you.
Did you know Naylor plays for Newcastle as well? I'm doing that all day today. I don't even care. Come at me. That was to heel and the shot going wide. Maybe reminiscent of Neza yesterday. Very unfortunate with 1 or 2 of those attempts. Control it off the nose, if you don't mind. And that was the third with Pele, Mark 11. Different day. Same Mark 11, the 17-year-old lighting up the NIVEA Men E-League. Brisbane Roar, Treaders, maybe a team we've not talked too much about.
Yeah, for good reason, to be honest. They've got a relatively unknown competitor in South for 1, and he just hasn't been able to get the results.
Hey Neza, well, we mentioned him before. He is back against former Western Sydney Wanderer Rick Tran. Rick Dublé, anyone? Throw that, please. All that matters is the 2-1 for Neza. Rick with a lovely goal. We've seen some good strikes, finesse strikes, all kinds, outside the area. But we've said it in the online qualifiers, Treaders, as foolish as it might seem to say, you score against Neza, you're asking for trouble. It fires him up like nothing else.
And as we were talking about the slow starter of Neza, you cannot afford to be giving away possession like that in any form of FIFA. Oh dear. All right. Analyze that.
No, we cut that out. Sorry, technical issue. I didn't quite see the footage there for the last 15 seconds. A fortunate game winner there for Neza. Rick must be furious. The good thing we can say, Treaders, we were talking about it in the E-League compared to other competitions. It's not like 2 losses and you're out. If you do suffer misfortune, you can always come back and respond. We move on to the next game. The Phoenix and Adelaide United, and good to see Akpo with the dub. It was a very difficult day for the man with, you have to say, one of the best FIFA esports brains in the country. He gets the result against Airborne from Wellington Phoenix.
And just going from coaching to competing is such a large change. You know what you have to implement to improve, but actually being there in the moment is such a challenge. And Andy has the skills to execute. He plays a high level of pro clubs. His mechanics are as good as any competitor. And yet, unfortunately for him, he's been able to find that extra gear to switch into to get the results. So it's good to see him getting on the board early on match day 2.
Yeah, with Jazz as a teammate as well, you wonder how that affects you mentally. He would be in your ear. Akpo! All right, I'm carrying this team. And poor lovely Andy, I'm sorry, Jazz. Oh, sorry. for Airborne as well, he is the type of competitor you want to score first against. We saw Airborne keep a Neza without a shot in that game. I've ruined Treaders, so I'll continue on here. But if you score early against Airborne, maybe not the type of competitor that is able to get quite a lot of goals, but when Airborne gets in front early, he shuts out opponents very quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't even worry about going up the other end and scoring. He's very pragmatic about the way he plays his overall gameplay. And again, credit to him. He knows that's what he requires to get the win, and he'll stick to that, even if it doesn't get him many fans for it.
It all started here today with Mike J. Mike, we've got you on the line. An interesting game against Dylan. It felt like you had a plethora of shots, and then with that red card at the end, things got kind of close.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a choppy game towards the end. Now I was getting a little bit nervous when he got the ball with Pele in the box. I'm not sure about the El Tornado in that situation, but it's not my decision. But yeah, no, it was a good game. Dylan's a really good player, so I was happy to get the win.
Congrats on the win, Mike. First of all, your offside traps, we saw you spamming it, using it quite a lot. What's your overall mentality when you're defending? Are you looking to stay nice and compact, or is there something else at play?
That's actually not me. I actually don't use offside traps. If you set your team to 7 depth or more, your team will auto offside trap every now and again. So I actually didn't do anything. That's all AI.
Fantastic. So,
unlucky, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you come into these final games, when you're getting into these final stages, what's your overall mentality? Are you thinking individual results number one? Are you still thinking team results? Are you worried about conceding in that final moment? What's your overall mentality looking like?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, obviously, I play first, so I don't really have to worry about having to score more goals. So I just play my game and just keep playing the same way I've been playing the narrow. Just try and attack, score as many goals as possible, and just make that second leg as easy as possible for Marcus.
Mike, if nothing else, it is very entertaining to watch. We wish you and Melbourne City all the best on match day 2.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you there, Obese, Wombat, Chunky Monkey. We go through them all. For funsies, Treaders, maybe we should play dumb more often. You're like, oh, offside trap. Competitors revealing their tactics in there. I can see off screen in the chat people like, I might do that now then. Hey, Nezra, I think, didn't know that. I'll give that a go. Also, I should clear up. I got a DM from Airborne saying that he kept a Neza without a shot. Apparently, it was the other way around. Airborne kept without a shot. You clear it up in the chat. I don't know. Just sort it out for me. I'm just going to repeat what you say. That's my job here. Melbourne City with the victory over Perth so far. Of course, the second leg to come. And it is the first time, I believe, again, call me out on it, chat, please, if I'm wrong, that Seisanis is playing Marcus Gomes in a competitive FIFA event. Incredible to think when they've been going at it for about 4 or 5 years.
That's absurd to think. Seisanis has been competing for 7 to 8 years. He's an icon of our overall scene. And it's crazy to think that this is his final tournament. It's just wild. Like, when you think E-League, when you think Oceania FIFA, you think Seisanis. He's just going to be there. He'll be floating around. But this is it. This game coming out will be the last time we see him on an Oceania broadcast as a competitor. Yeah, we're going to try and leave the cliches out of there, but our heartfelt thanks to you, Peter Seisanis, for the way you've represented us here in Australia, ANZ, Oceania, whatever you'd like to call it. Here's hoping for a big one for you against champion legend himself, Marcus Gomes, to take you through that game. We'll throw it over now to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nate and Treaders, for breaking down all of those ones. And yeah, crazy to think that this is it. The last dance for Peter Seisanis. And, well, the last time that we might potentially see one of his games live, of course. We may maybe see one later on down the track, but he's going to go up against Marcus Gomes here. Perth Glory versus Melbourne City. What a cracking contest. And these two, they're having about similar seasons. I mean, Marcus has won 3 games, drawn 1, lost the other, whereas Peter Seisanis has drawn 2, won 2, and lost the other. So similar-ish results so far. They're probably going into this with about the same amount of form, and I know that we're all cheering for Peter to hopefully have a really strong game in this one.
Yeah, well, this is a big moment here for Perth Glory and Peter. We know the personal reasons why for Peter, but in terms of the overall competition, Perth Glory behind in this one. If they want to continue a potential push towards an E-League title, this is a must-win for them. This is a game where, Victor City, I should say, they're trying to get themselves back in that title race. We've seen Newcastle absolutely flying, so Perth need to get in there and get one up over City.
We'll see how he goes in against Marcus. He is going to obviously have a 1-0 deficit to try to overcome, going up against this man, Marcus Gomes. Looking at his stats, you know, goals so far with only 5 games having been played. You know, his we're not exactly seeing goal fest typically with Marcus Gomes, the way that he's playing at the moment, only grabbing about 2-3 goals on average per game, but he's not really conceding all too many either. So I wonder what type of game we're about to get between these two. I'm just hoping that it's a classic, regardless of the fact that we are going to be saying goodbye to Peter Saisanis at the end of this match day and at the end of this E-League. But either way, it's going to be Jamie McLaren that's going to be jumping in there. And I believe Chris Economides there for Perth Glory as well. So the two preferred A-League players on both PlayStation 4 and Xbox for these two teams. And we are only moments away from getting kicked off, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Gomes, Peter Saisanis, the last dance. This could be the last game we ever see of him live in the OCE region. So best of luck to both players. Here we go.
It is going to be Peter Saisanis, I should say Marcus Gomes, starting with possession here. Looking to get Melbourne City's lead extended even further, but an uncharacteristic error there from Marcus Gomes, allowing Saisanis an early opportunity to rewrite the deficit here. Thought we were going to see some chaos there. I thought we were going to see Ronaldo out-muscling Maldini. Not to be, however. Here we go, Marcus Gomes using Pele. Interesting to see how they're going to sit through, but it's a great through ball. Ruud Gullit holding it up there, takes the shot, and almost beating the keeper at the near post. Edwin van der Sar, Peter Saisanis, you would have been absolutely filthy if you were to concede that one.
He would have been, but he was the one taking the shot. Apologies, Jared. No, Peter Saisanis nearly coming close there to equalising there for Perth Glory. Peter Saisanis, it's a little confusing. Perth Glory are the team in the white. Marcus Gomes in the black for Melbourne City.
Automatically I see dark and I think purple.
No, I don't blame you because you got me fooled for a second there as well. So here we go then. Tackle being made there by Peter. And now Marcus Gomes going to be, oh my God, even there you go. I did it. I just did it there for a second. All right, Peter Saisanis, now that we've established that. Peter Saisanis on the ball, looking to get moving. He's already had the first chance of the game, just blowing that shot wide there. It was a difficult opportunity for Peter.
How could they both wear their away kits?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Anyways, it is going to be Peter Saisanis attacking again here. Cristiano Ronaldo, so I should say R9 Ronaldo heading back there to Vieira. Advantage played by the referee, but
he's going to take it.
Saisanis is going to take it. 32 yards out here, lining up. You'd say he's probably going to lay it off to somebody, but Cristiano Ronaldo is going to shoot at Alberto there. He green timed it as well, I believe. A little bit audacious from that range, although we have seen Cristiano Ronaldo smash those ones in real life, but Ronaldo Nazario trying to get Peter Saisanis to lead, but that is a comfortable dismissal there from Marcus Gomes.
I would have been very intrigued to see, had that green time free kick gotten past the man in the wall, what would it have done? I'm sure it would have forced something from the goalkeeper if it would have been on target or not, but regardless, now comes Marcus Gomes. 15 minutes into this game so far. Peter having a fairly strong start, having a couple of cracks on goal, but so far not really able to hit the back of the net. He's had one that's just whizzed past the wrong side of the post. Marcus, Bruno Fernandes with CR7. Oh, brilliant little McGeady spin there. He got himself a little bit of space, not enough to shoot, but he keeps working his man. 2 defenders on him, and finally, Maldini is the one that takes the ball off him. Now Chris Economides is going to work it forward, and now we have got MacArthur.
2-goal lead
1-0 up at the moment, and yes, 2-goal lead on aggregate. And Sydney FC, the reigning premiers of last season, well, FIFA 21, these FIFA games, they can switch so quickly, but the reigning champions are unfortunately not having the return to form that they were ideally after in match day 2.
Here we go, though. It is Marcus Gomes looking to extend City's lead in this clash here. Bruno Fernandes looking for some support. Fernandes holding it up as Western Sydney extend their lead 3-1 now over the victory, but Ronaldo holding it up here. Marcus Gomes being very patient. The Marcus Gomes style of FIFA this is. Ronaldo Nazario holding up against Virgil van Dijk. Had the space in the middle there, but was unable to get it past that Virgil van Dijk card. Now Peter finds himself on the counter-attack. Can he make something happen? Electing to use his A-League player in Chris Economides up against Alphonso Davies, but ultimately nothing really coming out of that counter-attack.
What a handful that'd be for Economides having to deal with
Alphonso
Davies. My Lord. Neuer coming a long way out of goal. Well, we've seen that before, that's for sure. Vieira going to play it in there for R9 Ronaldo. He had Pele off to his right, but it was all very compact and tight up the middle there. Selecting to take his time with it there, Peter Saisanis. Still only an hour or so left to go in this contest. 15 minutes left in the half. Advantage being played there by the referee. CR7 out wide. Just looking to backtrack at the moment, and it's now 2 goals. Jamoto, unfortunately, has leaked 2 very early on in this first game in match day 2. Vieira there, moving it into R9. He's got plenty of defenders around him. He's going to continue to work this. Economides, Ruud Gullit. We've already seen one A-League player score today, Bruce Kamau, after that shocking deflection for A. Neza to win the game right at the end there. We'll see if we can maybe see another one. Maybe Jamie McLaren could possibly get a goal. He plays it back to Davies. Running up forward with him. He's got the pace and the space. Why not? R9 Ronaldo now. He's got 2 defenders on him. Trying to find an option there. He has to play it back to Bruno Fernandes, to Ruud Gullit. 10 minutes remaining in this half. Gullit meets Bruno Fernandes, and there you go. Applying the pressure, but he's not going to win the ball back yet. Marcus still holding on here. Long past that. A 1-2 here. Could be a big chance here. CR7 denied by Neuer. You had a thought for sure that would have been the first there for Marcus Gomes and a 3-1 lead on aggregate.
Those are the goals that he scores every day of the week. Very surprising to see that one put in a savable position, but a big relief surely, Jake, from Peter Seisanis as he now finds himself on the counter-attack here. A few options. Elects to go straight down the middle, gets lucky with the deflection, and again has possession. Heavy touch there from Pele, and quite simply losing possession there against Alphonso Davies. I find the offside. Yeah. No surprise to see Ronaldo offside there. Looked it from the naked eye. But a big opportunity there before halftime for Melbourne City as Newcastle Jets, they extend their lead 4-0 on aggregate, I believe, Jake. So that goal difference for them is going to be looking wild after this one. It's going to be a tasty goal difference there.
That's going to be Jets. That's going to be 18 points out of 18. If I can, off the top of my head, remember, it was 24 goals. That was their goal difference, a 24-plus goal difference. So it'd be up to 28 now. My goodness. Seisanis with Pele ends up getting dispossessed by Vieira, but a corner here with 2 minutes remaining in this half until stoppage time. And we look to opt to play it short. Yes, he will with Pele. Oh, nearly gotten in the way there. Vieira just out again for another corner.
Going to be another corner here for Peter Seisanis, bringing the man short there. Ronaldo laying that one there to Pele. Pele to Chris Economides. Go for a long shot with Chris Economides. Go on. Do it, Peter. Do it for us as he goes there to Pele. Just before half-time, how much stoppage time will we have? The fourth official is going to say just the 1 minute as Ronaldo gets in behind there almost against Ruud Gullit. Peter trying to skill his way past Marcus Gomes. Put in a tough position. All he can do, his only option, is to flick it over the head. Marcus puts it into touch. And just like the first leg, we have a stalemate headed into half-time.
Incredible stuff there. Well, we came so close to seeing the ball ripple the back of the net on a couple of occasions. And Peter Seisanis coming close in the opening minutes. Marcus Gomes had a beautiful little 1-2 with both Ronaldos, and the shot there from inside the 18-yard box. He had the space, and yet somehow Neuer pulling off a sensational save.
Look at the cheeky little smile there from Peter. He's had a little grin on his face his whole half time. He's feeling himself. He's been well and truly in this contest.
Oh, absolutely.
And he must be feeling like he has a great chance of taking something out of this second half. I
would definitely say so. I'd be feeling pretty confident if I was in his position as well. I mean, it's definitely obviously still Marcus Gomes at the end of the day that you are facing, but he's probably quite fortuitous to still be level at 0-0 after that probably best chance of the day having gone Marcus's way, and his Neuer being able to bail him out there big time. So fresh start going into the second half. It's 0-0, lads, quite literally. Going into the second, we will see what these two deliver.
What's that? I can't see what it says.
Mate,
it's a love heart. Love heart there from Peter.
Appreciate that. For a second, I thought I was wondering which pixel he was trying to refer to for a second there. But nah, we love you. We love you too, Peter.
The king himself. One of the nicest guys in the Australian esports scene.
I'm liking this trend of the players interacting with us through their webcam. Just hope they keep it relatively PG.
All I see in the chat right now is love hearts.
Yeah.
Things you want to see. Good
you love to see it.
I
tell you what, you love to see it, but you love to see this as well. Jamoto with the comeback. It's 2-2. There's the fight that we're talking about for Sydney FC. Lovely stuff. And maybe a little bit of fight back here for Brisbane as well. I mean, still obviously got a lot of work to do if they're going to level it up on aggregate there, Brisbane. And Western Sydney Wanderers now 2-0. I believe that's 4-1 on aggregate for Western Sydney.
Continuing his push as well towards the Xbox Console Championship.
Which he very well could be if, actually, he wins that game. And I think Naylor fails to get the 3 points. I think they'll actually be level.
Right.
So wouldn't that be interesting? Of course, not just the Premiership, Console Champion, and the Console Champions will end up getting their spot in the regional playoffs if they haven't got it booked already. Just like we may potentially have seen a player go into the book, but no. No card, says the referee.
He's going to go for it,
here he
isn't he?
goes. A layoff.
Oh, boo.
Oh, but Virgil van Dijk making a pretty simple one there and playing it safe. Doing the smart thing, maybe going out wide to Davies there. Could have banged it up forward, but was definitely at risk of turning the ball over in a very
All I want to
dangerous
see is
position
one
there.
of these competitors just take a free kick and put it absolute top bins.
Well, I mean, we've seen a few attempts now early. I mean, there was definitely one or
I
two
wanna see
attempts.
what
We saw a
pulled off,
green
though.
time attempt with Cristiano
Yeah,
Ronaldo,
from
the man
32 yards out.
on the ball. Hey, he could have gone in. He's fighting his way through with CR7, the big body that he is. And oh, what a brilliant flick on. He's going to get a
Peter
chance. And Peter
Seisanis!
Seisanis. That is spectacular. Maybe goal of the tournament. The flick up over two defenders and the volley in at the near post. Peter from Perth, he's done it. He ties it up 2-2 on aggregate and takes the lead against Marcus.
Gee, that was a goal and a half there from Peter. You saw how much he
Built
was
different.
feeling that one. He's built different,
Built
this man.
different.
The veteran of the E-League up and out of his seat. Going crazy there. Beautiful stuff, Peter Seisanis. And he has the lead here. The last dance well and truly underway. All tied up here between Perth Glory as Marcus Gomes out wide to Davies. Terrible touch, though, from the Canadian. And that's going to result in a goal kick. And all of a sudden, changes necessary here, nearing the hour mark in this one, Jake.
How about this? Well, Peter, a little wipe of the brow. Unbelievable. There was nothing sweaty about that goal. That was pure magic. They don't call him the magician for no reason, do they? Absolutely sensational. Peter Seisanis, what else have you got left to offer in the E-League? Quite clearly, he's not lost it. But he is putting on a show.
We've
Absolutely
seen him score
fantastic
some ridiculous goals over the past 4
That's
years.
not
haven't
even,
we?
you know what's funny, right? It's kind of like Olivier Giroud. Like if you look at Olivier Giroud is definitely not like a top 10 striker of all time. But if you look at just his best goals, people are going to think he's bloody Pele.
Yeah.
He was better than Pele. Well, Peter Seisanis, that goal right there was fantastic. That's arguably not even top 5 for E-League goals that he has scored. He's had so many bangers in this competition over the years. It's just
the reason
brilliant
why
to
he's
see.
been called the magician, able to pull stuff off like that. He does have possession, though, from the goal kick. Hitting very deep in his own box here, after we did see some tactical changes. Half an hour remaining in this one. All tied up between Melbourne City and Perth Glory. This is a big game in context of the title, and also a
And
big
look
game.
at this.
is
It's a
Sydney
complete
FC.
comeback.
Jamodo, don't call it a comeback. 3-2 against MacArthur here. This is massive from him. But now it's going through. Alberto able to deal with it. And don't call it a comeback on the Xbox side of things. Naylor, 2-2 there.
This means, with the way things are standing with Oh Noah Goat currently winning his game, that he'll go level with Naylor. I think goal difference will definitely come into it, and maybe Naylor will still be top after that. But wow, there you go. He's definitely putting a few away himself here, Oh Noah Goat. That is now a 3-0 win that he's currently got over Mo. Unfortunately, it looks like he's about to take his 6th L so far in a row this season. I mean, I'm sure the point will definitely come at some point. Pele, what a ball in that is from Seisanis. That's brilliantly floated in. He's got Houlihan, chesting it down. No, trying to fake shot, create space. R9's on there, trying to barge his way through 2 defenders on that occasion. Not quite. Finally, a goal in the Western United Central Coast Mariners game. But can we just shout out too, by the way, Footwiz Jamodo. That is a reckless slide tackle, but completing the comeback, being 2-0 down. And also, shout out to, what would that be, Suff 4-1. I think getting a great comeback done against Naylor there as well at 2-2.
Good to see him stepping up. It's been an up
Lovely.
and down tournament for him. But we have Marcus coming through here. Ruud Hullet looking for the right opportunity. Kylian Mbappe going to Cristiano Ronaldo. Perth Glory jerseys everywhere, able to make the tackle. But it's still Trent Alexander-Arnold, McLaren, Hullet. They're passing it all around here, Marcus Gomes, looking to take the lead in this one. Ronaldo, the heel-to-heel, holding it, going. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity, goes back to Pele and loses possession, but then Seisanis, a careless pass, which is made up for by Carlos Alberto. This one could go any way,
It felt like Marcus already had the perfect opportunity. I was surprised he didn't take an earlier opportunity, and now Seisanis, he just sort of bangs it away. He gave away possession 1 or 2 times after he won the ball back there, but sheesh, bit of a nervy moment for Peter Seisanis. Maybe not the worst thing in the world to just bang it out of possession, but Marcus Gomes is still going to have possession in his attacking third, and well, you'd have to say, even though he's down right now, the momentum's definitely with him. He is the one that's pushing. Peter definitely looking like at the moment he's happy to throw numbers back, sit behind the ball, and just try to clog up the space as much as possible. Great interception there with Hullet. He won't get the ball back though. Mbappe, there's a free kick. Advantage is going to be played, and Mbappe is going to smash it in at near post. That is 1-1. There is an equaliser for Marcus. Very little celebrations from Marcus as we look to his webcam, and somehow he's able to squeeze that off. It looked like his own teammate R9 Ronaldo was going to get in the way, but now that is the lead back on aggregate for Melbourne City. Still level in this one. And wow, Footwiz Jamoto, or should I say Jamie O'Doherty, the man himself, what a comeback, being 2-0 down, 4-2 up now. Sensational work from him elsewhere. We can't wait to see that game get broken down.
I've got to laugh at the chat, Jake. I've got to laugh at the chat. Dylan Gomes, and that goal went in. He goes, no. But
his own brother.
He goes, no, but yes.
Oh, that's a good reaction. He might potentially get himself a winner here. Pullet just clearing, getting it out to Vieira. Maybe there is still a chance for Peter Seisanis. Wellington leading 2-1, a goal update there. Cristiano Ronaldo, Peter Seisanis is one-on-one, tries a piece of skill, the cross in, and the bicycle kick. The magician trying to deliver one last magic trick. Pullet, ball into the middle. Pele is there. Can he create the chance? The drag back.
Hit the circle button side.
He's just got to shoot. He finally does. Near post again. Pele. It's 3-3 on aggregate. It's 2-1 in this game. Seisanis has gotten back the lead. The defender on Seisanis just sagging off him there, Virgil van Dijk on Pele. But it's 2-1 with 7 minutes to go. Jared, tell me, the chat's exploding, isn't it?
The chat is absolutely exploding right now. Peter the Magician. Dylan said this guy is just spamming his stick. This guy has been wild. Peter Seisanis, take a bow. Still got to hold on here. Points even so far between Perth and Melbourne, but Peter Seisanis might get one more big scalp next to his name. His first, or his last appearance here, I believe they said his first ever appearance, I should say, against Marcus Gomes, could get bragging rights unless Marcus goes through. Big save there from Manuel Neuer, having a phenomenal game. Final moments of this one, a corner here. It is Pele putting it in here for Marcus Gomes and Melbourne City. Is he going to go short, though? It looks like he may go short to Alphonso Davies, which is exactly what he does. Out to Jamie McLaren. McLaren to Virgil van Dijk. Big tackle there from Ruud Gullit. And it is a counter-attack here. Don't forget, Perth Glory. He's not going to get in front of it. Seisanis with a golden opportunity on the counter.
How much stoppage time? He's not going to get the win today, Marcus, but he could get the win for his team. R9, sagging off him, and in the top left corner. Oh, the players sink to their feet. Seisanis applauds, and very little celebration. It looks like Marcus is the one that conceded, for crying out loud, but he scores top left corner with R9. 2-2. It's going to be evens.
Massive for the title. That is massive for the title, Jake.
It is huge.
Melbourne City back in
Up
front.
top.
Is there one more opportunity? Oh!
Could you imagine? That's 2 games now in a row. The featured game has had one moment right at the end, both featuring Pele, where if they had gone, I swear to God, you would have never seen anything like it again had that gone in. But no, it just... I wish we get I hope we get a replay of that. Like, I need to see another angle. How close was that? Seisanis can't believe it. I think I see a wry smile from Marcus. But
my God.
What a great game. Those two are going to finish it up even Stevens. Oh, my Lord. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2 of the best bloody games that I think I have seen so far in the E-League, and they're the first 2 of match day 2. How about it? I mean,
if that is a preview of what we're going to experience for the rest of today, Jake, my word. Seisanis, take a bow. Marcus Gomes, take a bow. You've kept Melbourne City in the title race. That is huge.
I've never seen someone so disappointed to secure an equaliser and a win for their team.
We know Marcus.
We know Marcus. He's a top
humble
lad.
king.
Too much respect. But absolutely unbelievable game. We've still got plenty others as well. Some other great games we weren't even watching, like the 4-2 comeback there from Footwiz Jamoto. Let's have all those games broken down by Nate and Treaders over on the couches.
Thank you very much, gents. What a finish to your featured game. Seisanis apparently retiring after the Season 4 of the E-League. I dare say, Treaders, if that last goal went in, Marcus might be considering retirement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just the entertainment factor that Seisanis brings to every game he has taken part in. When he comes on broadcast, we know what to expect from the great man, and that game was incredibly entertaining, end-to-end stuff.
2 veterans of the scene going at it. Marcus obviously looking to cement his and Melbourne City's place at the top of the table. But surely, Treaders, Peter can't be thinking about retirement just yet. Up against a competitor like Marcus, he was every bit his equal.
Yeah, absolutely, every bit his equal, but I think for him, he's been competing for so long now. He's accomplished as much as he thinks he can, and I think for him, the time is right for him to retire. But, wow. just every game we watch of him, it seems crazy to think that we won't be seeing that kind of ingenuity, that kind of creativity anymore in the E-League. Competitors will take over his legacy and pay tribute to him, but there'll never be another Seisanis.
Yeah, the virtue of doing it first. He was not happy about that, Peter. A few moments where at least us it looked like he'd made a manual challenge and then the ball would fall back to Marcus, and well, you know what happened after that. Maybe the reaction from the man himself tells it all. 2-2, Marcus fighting until the very end, and ever the gentleman, Peter Seisanis, applauding his friend, his opponent. Pretty much every word you want to put in there. These two have done it all, and they've done a lot of it together.
Yeah, ex-teammate as well, friend, same person from the same city. They've trained, competed at all sorts of different events, and we've also got Marcus being coached by Seisanis on the world stage as well. So a close relationship between those two competitors, and again, that relationship will go beyond FIFA, and it does go beyond FIFA, and that's the beauty of our game.
For some of our newer viewers, Treaders, who might not be aware of Seisanis, maybe we'll get to have a chat with him potentially a little later, and the man himself can tell you all about it. What about this result? Sub for one had a very difficult match day one. Naylor, the top dog, could not best him, it would appear. 2-2.
Big result for Sub for one, getting the draw, forcing Naylor to drop his first point of the tournament so far. Massive result from Sub for one. Again, I've been made to look a bit of a fool, as I'm more than happy to at times, by my pre-match, I guess, assessment of Sub for one. Maybe took it personally, decided to fully lock in, and it could be a sign of more things to come.
Naylor in the chat saying, just forfeit me. I'm done after this game. And while obviously we do make light of comments that are hopefully not particularly serious in nature, it is a little question on our minds and a few around the place. Naylor and Mark, so highly ranked, not actually yet, they're not yet to taste victory, win a tournament, win a title. This is a huge day for them. Are we going to see a few cracks appear as the day continues?
Pressure being piled upon them. It's going to be them to capitalize.
You thought the comeback was impressive to start off with. Well, what about the comeback to match the comeback? 9 goals in one game of FIFA 21. It was Ben Carter getting off to a tremendous start. Jamodo then started his comeback.
Yeah, Jamodo, the type of competitor that can really turn it on at a moment's notice when he's at his absolute prime. Seeing some prime Jamodo, tight angle finish in that situation, and then finally scoring that 4th goal. But from there, it was all Ben Carter.
We believe there may have been a red card that changed the game, and there it is all the way back there to R9 as well. When cards, let alone red cards, are so rare in FIFA 21, that really will change a game. So despite having the 2-goal lead, he went a man down. That was 4-3. Goodness gracious me, only minutes remaining. The defender skewing it horribly. And then, in the 3rd minute of 2 minutes of stoppage time, Ben wasn't done yet. I guess you can cut that up one of two ways, Treaders. If you're Ben Carter, it's the beautiful game. A wonderful, incredible late comeback. If you're Jamodo, you've seen it all before. You don't want to see it again.
Just absurd. Sometimes the things that we see from time to time as commentators, from the competitor's point of view, when the margins can be so tight, to be conceding those type of goals, especially when you're down to 10 men, is truly heartbreaking.
2 GOATs, each of their own variety, taking battle in the game between Western Sydney and Mo Zwed. Mo, well, we said he'd had some close defeats yesterday in this contest. It appears Joseph Nasser, Big Joe, way too good. He refused to reveal those tactics, Treaders. When you pressed, whatever he's doing, someone better find out, because it is working.
Absolutely, and we're seeing surely not the direct free kick from Mo, getting a goal back, but everything coming up for Big Joe. I was worried that we were going to see another rebound goal in that instance.
That header straight up in the air, keeper diving for it. There have been some highlight goals today. There have been some I'd probably choose not to see again. That is lovely at the near post. And just wonderful, Treaders, to see the veterans still showing that they have it. Seisanis and particularly Noah Goat. Incredible to see his comeback, I guess, to competitive FIFA 21.
He gets results after results. At the moment, Inez is not going to like me saying this, but at the moment he's a bit of a carry in that roster. He's got more results so far based on pure results alone, not saying anything about ability in that situation, but Goat is getting the job done.
Just backtrack there, Treaders. All the way back and off the couch, out of the studio. Regardless, Western Sydney, when one competitor maybe doesn't get the result, it feels like the other is standing up big time. One highly ranked, one who's won a qualifier, of course, in Aneza. And then I guess we're just going to call him the Xbox native. Joseph saying, everyone else went to PlayStation. I stayed here. I've been having wonderful games on Xbox. Well, it appears to be working. Jazz had been hoping to get himself a playoff spot. Unfortunately, based off this result, it makes things nearly impossible. And to Bainesy, who wasn't even really meant to be here, Treaders, Honey Badger had this spot at the Phoenix before retiring through his NZFE trophy performance. Bainesy comes in, and then he's getting big results over Adelaide Jazz.
Bainesy getting the job done and using that 4-2-3-1, utilizing the full width and the defensive solidity to full effect, just getting as many bodies around that ball to smother his opposition. Brilliant first touch vision there from Bainesy. And then as we see time and time again, a late goal. Almost too late for Jazz, but there would have been a few final moments of opportunity for Jazz, but not to be for him.
Saying in the chat again, if you need to understand how this works, it's sort of just off there. So something sort of comes across. Maybe I misread it. Just flame me if I get it wrong. I believe Jazz saying he could not have played any worse. And sometimes, Treaders, in FIFA 21, in best of ones, there's no chance for redemption against the same opponent.
Well, a 2-1 scoreline, if you're heading into the second leg, I think Jazz is thinking, all right, reset mentally, let's go again. We'll be set for this next leg, but best of ones, 90 minutes and everything's over. It's all done. You don't get that second opportunity to reset, adjust your tactics, adjust your mental state. And in that instance, it was really hurting Jazz.
A very different flow for these competitors, of course, at the Oceania Regional Qualifiers, best of twos. Swiss format, different types of format, 2 losses and you're out, all of the above. We can talk about the other tournament for a playoff spot, but I think I'll just push that one aside. The point remains. Different ways to get your playoff spot. And the good news is that these competitors will get more chances. Jazz, I'm sort of saying there, if we want storylines, I know in FIFA we're meant to love our storylines. With Naylor getting that draw, maybe some competitors, if they were perfect yesterday, it's not going to quite be perfect with these best of ones today.
Best of ones, FIFA 21, and playing remotely, anything can happen really. If you turn up, if you continue to stick to your process, you might find that you're able to get results. We've seen it time and time again. Lower ranked competitors getting the job done just by sheer power of either riggage or mental willpower, just being able to withstand the constant knockbacks, some rebounds, and being able to push through. So hope still is there. You just have to hope really hard.
When we've seen these competitors, their journeys throughout, you really do feel for them. The heart starts to tug, I guess, in different directions. Something a little bit different for you now. One of the games is actually still going. So I guess from here, right now, we'll try and jump into it. I believe Dylan and Geordie, if those are the two that we haven't yet talked about, going through the names very quickly. 0-0 at the half, having to replay this second half. Hopefully we can jump in and bring you that action. Obviously, it being 0-0, there's not exactly many highlights to talk about, Treaders. But Geordie, on debut, getting his chance at the Mariners, replacing, if you like, King Kairin Gupta. A massive opportunity for him as he enters the competitive scene, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been putting in performances across the qualifiers, not quite making it, well, very close to making it to the qualifiers multiple times, even being a game or two away from making it to the broadcast events. So he's a competitor to watch longer term, and eventually, I think we'll see him be an E-League mainstay and a mainstay of our Oceania FIFA scene.
Yeah, obviously different competitors, I guess, with a different feel for where they belong. Maybe they support a particular A-League club, and so you want to go home, in effect. You want to, maybe we're thinking of Jazz playing for Adelaide after playing Western Sydney. It's wonderful to get your chance when you get to go home. Maybe that's one way these competitors look at it. The other side is maybe you haven't got your shot in the E-League before. Maybe you've been on the fringes. Maybe you've just been unfortunate. Of course, for most of these clubs, there's no way to get yourself in. There's no qualifying tournament for some reason. So you're just, I guess, hoping on ranking, these types of things to get in there. Jordi Brio gets his chance. And if all things being understood, hopefully they are, this will be a second half replay.
And we're going to get immediately underway, seeing that Jordi Brio is a goal up over Dylan. With Jordi not in the playoff spots, we'll be seeing that he's pushing incredibly hard to get those individual results. He is inside that top 8, if I remember that correctly, so he'll be even more incentive for him to push on, get this result. Maybe we'll see him push back, hold back, and limit the opportunities for Dylan.
So this is the one goal that has been scored. You've got some little highlights before we get there. We'll be joining this game in around the 72nd minute with the scoreline, we believe, 1-0 to Jordi Brio. Could this be the goal? Indeed, that looks like a golden opportunity for the team in yellow and navy. And here we go, Treaders. Why not on the fly? Bring it on. It is incredible the work that the team here at ESL do on the production standpoint. Multiple games going at once, score updates. We are truly blessed to have it all. So we'll jump in live. Jordi with the 1-0 lead. Of course, Western United will be featuring a little later on today. They are one of those teams with premiership aspirations. Central Coast, well, gone are the glory days, I guess, of King Gupta and Straw Hat Camels. We make do with what we've got. New competitors, I jest, of course, with fantastic new opportunities. Looking for the 1-1. Wonderful tackle by Jordi. De Silva is the Central Coast Mariners A-League player. I saw this question before. We are down from 3 to 2 to 1 A-League player being necessary. De Silva started it. Ronaldo can't finish it.
Almost a key opportunity there, but Dylan was able to push back with that centre back and call out the goalkeeper at the perfect opportunity, at the perfect moment. But those giveaways aren't going to be assisting him at all. He's got full stamina, so why not engage the press, go on that 7 depth that Mike J was talking about to engage the offside traps. And we might see here that Jordi Brio will hold a bit of possession, play it a little bit safer.
What does he go for number 2? Is he listening? Only 5 in-game minutes remaining. What a result this would be. A shock victory and a huge victory. There's still time left. He'll take the corner short. Maybe Treaders, those game management skills yet to be developed. Somehow that's not on target. And Dylan with the opportunity to go up the other end. It is something these competitors will learn on the fly. Dylan himself has been trying to learn how to close out games. Here, he's using his limited experience at a high level to mount a comeback. Surely can't be waiting for the stoppage time chance just yet. Working it side to side. Excellent challenge from Jordi. A baller indeed. Hold that ball for as long as you can, lad. Send it clear. And surely, without enough time, even if the keeper gets there, it's going into touch. Indeed, it is. In a way, we can consider ourselves blessed to have seen this live. Many thinking that despite the forfeit to start things off, Dylan might coast to an individual victory like he did last season. It appears it will not be that way. Scenes here in the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4. Jordi Brio getting acclimatized to the competition, to conditions yesterday with a huge victory there, Treaders.
Just brilliant overall play from Jordi Brio at the very end. We saw him defending resolutely, able to thwart Dylan's final attacks with full stamina, foot item. So full props to Geordie for getting that result, and he didn't overly commit just to try and push for the team result. Interesting to note, he held on for that 2-2 on aggregate. So the draw for Central Coast Mariners forces Western United to drop points, which is a massive result in the context of Naylor also dropping points for Newcastle.
Just huge scenes in that game. And again, we just want to extend our thanks to the team at ESL bringing us a game on the fly, interspersed with the replays. And one man that's been incredibly patient, Peter Seisanis. He's back to being Peter from Perth, the magician, the artist, the conductor, Treaders. He's got many different names. Hopefully he hasn't hung up. He's been waiting so long. He may well. Peter, I feel like I can hear you. There you are. You're in the background. You're sneaking up on me there. Brother,
yeah,
fantastic.
I'm on the big screen behind you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm staring ahead, mate. I can turn around. Might look a little bit strange. This is the view I like big time. Peter, brother, it has been fantastic to see you play on after a result like that against a competitor like that. Are you maybe reconsidering your decision?
No. It's set in stone. I actually, if you've spoken to me throughout the year, you would have known that, you know, it was kind of a soft retirement, sort of eased my way into it. If you've probably seen, I haven't been competing in that many events and stuff, but I couldn't say no to the opportunity to come to the E-League again and make my claim on getting the goal of the season for a 4th year in a row. And I think I just did that.
I reckon that's a really good shout. Two incredible goals. I can't wait till you see the rest of the goals that you can produce. First of all, I just want to thank you for your service to the FIFA community. What overall meaning has competing in FIFA for so long had for you? Is there anyone that you'd like to thank? And I just want to kind of open the floor to you to just say your thanks, and because this might be the last time we see you on a broadcast.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, it's I don't want to get too long and too sobby, but I mean, FIFA for me, like growing up, was like a bit of an escape for reality with like just whatever life was throwing at me. So I always found FIFA as an escape. But then, you know, it just progressed into this opportunity that I had in 2014, it was at the time, to go and play competitive in what was the Fox Fans League at the time. And obviously signed for my childhood club, South Melbourne. And then from there went into international tournaments, and then with the E-League season 1 with Perth, and obviously representing the City Football Group in Melbourne City, and now back to Perth. It's like a bit of a honeymoon return or a homecoming. So, I mean, for me, FIFA's given me a lot, and I've given a lot back into FIFA, and I'll be forever grateful for, you know, the opportunities that FIFA's given me in my life, and obviously the friendships that I've made. I put that above everything else. But as a competitive FIFA player, it's actually been 7 years I've been doing this, so I think, I mean, when you watch sporting players around the world and they're like, oh, you know, it's time to retire, and, you know, you just know, like, I felt like I've hit that point in my career where it's like, I had a feeling at the end of last season that, like, it's time, you know, I've done what I can. I'm a bit like exhausted, worn out from it. So it's been something that's given me a lot in my life, and something that I've given FIFA a lot as well. And I think it's the right time to call competitive FIFA. Anyway, hopefully next year they can get a 3-seater there, and I can be sitting between you and Treaders, Nate.
Mate, I'm, to be quite honest, choking up at the moment. So thank you very much for sharing that with you. I guess the last word from you, Peter, as you potentially say goodbye. What title do you want to go with? You've had so many throughout your E-League campaign. What do you want to finish with?
I actually like the conductor, because it was like how I played. Like I like to play a very eccentric FIFA, something fun, like enjoyable stuff to watch. So I'll always try to do the spectacular, as you saw in the last game. So let's roll with the conductor, I think.
The conductor, Jelly Man, I'm struggling. I'm going to be straight up honest. Thank you so much for what you've brought over the last 7 years for that last game, and hopefully a few more highlights to come. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, guys.
One of the legends of the Oceania FIFA esports scene. Deep breath, we move! Round 6 results confirming that means it's a 2-2 draw between Western United and the Mariners. MacArthur, huge victory for them. Ring the cowbells if you've got them, 8-6. Newcastle continue on 5-2, but Treaders needs to get admonished regarding stuff for 1. Western Sydney, 7. Melbourne Victory, 3. Perth Glory, 3. Melbourne City, 4. Again, Premiership, have a look at that result. Wellington and Adelaide share the spoils. We don't want to predict anything. It is the worst thing you can do when you go outright and say things are heading in one direction regardless. Newcastle stay without a loss. The Wanderers stay unbeaten. Melbourne City, Western United just losing one aggregate tie each. Wellington and Victory Treaders are coming up a little bit later. A great chance for them to get a winning start eventually in the E-League Season 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredibly surprising to see both of those clubs without a win so far. Generally, in best of ones, you'll see that a club is able to just snatch a result here and there. But particularly when you've got Mo Zwed just underperforming his usual standards, I think we'll see results start to go their way eventually. And Wellington Phoenix, well, they'll keep pushing. They've got a couple of draws under their belt, which means keeping things tight. It's only a matter of time before they get that first result.
One chapter in FIFA esports might be finishing up, but a few more are getting underway. We're going to head to a short break, but don't go anywhere. After that, some thrilling encounters, premiership, playoffs, maybe even the wooden spoon. Hopefully no more red cards. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back. We said it wouldn't be long. Well, the short wait will be worth it for you. A tantalising fixture incoming. Western United and Newcastle Jets. Playoff aspirations, Treaders, premiership aspirations. It's all here in these next two fixtures.
We'll be seeing Newcastle look to push away in both the individual rankings as well as the overall premiership rankings. Well and truly clear is Mark 11 undefeated at the moment, and going across the nailer as well. He also is undefeated, only with that one draw to his name. So Newcastle overall, massive game between these two competitors.
It's wonderful to see the other competitors getting amongst the chat, particularly with Mark 11 taking the big dubs, taking big names. It's a little friendly, but I can't help but feel, Shredders, at the same time, maybe trying to get under the young man's skin and see if they can shake him up a little bit.
All these competitors in the chat have seen it all before. It's Mark 11's first time being under this real spotlight of having all the smack talk thrown at him, and it can be a lot to deal with, especially as a new competitor.
One of the biggest games in his young career. Mark, while ranked number 3 in the region and having featured in every Oceania qualifier, is yet to taste individual success. By that, of course, I mean no trophies, no titles. Can he get himself a crown here? And maybe even that too for Newcastle Jets, for Western United, JMK King, number 39 in the region. Things a little bit different while being, of course, lower ranked. He won that E-Club World Cup Oceania. He won the NZF E-Trophy. What can he do for himself and for Western United? This is, of course, Mark 11 in the Newcastle kits. Looking ahead through Hullett, past the man, Pele, heel to heel, tries the scoop. JMK was going to leave him that clear side, covered inside. Won it well, and then on the counter-attack, we can only assume in the 4-2-3-1 narrow that he seems to stick to. Cuts it back, Pele! Wonderful challenge by Mark with VVD. Corner taken quickly and directly, didn't like it, so he'll go short for the variation. Connor Payne on the right foot, about as well as he can do. Gets it on the left, that's more like it. JMK, thank you. Mbappe, very ambitious strike with about 50 bodies in the way. He gets it back. R9, is that a pass? A left foot finesse shot with no power on it? Not quite sure, but it's good to see JMK playing with some energy and pace.
And the thing to notice also about Mark's gameplay in combating the overall place is the defense, the improvement in defense that Mark 11 has made. I remember going back to qualifier number 1 where he was struggling with right stick switching, but now we see him making some brilliant right stick switch, making a number of correct defensive reads and jockeying incredibly well. It's incredibly rare, pray I don't jinx this as always, that we see Mark or Naylor get beaten in a one-on-one situation because they are able to jockey, to force their man off and get numbers behind the ball.
You might not get the plaudits, Treaders, but that's some of your best analysis. Yeah, we've been there and seen Mark grow as a competitor throughout this season, and you are quite right. It might not get the call-outs, his defensive work, but he has been studying his FIFA. He has been practicing while not being allowed to play during the week. He is making most of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday here in the E-League. On this beautiful, most beautiful of Saturdays, he strikes first through R9.
And just brilliant, simple, balanced build-up from Mark, working it from the left-hand side back into the center. The scoop turn to get around the defender. And that's what Mark does so incredibly well in attack, just executes the basics time and time again. He is a joy to watch at the offensive end, and his defense is beginning and continuing to match that.
A goal for Perth over Brisbane. Not been a particularly happy campaign for the Raw. The focus back quite rightly on Mark. with R9. Back he goes. Alfonso, heavy touch from that foot item again. Pele runs into a brick wall. A goal for the Wanderers over the Mariners. And again, you can understand JMK deciding to play with pace, play in transition, because when Mark gets that defense set, immediately there's going to be interceptions and reads, whether it's from the AI or Mark himself.
And the fact that he's playing this defense in a 4-4-2 makes it even more impressive, because you're unable to make those tracking runs that you can make with the cam, as we see R9 just sitting there a little bit vacantly for JMK King. But the impact having that cam can have defensively is huge.
Once again, he's going to go early. Not like this, not like this. Well, we had one moments ago, to be fair. We managed to sort out the replay for you. Obviously not ideal, but I guess these things are going to happen. It was a lovely start, to be fair, for Mark 11. It looked like a great opportunity for JMK King until the cable was pulled out.
Maybe some flashbacks to old Flash esports, the qualifiers a while back. Don't take me back there that far. These things happen from time to time. Just the impacts of remote production.
It's going to happen even when it's not remote. To be fair, we've seen it. We've been there and done that. If you're just joining us, if you're unaware, what's going down? Mark has taken the 1-0 lead. Don't you worry. We'll be back with that game in just a moment's time. It gives us more time, Treaders, to talk about these competitors. And I guess the differential I tried to point out at the start, one is highly ranked, hasn't won much yet, if anything. The other very lowly ranked and yet has 2 big titles to his name.
Well, I think that's the benefit of our league format. If anything, you're able to really benefit the consistency of the competitors. You see JMK King able to get those wins when it matters most, so he would traditionally be successful in a LAN format. But Mark 11, he consistently outperforms competitors, and same with Naylor. But when it comes to those crunch moments, it seems that they're just lacking that extra gear that some other competitors may have.
These competitors are among the most talented in the world. If you didn't already know it, you will soon. We're going to take a short break. We'll get this figured out. And we'll be back with you with some more FIFA 21 action. boys, we are back. Apparently, servers going down for everyone. Hey, if one of us has to suffer, we'll all suffer together. It's only a moment in time. We will be back at it. Again, if you're just joining us, unfortunately, that epic clash, it was looking to be epic, between Western United and Newcastle Jets, stalling somewhat. We will resume exactly where we left off. It was an R9 goal on 21 minutes to mark 11. JMK King maybe wouldn't mind that counter-attack back.
Yeah, he was pretty much all the way through on goal. Just had essentially the keeper to beat, and we saw that, obviously just the disconnection interrupting the flow of that attack. So well defending, so much good defending, rather.
So well sentenced, Shredders.
My brain is disconnected, sorry. But the defense from Mark 11 has been incredibly solid, both on the counter-attack, against the counter-attack, and also just from general set play. We're seeing JMK King forced out wide. He feels like he has to rush it a little bit. He plays his best FIFA when he isn't rushing it, and that can be really seen by his pass accuracy.
Yeah, taking a look at the stats that are up there right now. JMK, of course, 39, ranked in the region. And yet, Treaders, it feels like on the big occasion, he raises his game.
He's one of the most decorated competitors in our region this season. Obviously, the E-Club victory with the Direwolves, and then throw in the gong for the New Zealand football, e-football tournament that took place just last weekend. He's having quite a season as far as collecting trophies, stacking up the trophy room for the background of his stream. So he and Dylan make quite a formidable pair considering their history, especially in the E-Club.
As for Mark 11, what a tournament he is having. Of course, just 8 goals against him. And it was some of your analysis earlier, Treaders. I won't steal it off you. We have seen him develop at the start of this season to now a completely different defensive competitor. The player switching just completely on point.
And it was something that I talked about on stream in qualifier number 1, in that player switching between the pro clubs players is the thing that needs to develop the most. The mechanics are good, the vision is brilliant, and the execution of skill moves is absolutely peak, as we see from Naylor and Mark. But the player switching defensive movements, they are the things that need to be drilled to take them to the next level, and Mark has successfully drilled that this competitive season.
Left and right attacking mids, very high for JMK. Again, looking for some early opportunities. And fair enough, if we need to go back into this to make a few changes, or maybe just check out what your opponent is doing. Mark 11, as he often does, the 4-4-2 defensive. No surprises, JMK with the 4-2-3-1 narrow.
2 competitors who will stick to their overall game plan, expect themselves to get the job done. The width that Mark is able to provide in the 4-4-2 defensive is the key factor for him. He's not too concerned about, for a moment there I thought we had another disconnection looking at Mark's screen, but he just applied the tactics. The overall width allowing him to get into a number of one-on-one situations, and that is where he, as one of the top skillers after Naylor, can thrive.
Short corner for JMK. Maybe just waiting for a lot of those players, the defenders, to get back. Doesn't want them up there at either end. He wants Ronaldo. He gets Ronaldo. And right after the restart, waste no time. It's 1-1.
And the simplest of bridges to get into space there. Passing it from the right-hand side to the left. And so straightforward. That finish from CR7, a little bit more direct from JMK King to start us after the restart.
The virtue of waiting from the short corner. Maybe next time Mark sees that and decides to be a little more aggressive with his defending so that that opportunity doesn't arise. You can't get your defense set when everything's still in transition, of course, even for the team defending the corner. Players not exactly where you'd like them. Mark 11, I guess that's number 9 conceded for the tournament, still in single digits respect. But it is a entirely different ball game. Once again, that high right attacking mid against the Newcastle Jets player in Ugarkovic as well. How much longer will he be a Jet? We're not quite sure. The Wanderers seemingly having him nabbed up for some time soon. here in FIFA 21. He's been quite adequate. Alberto, JMK still looking down that side to start off his attacks. This is Pele, heel to heel, looking for someone to pass it to. He's got no one. Tries to dink it up in the air, Yashin claims. And an intriguing first half, all things still level.
And the quarter after the restart seemed to be incredibly different to what we were used to seeing at the start of the game. I think we may have seen Mark's stream go down there, but the gameplay overall seemed to be just that little bit heavier. The skill moves from Mark not nearly as crisp as what we've seen previously. And I think they'll be making adjustments on the fly here to ensure that they can continue getting into one-on-one situations.
What did you like about JMK King then, particularly from that restart? You mentioned the word direct before.
Well, there's times where JMK King can get tempted into playing overly direct, and that's where he starts to rush his play and starts forcing passes that aren't quite there. But in that situation, JMK King playing nice and direct, just waiting for the man to step off, and that's how he was able to get that pretty straightforward goal-scoring opportunity.
We sincerely don't want to do this to you, but just with the gameplay maybe not quite being where it's at, this is meant to be the top level of competitive FIFA. If everything's not A-OK for these competitors, that's not good enough for us here. So we're going to go to another short break and come back and get things right. Bear with us. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. We believe the competitors and indeed the servers are ready to go again. Mark 11, J&K King, Newcastle and Western United. Just when you think, Treaders, tensions couldn't get any higher, apparently they can. A bit of extra drama for you to confirm this game and indeed all others taking place from that first restart. We tried to bring things back. Things obviously weren't optimized. So we're going back to that first restart. It is 1-0 to Mark 11 over JMK King. Of course, JMK in the goal. The period of the game that never happened. Might be wishing he could have it back. The best thing he can do is move on immediately. He's got the ball. Can he fashion a chance for himself? This is Pele. Easily past Ugarkovic, who makes a good challenge, but ball still with JMK. Mbappe, Ronaldo, one-on-one isolation. To be honest, zigzags his way into a second defender. Mark 11 getting the job done.
It'll be intriguing to see if the second restart allows the gameplay to just be that little bit smoother. We saw so many turnovers of possession after that initial restart, and already it seems like the touches that the foot items and the players are taking seem to be a lot more controlled. So hopefully we're back to the way things were at the start of the day.
Mark 11 looking for goal number 2. Defender does enough. JMK with the half challenge, if you like. A feature of his attacking play, Mr. King, has been that very, very high left attacking mid and right attacking mid. And then, of course, going for the early lofted through ball to try and find that space in behind Mark's fullbacks.
It allows him to pin back those fullbacks just that slightest bit.
We'll take a break. We'll take a break. Half time, that's enough FIFA for you for a little bit. Mark 11 again. If you are just joining us, we appreciate and we do see that we want things to be as smooth as possible. Hopefully now we are back on track. And if you're Mark 11, Newcastle Jets fan, employee, whoever you are, represented to the Hunter region, you are loving this scoreline. Of course, these two legs, PlayStation and Xbox, could go a long way to deciding the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4 Premiership.
And considering the results that Dylan has got against Naylor historically, and the fact that Dylan essentially will back himself to take on anyone, it's incredibly important for Mark to extend this initial lead against JMK King, who is the lower ranked of the two competitors representing Western United.
Obviously, not a lot of goalmouth action. As these things stop and start, it's a little hard to find your fluency. If you need a reminder of the two systems, JMK loves the 4-2-3-1 narrow. Mark 11, the defensive 4-4-2. Some will see it as a defensive counter-attacking formation, but so good is Mark 11 on the ball. Chaining skill moves, skill move cancels, of course. He can create opportunities, even with limited attackers.
And as we see time and time again from Mark 11, he has an idea, he has a plan before he even receives the pass. And that's what the top competitors do. As we see that ball go out for a corner, and that is where JMK King had good fortune, where he scored that previous goal.
4-1 for Melbourne victory over Wellington. Good to see that they hopefully will be getting themselves some points. They are the two sides chasing their first dub. Very different circumstances to what we saw before. We go portrait mode with Mark 11. JMK King's webcam still going fine, which is good to see. We love the reactions from the competitors. This is Mbappe for JMK. Hullet inside CR7, wants the 1-2. Instead it's R9. Really good defending from Mark 11. Even under this half press, if you like, from JMK. Just playing through with ease.
And that's what Mark 11 does so incredibly well. He utilizes ball rolls, individual skill moves to create angles for himself to pass into.
Working it back just a little bit. Hullet forward to Ronaldo. Good defending at the first attempt. What about the second? It's not quite there. Double or nothing for Mark 11. He goes, of course, with the no celebration from that first attempted tackle, I'm sure. But hey, the scoreline reflects, I think it's fair to say, most of this game so far. It's 2-0 to Mark 11.
And when Mark 11 is able to beat your press, get into one-on-one situations, that's where he can be so dangerous, as we see JMK King trying for the spectacular. Yet to see that goal-scoring attempt to come off, and I really hope we don't see it executed unless it's in a dead rubber.
Somewhere deep in Adelaide, Jazz is laughing. We've seen him do it in qualifiers, and of course here in the E-League, we saw Seisanis do it, and maybe, oh so maybe, what could have been if that header, I believe, from Pele was on target. Some things just not meant to be. And as, again, one stalwart of the scene starts to move along the soft retirement, if you like, having called it somewhere near the end of E-League Season 3, Mark 11's career is truly blossoming. He takes this corner short but quickly. Ronaldo tries the drag back, nothing doing. JMK, you get the feeling, Treaders, not going to hang around waiting. Over the top ball, keeper comes out, and Yashin, even without his cap, puts the big head on it to keep JMK King scoreless for now.
Huge moment going up the other end there for JMK King against the weight of possession, against the flow of play. The over-the-top through ball just a little bit too heavy, and we see time and time again as JMK King settles for the foul in the back of play. We see time and time again just a simple through ball can be all it takes to break down your opposition's defense.
Through ball doesn't find the target. Competitors nipping at the heels, and now a few sliding challenges as well. There's a bit of feeling in this one. Ball inside. Vieira with some crucial control for Mark 11, and with under 20 in-game minutes remaining, this one may well open up. Sure, there's a second leg to come, but with a playoffs spot potentially on the line for JMK, obviously Mark 11's looking great. You can only assume the Western United man has all the motivation he already needs. Don't mind that second leg. Don't mind the premiership. He wants a playoff spot. JMK, some lovely close control. The ball inside. What a goal. The Kiwi with class. Ruud Gullit with the finish. And it's 2-1 now. Western United back in this tie.
And that is JMK King at his absolute finest. Patience, patience, patience. Just waiting for the perfect pass, the perfect run to come out. And when that eventual run did come, he had the composure to find Gullit. And Gullit rocketed it in to the back of the net.
Wins the challenge there too. Go-to foot item indeed for JMK. Things starting to turn around, it seems. Alberto on the overlap. Once again, will need to hold it up, looking for the pass. He finds Pele. He's past the defender. Big air swing. Vieira, the big body, in the way. It stays 2-1. I said things might open up. Have a look at that back four. Completely left to their own devices. Keeper will come out. Keeper is sprawling across the digital turf. Mark 11 with 3 of the best, your classic counter-attacking goal.
And that's what happens in these best of ones. If you're able to beat that keeper in a one-on-one situation, get that ball up the other end as quickly as you can find so many goal-scoring opportunities when you take those early leads. That through ball. Oh dear. Nearly what could have been, but not to be. And as we keep saying, hopefully never to be.
Bring it on, I say. Entertainment. R9 for Mark 11. Lovely dribbling, challenges made. Maybe things are destined to stay here at 3-1, setting up a tantalizing second leg. Don't you go anywhere, particularly if you're a Western United fan, if those exist. There is plenty of opportunity. We say that, of course, because Dylan, with big results over Naylor in past big events. Pele for 4. JMK, it's getting a little scrappy. He looks frustrated with himself. Again, Mark not happy maybe about how the goal will come about, but he needs to take those. He has given Naylor a big opportunity at an even bigger result.
Major cushion there, and undoubtedly we'll see the long over-the-top through ball launched here from JMK King. And again, not coming off in that instance, but the 4-1 for Mark 11, massive in the context of the championship race.
4-1, the end result. Again, if you've joined us at different points, and maybe just to clarify, JMK King scoring to make it 1-1. However, that was after, I guess you'd call it a false start. The gameplay that took place during that period does not count. Wipe it from your memory banks. He did get a goal a little later. But again, on reflection, Treaders, it's probably fair to say Mark 11 just so classy and absolutely punishing any mistakes made.
Yeah, absolutely. When you give Mark 11 the ball at any stage of the pitch, you're just asking for trouble. And unfortunately for JMK King, just unable to retain enough possession, unable to exact much effective possession, and that allowed Mark 11 to run away with it.
A thoroughly dominating performance. Again, you give that man an inch, he will take a mile. Mark 11, for someone so young, he is showing experience beyond his years. To break down all the goals in that game and hopefully many more, we'll hold on over now, back to the couch.
Thank you very much, Nate. Thank you very much, Treaders. Now, Jared, we have got a fair bit to unpack here on top of just the game. So we now have the full story about everything that's happened. For those of you that are wondering, because we've been looking at the chat and we've seen just the general reaction to what has happened. It's very unfortunate. First and foremost, we see Mark take a 1-0 lead. And then, of course, we have got JMK through pretty much on goal when the game disconnected. And that's really nobody's fault. That's just, unfortunately, EA servers going down at a very unopportune time. And so we have to restart. Once the game gets going again, of course, JMK does end up scoring and equalizing to go 1-1. But the decision has been made that because the optimized settings were not there when the server restarted, that goal was wiped. And instead of starting off again at the 45th minute, we kicked off at the point where the first disconnect happened. Now, it's a very contentious, very, very controversial decision. And yeah, I don't know how that decision's gone. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole scenario is incredibly unfortunate, but honestly, I think a lot of us are scratching our heads here. At the end of the day, Mark has gone on to win the game 4-1. If we still count that goal, that was
the whole dynamic of the game changes.
That
if
is
that
true.
goal stands for King. I mean, I feel incredibly bad for King after that.
I feel
he got screwed over multiple times in that game. He gets the unopportune disconnect, like we said. He gets the goal wiped out. He concedes some absolute terrible goals. That's a moment that not only decides like this game, but also the title.
Quite possibly
that is
the premiership. We're
huge,
seeing in
and
the
I
chat
feel-
hashtag justice for JMK.
And I agree with it wholeheartedly.
You've got to
He's
feel
been stitched up hard.
You've got to feel an extreme amount of sympathy, obviously. One, the EA servers, and then two, obviously, the decision to go from the point where the first disconnect was. It is, it's an intriguing precedent. It is for sure, and
just opens a whole can of worms.
it really well does. It's something that we just don't want to see.
No.
It's very unfortunate. Obviously, there's sometimes very little that you can do in a scenario like this when everyone's playing remotely and playing on EA servers, and when a disconnect happens, everyone that's been in the FIFA community knows what's happening. It's incredibly unfortunate. We're going to have to press on. We are going to look at all the other games that, of course, happened, and yes, this disconnect did affect everybody. What a goal, too, just quietly, by the way, as we do have a look at all the other games in round 7. Of course, Dylan Gomes getting a 2-1 win. And yeah, so that is another win, at least for Perth in the first leg there. So a chance maybe for them to go on and grab another 3 points, and Perth could quite possibly find a way a little higher up the table. Not a bad goal there, unfortunately, just ruled off for offside, and there was plenty that was happening in the first 30 minutes of this one.
Yeah, definitely a full-on game, but it's good to see Dylan getting another win under his belt. He's had a very strong start to the tournament. 7 rounds in, another win there. Envy, big questions around him, certainly dropping off quite a lot after a very strong match day 1. But that definitely keeps Perth Glory in and around the action. And now it's all up to Peter Saysanis to finish it off in the second leg.
And with the way that he's been playing so far in match day 2, for the old boy that's about to retire, he's definitely smashing it. I mean, I'm telling you what, I know that it was about 30 minutes ago, but I'm still reliving that goal that nearly went in at the very end there for St. It would have been amazing. Now, having a look at this, Melbourne Victory, desperate to try to finally get some points on the board. And well, have a look at this, a 5-1 win for Rick Tran over Airborne. An absolutely incredible game for him right there. Airborne was actually able to equalise and make it 1-1, but from there, Rick Tran just ended up taking over.
Yeah, Rick Tran, good to see him getting a big win under his belt as well. Definitely hasn't been a tournament that the Victory have been super proud of, but this is what you love to see, an OG of the competition absolutely wiping the floor here, and the floodgates opening quite deep in this one. Only 2-1 to this point, but then 74th minute, Rick Tran makes it 3, and he just does not stop. We know how much of a role Rick Tran can get on when he really wants to. He comes through here with Pele, sending Airborne's defense the other way, just sending them off to the absolute shops, making it 4-1, but he was not done there. The little cherry on top at the final stages here as Rick Tran puts Mo and Melbourne in an awesome position. 5-1, that last goal, that is a saucy goal. That's just the exclamation mark, isn't it, though? So Mo,
100%.
Big second leg for him, and hopefully we'll see Victory get off the dark.
With the Xbox players having to play second all the time too, by the way, you know, the pressure's always on them to make sure they see out the result, not just for themselves, but for their team. I wonder now with Mo having such a gigantic lead, how that's going to affect him going into this one. We will see. Hopefully Mo finally grab his first dub, or at least his first result, really, of the league. We've got a 3-3 draw here between Akpo and Greg Freak. Akpo's definitely turned it around massively in match day 2. It's sensational to see here. Greg Freak ends up taking a 1-0 lead. Looks like he's about to turn this into a 2-0 lead, as with R9 Ronaldo, he's able to take the ball straight off the man that tackled him. That is frustrating. It reminds me a little bit of the one that JMK conceded right at the end there. It's a goal that nobody likes to concede. Well, people don't typically like to concede goals in the first place, but there you go. Akpo able to make it 2-2. We're assuming here it was actually 3-1 right there, sorry. So 3-2 right here after the rebound, and with 5 only minutes to go. How about this on the timing? The through ball, plenty of space here. Cut back Mbappe, Johan Cruyff.
That's a terrific goal there from Akpo. That just shows his experience. Great to see him come back, and great to see him and Adelaide making things quite interesting moving forward now.
Can we nickname him the Professor, since he's pretty much out here teaching all the rest of these lads how to play FIFA? And well, he's taught us a lesson right there. Lovely comeback there, 3-3. And only the one goal here in, wow, this is actually a really big game here. Mike J versus Atlantide Marco. And Marco getting a 1-0 victory here again. Marco's been a bit, you know, up and down with his form as of late in this E-League season, but a big win. And seriously, against a guy as tough as Mike J has been and has proven to be in this E-League, that's a massive result there for both Sydney and Marco.
That's massive as well in terms of the context of the title, Jake. We have now Marco with the 1-0 lead, and now it's all up to Marcus again, having to get the job done in the second leg, having to take on a very tough opponent in
Marcus and Jamodo.
Marcus Jamodo, two of the most well-known players in the Australian esports scene, and they're going to have to clash it out here in the second leg. And I would say for Melbourne City, this is do or die, especially with Newcastle having the lead they do, and with only a few rounds to go. Title could be on the line for Melbourne City.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we'll have a look at the ladder at the end of the Xbox legs for sure. But I'm going to be very intrigued to see how that's shaping up right about now. So, Western Sydney Wanderers, another one of those teams that are trying to do whatever
Wanderers
they can.
have got to be the second best opposition right now.
100% right now. Ono Goat, who I think has surprised a lot of people with how well he has done, and he continues to so far be that. I mean, he had a relatively good result in round 6.
Huge result here from Neza, though.
Yeah,
3-0. He's
setting
been
him up.
Impressive.
3-0. Neza doing brilliantly. A 2-0 goal right there, or a lead taken in the 35th minute. Sippy FC also has been quite reasonable. He's had a couple of decent little results throughout this E-League season, the debutant, but all 3 of these goals looking like they're going to come in the first half, unless... Nope, there you go. Sometimes we're watching these games back with everybody else. Sometimes these games like to send us through. They like to, you know,
Fair play to
make us look a little bit silly from time to time.
Fair play to Sippy, though, keeping him to a clean sheet in the second half. But that is a massive, massive lead now. And Goat going to try closing it out against Geordie Brio in the second leg to keep Wanderers breathing down the necks of the Jets, Nate.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, the Jets and the Wanderers, and especially with all the controversy that has happened. I mean, really, at the end of the day, JMK did really, really suffer with that disconnection, with the whole decision to go back to the first disconnect. It's whatever you make of it. No one's really particularly happy with what's happened, but regardless, at the end of the day, Mark did still get a 4-1 win in the end, and he did what he had to, and we're actually going to speak with the man himself, Mark 11. It'd actually be really interesting to get a little bit of insight from him, mate. Obviously, it was a Not great what happened with the whole disconnect and everything, but regardless, you did indeed get the job done. Can you give us maybe a little bit of perspective on your end, what exactly happened? Because all that we seem to know on the floor here was that when the game rejoined, that it was just not ideal connection. No one was really playing on optimized settings, and so we just decided to reset.
Yeah, so what happened was we started off and then we got a random DC in the 32nd minute, and then he invited me again, and it felt like I was playing a different server. I conceded that goal, and then we had all that argument about it, and then I feel bad for JMK. Can't do much about it now. I just feel sorry for him. And the game went on, and that's it.
Yeah, and again, there's nothing you can do about it. You still did what you had to do. You took care of business. A 4-1 win for you. Newcastle, you've set up your teammate Naylor really well. So how do you think he's going to go and see out the second leg?
I'm very confident in him. He's capable of a lot of things. I have a lot of trust in him.
Mark, getting closer and closer now to potentially being crowned premiers. Are you starting to get a little bit excited here? You're starting to get a little bit of confidence from it?
Not just yet, because I got Nigeti after this game, so it's going to be a tough game because first and second, I think, or first and third, so it's going to be huge.
First and second, yeah.
I believe you're right there, mate. That is, we cannot wait for that one, mate, and we wish you the best luck in it. We're sure it's going to be a cracker.
Thank you.
Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much, mate. Gosh, I can't wait for that. Oh my
Mouth-watering.
God, that is mouth-watering. I say the word scintillating and scintillizing and every other way that you could possibly say it throughout this E-League season. But no, my goodness, I cannot wait for that game between Newcastle and West Sydney Wanderers. That's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, we thought we had the title 6-pointer last night between City and Newcastle. Now this just goes to a whole different level. Western Sydney, Newcastle. That's gonna be something else, mate. Something else.
I can't wait for it. Well, we have got the boys, Nate and Treaders, ready to go. We're going to throw it to them any moment now for the next game that we are going to have coming up between Newcastle and Western United. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute cracker. Onto the second leg, onto the Xbox legs for round 7. Nate Treaders, take it away from here.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We look forward to getting back into the FIFA esports action. It's what you're here for. It's what we're here for. And this game is the biggest of the day thus far. Of course, these competitors, while securing their playoff spot some time ago, have a big opportunity to get the premiership for their E-League side.
And not only that, it's a case for revenge for Naylor. He's been done so many times by Dylan in E-Club, in qualifiers, qualifier 3 being the most recent one, being continual runners up to Dylan. Has to be weighing on him just at least a little bit. Change of scenery for Naylor.
Bit of daylight never hurt anybody. In fact, it's looking brighter for Dylan in there as well. If you've not been with us for this FIFA 21 competitive FIFA esports journey, these two have played each other many times before. Naylor, of course, the highest ranked competitor, looks brilliant. In fact, it looks like he's playing it for fun, scoring goals we could only dream of. Then he comes up against Dylan, and that stubborn 4-2-3-1, he cannot seem to find a way through. However, the E-League presents new opportunities, and it is a wonderful one for Naylor, benefiting massively from that big Mark 11 4-1 dub. While Dylan has done things against Naylor before, he would have to do something even amazing for him. It is, of course, the rematch, if you like. Western United and Newcastle Jets, number 2 versus number 1. It is Direwolves Dylan versus Naylor. And see the stats there for you, probably reflective of the way they like to play the game. And of course, Dylan without the opportunity in that first game, University clashing with his competitive career. It is he on the attack, early doors, Ronaldo, Mbappe trying to feed it back inside. Good defending from Naylor, who again is not just a great goal scorer, he is a scorer of great goals. That through ball does not match his ambitions.
And both of these competitors in that 4-2-3-1 will look to utilize the wide areas to draw the press, to drag men out wide, so that they can create space for themselves to express their creativity in the middle. As much as we focus on Dylan's defense, his one-on-one dribbling in attack is incredible. As we see him go through, simple through ball roll around the keeper, and the comeback may already be on.
The simplest of finishes for Direwolves Dylan. It's going to send an early jolt through that Newcastle Jets camp, 4-2 on aggregate. Naturally, we are inclined to focus on the individual efforts for the competitors, with playoffs the big prize here in the NIVEA Men E-League. However, again, number 1 versus number 2. These lads are fine. They've booked their tickets to we don't know where yet. However, the E-League Premiership. Yes, please. You want a battle. I dare say if Newcastle can get the dub here, it might only be the Wanderers they need to worry about after this.
And it may be all but done after only 3 rounds this afternoon. And again, that defense from Naylor, it has stepped up immeasurably from early qualifiers.
Naylor on the attack, pass inside. Mbappe still has it. Loses it in bizarre fashion. Just a heavy touch more than a pass or a shot or anything else. Smoothly into the path of the defender. Dylan regains possession, of course. The winner of the 3rd Oceania qualifier after the heartbreak in number 2. Looking to defend here against number 1. Does so successfully. We have seen, of course, not just plenty of dubs from these 2 young men, but plenty of goals. They are able to win games 5-0, 6-0 and beyond. Some say the end result's all that matters. Well, in the E-League, things are a little bit different. Aggregate score lines, goal difference, of course. It is why when these clubs are thinking about signing their competitors, if there's much thinking going on at all, you want to look for those who aren't just going to entertain, might not just grind out wins, but can play for your club. By that I mean, are they capable of huge, mammoth victories to help out their teammate? You see a goal update there for Melbourne Victory. 2-1 over the Phoenix. Hopefully for Victory fans, your first dub of the NIVEA Men E-League is soon forthcoming.
Well and truly overdue, that victory for Melbourne Victory. Not set in stone just yet, but it's on the way there. We're seeing Naylor defend quite deep until that exact moment where he wants to push up. He makes those reads so incredibly well. It's a key feature of his defensive play style.
Dylan forward. Ronaldo gets a bit of space. It hits the frame of the goal. And then the tap in. Naylor, not what he was looking for. Just trying to get it out of there. Unfortunately for him, it's straight to Eusebio. But hey, Western United, it is game on.
The press after possession loss kicking in there, ensuring that no passing lane was available. Naylor caught just a little bit off guard, trying to pass his way out of trouble as the AI onrushed and intercepted that pass. And all from that, Dylan is able to reduce that deficit on aggregate to just 1.
And in no short time, goodness gracious me, still an hour in game left to play. 1 goal in it, goals flying in from all the games, of course, being played simultaneously. If you're unfamiliar, this is your featured game. All the others available to you. We're trying to bring you the big one, if you like, and it does not get any bigger than this. Naylor past the defender with Mbappe, tries to go again. Dylan fighting away, the defender wins out. Little moments in this game that could have huge repercussions on the E-League Premiership.
The 4-3-3 from Dylan is yet to be sighted. He utilized that to really good effect yesterday, but so far in this game, we haven't seen it brought out from him, and we may be about to.
That's why you see the pause cued, perhaps. It would be very rare to make some personnel substitutions this early on, but maybe just adjusting the custom tactics. I don't know. If you're 2-0 up, do you really need to change that much? Looking for number 3, the pass across. He's still got it, Dylan. Bullets with the strength. And yet again, Naylor struggling to get it clear. That will be his ball coming off the attacker, but goodness me, the gasp from Dylan tells you everything you need to know.
You can have a look at his expression, realizing the amount of depth that man is on. 10 depth, I think, were the exact words that came out of his mouth. Obviously, contributing to his ability to win those balls back, but he would be counting himself incredibly fortunate to not concede, considering the high depth that he's been playing with.
A bit of pantomime with the E-League. You don't need to be a lip reader to know what was being said there. Adjustments made, Naylor able to play out from the back. One of the rare opportunities from the goal kick, and he's got it straight away. Going forward, Naylor. Ronaldo, runner in the middle, he finds him, Cruyff, 1-2, lovely passing. Keeper won't get there. After the pause, it's Naylor looking strongest. 2-1 in this game.
The interplay between the two central attackers for Naylor, so crucial. And it's the first real opportunity that Naylor has had to go up the other end. The moment Dylan made those adjustments to his defense, it may have been that he just afforded Naylor too much space, and through that space he was able to capitalize.
What will the referee say? Pass backwards. And that is time at the break. Dylan with a what am I doing? This is the pressure of the NIVEA Men E-League. Naylor likewise. Oh, you love it. Number 2 versus number 1. And we're getting a game to reflect it. Naylor knowing he can be a little more defensive than what he has been in these qualifiers. And yet, it seems that goals are the best tonic for what he needs.
I think there's no other competitor that, well, just in general, you don't want to face Naylor, but facing him when you're having to chase goals, that is a nightmare because of the fact that you give him half an inch up the other end and he will destroy you on the counter-attack.
Not to mention the one-on-one defending. These competitors with a bit of a pro clubs background, well aware of when to make a manual challenge, when to jockey, and so on and so forth. 1 half remaining. Unlike the qualifiers, these are best of ones. 1 shot. A third for Brisbane over Perth. But really, a third for victory. Maybe they can start to celebrate now. It is another Victorian team that a lot have their eyes on. Western United, all behind DW Dylan. Ronaldo back. Fernandes to Vieira. To the near side, Mbappe. Vieira again. Look at Naylor. Look at the marshalling with the defensive mids. He's past them. Now it's just the back line. CR7, heel to heel. Dylan, 1 more pass. 1 more finish. And that deficit back to 1. He strikes with R9.
Dylan at his finest. Patience, patience, patience. Waiting for the gaps to open up, waiting for the runners to make their move. And then the beautiful vision to see R9 just waiting in the middle. Possession play at its very finest.
Treaders, I see plenty of things to let me know I'm a has-been in this scene, but goodness me, inside I was screaming shoot. Dylan with the vision to see that extra pass. He makes it look so easy when it is anything but. And again, back to 1 goal. Naylor having defended for so much of this opening hour. Might need to change that defensive strategy instead of jockeying, marshalling. Be a little more aggressive immediately. You see there, the centre mid rushing out, pressing everyone within a 4-kilometre radius. Dylan wanting his 4th to send us all level on aggregate. No one in the middle. Eusebio has to keep it wide for now. Maybe back to the CDM indeed. Bruno gets the space required. Ronaldo. How long has he spent on the ball here, Dylan? Long enough, says Naylor. Wonderful standing tackle.
The amount of focus exerted in that space of play alone is absurd. Dylan fully locked in on his defense. And then Naylor Naylor locked in on his defense, and Dylan just waiting, so patient. And that seems to be having an impact on Naylor when he tries to go up the other end. Dylan not having to focus nearly as much when he goes on the defensive part, whereas Naylor, he's a very skill-oriented type of attacker. And so when he gets up the other end, he forces it a little bit. As we see Dylan elasticoing through the man and securing the equalizer on aggregate. Dylan is on a rampage.
And yet still potentially with changes to be made. He's stuck with that 4-2-3-1 narrow. Now is the time to get all those players off that have been doing the pressing, the running, and so on. If you're unfamiliar with the squad requirements, I guess the main feature being that Connor Payne needs to stay out there. If not, Rizzo will be on as a replacement. One A-League player needed at all times, and a picture of concentration as he looks to make his subs.
Sticking in the 4-2-3-1 for the time being, opting for that defensive solidity and liking the runs that are being made. Very possession-based, but he still has those individual skills. A little bit scrappy, forcing the elastico around the defender. But if you can enable yourself to get into one-on-one situations, as Dylan has been doing time and time again, it gives you a really good option for scoring goals.
(4-1) in this tie. 5-5 on aggregate. We said it pre-game. If anyone could do it, it would be Naylor, given the situation. But it's not his situation, it's Dylan's. Number 2 against number 1. Number 2 scored 4. Naylor, back heel, first time pass, surely not the go, surely not what he's looking for. Big stuff there for Jamodo. 2-0 against Melbourne City. Goodness me, the storylines around this league continue, but the biggest one is on your screen now. Absolutely cut down by Vieira. We said maybe Naylor would be a bit more aggressive with his defending. Maybe overly aggressive on that occasion. Played short from the free kick, Dylan. He has been so good, so patient in breaking down this disciplined defending from Naylor. Can he get number 5? Dylan, Eusebio dancing, really good tackle from Naylor to keep things all level. Bullet initially called for a run, eventually comes back, and the forward man, indeed Mbappe, fills in that space. Naylor, a rare opportunity to hold possession. One he may well treasure. I guess the question for Dylan, how aggressive does he need to be in his defending? Naylor just running into the man, impatience showing in the final 10 minutes. Dylan, perfect ball inside. Centre back has been brought out. That means there's space. The right back there to cover. Maybe the CDM. I don't even know. It's happening at such a pace. There to cover. We'll head into the final 5 minutes. And it is 5-5 on aggregate. Dylan, what a comeback this has been. Will it all be for naught? Naylor, a rare opportunity in his attacking third. Mbappe, ball inside, R9. Dylan with the clutch challenge. Indeed, the shot turned into a tackle. That will be deemed illegal by the ref. Maybe, just maybe, there's one big moment to separate these two titans. Vieira back, and this is Dylan playing for the stoppage time opportunity. Naylor, you're not going to get the last chance. Can you defend the very last attack? Eusebio away from Bruno brilliantly, but time is running out. Pele, the footwork, and he's taken that little bit too long. Of course, Shredders, you don't know how long that referee's going to give you. Maybe a 5-5 aggregate result fair, considering the quality on display.
Just a crazy overall performance. from both Dylan and Mark across those two legs. 4-1 apiece, resulting in us getting a 5-5. I think that justifies the quality that we saw from Dylan in his attack and in his defense. And Naylor unable to capitalize right at the very end to secure the victory and forcing Dylan to feel that he had to hold onto that ball just for that little bit too long. And he was unable to get that final goal scoring opportunity.
Indeed, Naylor, if you're going to lose 4-1, maybe that's not the worst time to do it, because that goal means Newcastle Jets are still undefeated. Can anyone catch them? So hopefully, to code that one for us, we'll head on back to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nathan, Patrick, and wow. We see Newcastle drop points for the very first time. And Jared, I think we've unlocked the new E-League icon, by the way. I mean, already we know that DW Dylan is a bloody icon in this league, but I think we've just unlocked Angry DW
the
Dylan.
Hulk version of Dylan.
Oh, the Hulk version. He's already got the green going on his shirt. I tell you what a performance. He unfortunately obviously went down 1-0 in the first round of the day to Geordie, but he came out swinging. He was a man possessed.
Yeah, we haven't seen this type of Dylan. We've seen him get fired up before, but this was a new sort of fire in the eyes there from Dylan, and that is a massive result for him. The title race blown wide open after this one, Jake. Very interested to see how the Wanderers game ended up here, but a chaotic first half, and I would say an even more chaotic second half, as we could see that the ball finding the back of the net, and Dylan very animated.
You want to know something crazy too, by the way? If I'm correct, I think that if Onoa Goat has actually won that game, he now goes top on Xbox because of Naylor now dropping points here. I think that might be correct. I don't know exactly, but either way, Naylor was so harsh on himself. I mean, I tell you what, angry.
He's better when Naylor's better when he's in the pitch black.
Yeah,
Too much sunlight.
That's what you know. That's what you got. Naylor in the pitch black is a different beast, the exact same as Dylan when he's angry. It's absolutely incredible. But what a game, and the contest between those two teams in particular. This entire round has been chaotic. We see the chat. We know how you feel.
Oh, yeah.
But regardless, you can't deny it. It is unbelievable drama and action and controversy and everything. And lads, I'm so pumped up. I'm so pumped up. We still got 4 more rounds left to go as well.
4 more rounds, and now the question, since Newcastle dropped the points, is who is going to win this E-League season? As we take a look around the grounds here, it is the Xbox Round 7 clashes, Brisbane and Perth tying up at 3 goals apiece, which I believe means that Perth get the win, because Dylan Gomes got that 2-1 win in the first leg.
I believe you would be right.
That is another win there for Perth Glory. Very interested where they are sitting in the ladder. But let's take a look here. Dylan with the pressure there and forcing a very scrappy goal there to get himself back into this one. But sub 4-1, is he going to find the back of that? He is, so he would have had a 3-1 lead. So a bit of adversity here for Seisanis, I should say.
The usering of the goalkeeper there by Seisanis really almost gifting him a free one there.
I think I called Seisanis Dylan before. Fair, we've got to give the credit to Seisanis here. I'm not used to Seisanis scoring goals where he puts pressure on the goalkeeper. I'm used to him doing bloody rainbow flicks and scoring from halfway.
And nearly scoring, basically headers with Pele from outside the 18-yard box in the final moments. Just so unfortunate for him not to. I keep reliving it. I'm sorry, I can't move past it. I just kept thinking, like, God damn, would have been one of the greatest moments ever in E-League. But just,
what a comeback there from Seisanis. He's having a great day on the sticks today, and Perth Glory, another win under their belt.
Yeah, he's doing himself and his team Perth very, very proud, of course. How fitting too, by the way, that he would return back to where it all started for him in the E-League for his final run in this competition. It's beautiful. Well, still plenty more games, of course, as well. Like you mentioned, we've got Western Sydney Wanderers that we'll be taking a look at in a little second. Melbourne victory, though. Big result for them and a huge win for Mo. It's been coming.
Wow.
But Mo and I reckon Rick Tran have probably just gone and gotten themselves a double-digit result here, I think, quite possibly. I mean, a 6-1 win there. I can't quite remember exactly what the final scoreline was with Rick Tran, but it was a big one there as well. So
we said Mo would have been disappointed following his match day 1 performance as well. He's come out absolutely firing here in round 7, a 6-1 win. This is the Mo that we know and love. Absolutely putting the rookie Bainesy to the sword there. Not the type of performance he would have been after, but Mo showing he still has it here. Some great play, great turn there from Ronaldo, drilling that one past the keeper there. And absolutely, it's a little bit of I've just seen R-Bait put in the chat. We haven't seen it for a while, but hashtag Zwed to bed. That is the season 1 or 2 reference. and you love to see it. It's making me think it's 2017 once again, but a great performance there from Moswed, and hopefully for his sake, he can kick on and continue getting performances like that under his belt.
Yeah, who knows? We might actually see Melbourne Victory potentially fly up at the table now because, again, we didn't just see, a close win, a grafted win that, that both players are kind of maybe not having their best E-League seasons and they just sort of do what they need to. No, that's domination.
Yeah.
Domination
Pure
by
domination.
Mo. Domination by Rick. That's a huge confidence booster. Hashtags went to bed. Who knows? We might see the both of them now really kick on in this league.
Either I don't want to be too harsh, but it's either 0 or 100 with Victory this tournament.
It
They're either
feels
getting
like
absolutely
that,
thumped or doing
feels
the
like that
thumping.
with a lot of players. I mean, imagine like Greek Freak, for example.
Envy as well.
Yeah, Envy too. It's quite surprising. But either way, looking like here, this is a dub, I believe, for Adelaide United on aggregate because the previous game finished 3-3 between ACPO and Greek Freak, as we were talking about before. So Jazz delivering a big 6-5 win on aggregate for Adelaide, and MacArthur, unfortunately, going to walk away with nothing from this contest. MacArthur did take a 1-0 lead, of course. Ben Carter was able to grab it, an equaliser there by Jazz, and maybe potentially we're about to see a go-ahead goal right before halftime. Brilliant cutback. He had to thread that between two MacArthur defenders, and then the volley right down the middle of the goal, but the keeper, ball was just coming at him so quickly. Of course, Ben Carter would look to go and make it 2-2. Nice little cut in there with R9 Ronaldo with basically about an hour played in that one, and then Jazz, as we know, would go up the other end and smash that one in at the near post with R9 Ronaldo, with CR7 I think that was. So it's too many Ronaldos.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah, we can get them.
Just two of them.
We get them too many. No, sometimes we get them switched up. But yeah, there you go. Jazz ends up getting a big win for Adelaide.
Ben Carter again, though. He's had some unfortunate losses against his record today. He's been getting considerably frustrated. Heard he was playing with a migraine all weekend, so got a feel for him on that one. But this is the big one, Jake. Sydney FC may have just, I don't want to go off too early, but may have just ruined Melbourne City's title chances here. Jamie, with the 2-0 result against Marcus Gomes. That is a massive, massive result there. Very interested to see what the table is shaping up like now. Sydney FC might even be close to Melbourne City now on points, but it's looking like a bit of a two-horse race.
Yeah, shout out to Jamie, shout out to Jamoto after maybe a little bit of a disappointing first game or first match day. He has absolutely turned it on for match day 2. He was 2-0 down, I think, in his first game today. Came back 4-2. And again, sometimes all it takes is just one good result, one bit of confidence to really kick you on. And he secured a seriously good win, a mammoth win, really, a 2-0 victory over Marcus Gomes like that. That's a big one.
Yeah, big confidence booster as well for Jamie. Hasn't had an ideal weekend, but that's definitely one
And
he'll be thinking about. But there it is, Western Sydney, oh no, a goat, 2-1 up against Geordie Brio. And that is huge in terms of the title race in the context for that. Very interested to see what the table is shaping up like. But Western Sydney within striking distance, and that makes this round 8 matchup that much more important.
Oh my
with
goodness.
Western Sydney facing Newcastle. Realistically, again, like I said, wanted to take a look at the points, but that could be Western Sydney's opportunity to overtake Newcastle.
I am fairly certain, yes. If they do indeed beat Newcastle, that would be, what a bridge kick that is. And then at the near
Big
post,
Joe.
oh my goodness,
Big
from
Joe's
Big Joe.
defending his pillow, going all day.
The pillow is undefeated. I swear to God, look at this. The turn, R9 outside of the post on that occasion, but he would eventually make it 2-1, coming back from a 1-0 deficit from the corner direct. That's one of the first goals that I've seen actually scored directly from the corner in a long time. But yeah, massive 2-1 win there. And let's also give a little bit of credit to Geordie.
Concede, man.
Yeah, it is a
That's
tough one.
real tough.
But shout out to Geordie, who's had to play DW Dillon first today, got the win, 1-0, and then only just, sadly for him, goes down 2-1 to that goal from the corner. I'll tell you what, keep your eye on Geordie, because Geordie looks like he's having himself a relatively good day as well.
He's had a respectable tournament. Fair play to Geordie Brio. Very excited to see what he can do on the remainder of this season and moving forward. But again, Western Sydney, big win there for GOAT.
Massive win, and geez, I can't wait for round 8, but let's recap all the results so far in round 7. That 5-4 win for Perth Glory there. That huge 11-2 win for Melbourne Victory. Two teams toward the bottom of the table, and Victory have, with all due respect to Wellington, thumped the Phoenix completely. 6-5 win there for Adelaide United over MacArthur. A 3-0 win there over Melbourne City by Sydney FC. That is massive in terms of the context of the title. Then, of course, Western Sydney Wanderers getting themselves a 5-1 win over the Mariners, and then that 5-5 draw with Newcastle. Finally dropping points. It took 7 rounds. And you know what's crazy too? The Jets, we were talking about, is 100% perfect season on. Well, maybe not anymore. Invincibles. Still on though.
Mate,
Absolutely still on though.
Wanderers as well. Look at that. 2 points behind them.
Yep,
That is
still.
ridiculous. 2 points behind them with them facing off. That is a title challenging 6-pointer. If Newcastle can win, you would say that is one hand on the Premier's trophy, the Premier's plate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Melbourne City, Western United, Perth starting to drift a little bit here. Adelaide sneaking under the radar, but Western Sydney and Newcastle looking like the 2 front runners so far, Jake. This is massive and big point to make. Melbourne victory off the bottom of the table.
Yeah, that win got it done for him. And again, Melbourne City, they're crosstown rivals. That's why that win, or they had to get that win against Sydney FC. That's why it was so important. Had they got at least a point, they'd be within 5 of Newcastle. And who knows, something could have happened there. But now, 6 points off the pace. You'd have to say with only 4 rounds left to go, it's not looking very likely for them at this stage. It really well, I mean, barring some sort of real shock, I would have to say it really is only looking like it's between Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers. Maybe Melbourne City could still find a way back into it. Who knows? We have seen some craziness already in match day 2, so who knows what could happen.
Yeah, massive game coming up though. Match day 8, or round out, I should say. I can't wait to get onto that one, Jake.
Yeah, neither can I. Well, let's have a quick little interview with the man that put on probably one of the more impressive performances against a guy, Naylor, who has been so good this season, and he's really just taken him apart 4-1. Unbelievable, Dylan. The chat's loving you, mate. They were getting behind you massively in that game, and Angry Dylan, I think, is becoming an icon, mate. But break down that entire game for us.
Well, first of all, we started with that PlayStation game. I don't know how it didn't restart or whatnot. I'm genuinely baffled, and I don't think we would have lost the first game 4-1 if the decision went that way. So kind of robbed in that first game, not going to lie. And it's sad that decision might decide the title pretty much. But yeah, I went into my game and I thought I just have to get justice for this, because I don't know, that decision, it blew my mind, honestly.
We saw a whole new side to you today, Dylan. We've seen you quite intense in this game. Did you take that first leg personally and feel like you had to put the team on your back and get some justice?
Oh yeah, for sure. I took that one personally. As I said, I still don't understand how we came to that decision that our goal was chalked off in that first game, because both players were playing in the same conditions. But yeah, I mean, Naylor and I, we've had our close games in the past. Obviously, the grand final and the third broadcast. So there is a bit of a rivalry there. We've always have very close games. So yeah, it was good to get over the line in that one. But yeah, still, I don't understand how we haven't come away with the win overall there.
Yeah, well, either way, mate, you had an incredibly impressive performance in your 90-minute game, mate. You should be really proud, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the round.
Thanks.
Cheers, Dylan, mate. Obviously, we can sometimes understand the frustration, but regardless, we will go to a quick little break. We have got round 8 coming up after this. Still 4 more rounds left to go of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. We cannot wait to get this thing wrapped up and to crown ourselves a console champion and premier. Don't go anywhere. Coming back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to match day 2 of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. Of course, we are returning now for round 8, and our featured game now, Jared, is the big, you said it yourself, feels like a grand final.
Yeah, there's no grand finals this year, but you would have to say this is the closest thing we can get. The two teams, first versus second, Western Sydney climbing up the table and trying to take down the Jets. 2 points between them. This is massive, Jake. This is a mouth-watering fixture.
And now that we've seen that the Newcastle Jets can indeed bleed, we have seen them finally, after 6-7 rounds, drop points for the first time ever. They're still undefeated. As a matter of fact, we got 2 undefeated teams here going up against one another. We've never had, in the history of the E-League, in the regular season at least, a team go undefeated. So could we possibly see some invincibles? Who knows? But either way, having a look at the results so far for all the featured games that we've been looking at, we of course had 2 crackers in round 6 that we were commentating, weren't we, Jared? Dylan Gomes versus Mike J. 2-1 win there for Mike. Saysanis and Marcus Gomes, a 2-2 draw there. That was one of the more entertaining games I think we've honestly seen in the E-League this season.
Yeah, it's been a crazy match day 2 overall, Jake, and I'm hopeful that that trend continues on, especially for these next games here.
Yep, we got the 4-1 win, obviously, for Mark. 11, a 4-1 win for DW Dillon, which resulted in the first draw for Newcastle this season. And now, taking a look at the games we've got coming up. Mark 11 versus Aineza. That's going to be a big one. Naylor versus Oh Noah Goat, the 2 men currently on top of the Xbox standings. We're actually going to have a quick little look at the PlayStation 4 and Xbox standings in uno momento. But after that, round 9, 10, and 11. Let's actually take a look at it right now. This will be for PlayStation 4. Mark 11 currently on 6 wins and 1 draw. The only man currently on PlayStation 4 yet to take an L. Mike J currently on 15 points. Aineza on 14th. So it's going to be 1 versus 3 over on PlayStation 4. And, well, I got to be honest with you. We're so used to Marco topping the top of this, and yet he's 6 points back with 4 games to go. Do you think there's maybe still possibly a chance? I mean, Mark 11 could take an L here to Aineza. It is possible.
It's going to take a monumental effort, isn't it, Jake? It's going to be a big story if that is to happen, but Mark 11 on fire so far. Not only are the Jets undefeated, he's undefeated personally as well, so 2 big invincible titles on the back of his name.
Yeah, just looking at those names, look at like all the people up toward the top. It's ridiculous how many great players are on PlayStation 4. We will take a look at the Xbox ladder a little bit later. For now, we're just going to jump straight into this one because I'm hearing that it's pretty well getting set and ready to go. Mark 11, Aineza, the first leg between these two. Of course, we're going to be focusing on just this fixture between Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers. You said it yourself, Jared. It isn't a grand final, but it feels like one. This could very well decide the premiership. I know we maybe prematurely said it with the matchup between Melbourne City and Newcastle in match day 1 yesterday, but this really well and truly is going to decide who could possibly win the premiership. I mean, a draw is not really going to help out Western Sydney Wanderers. They need a win.
Yeah, they definitely need a win, Jake. With the draw coming up the way it is over the next 4 games, they need to give themselves the best possible opportunity on the run home and get themselves 3 points on the board. And if they do get the win here, top of the table, it'll be in their hands, Western Sydney.
So let's see. Here we go. Underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is a cracking game here. Mark 11 versus Aineza. Cannot wait to see who is going to take home the dub here. If anybody, it's underway.
Here we go, though. We do have the Jets starting off with possession in this one. Mark might be a little bit rocked after that result he had. A lot of controversy, and we're going to have to wait and see whether he can back it up again here. Aineza, a lot to prove in this one as well. I'm sure the chat is going to be very excited for this game here.
Looking at those stats, you can see Neza, his tackles in comparison to Mark 11's. We know Neza as the suffocating type of player, the pressure that he puts his opponents under, how good he is at winning the ball back in great positions, and even the shots as well. The fact that Ainez has taken 50, yet only scored 15, or around about 50, 49, I was rounding up, I hope you don't mind me. Whereas obviously Mark's maybe a little bit more ruthless up top, so if Mark's going to pull the trigger, you know he's going to be in probably the best position he can possibly be in.
He is holding possession quite nicely in this one, however, as he has Cristiano Ronaldo running down the right-hand side of the field here, looking for some support, but that's well defended there from that Alphonso Davies card with Aineza. Aineza, every time we've seen him today, he has been considerably impressive all throughout today and yesterday, match days 1 and 2. I think back to that game, I believe it was the Sydney Derby against Marco. Great to watch him in that one as well as he comes on the attack. Ruud Hullet holding it up, a little bit of space here in the midfield. Bruno Fernandes going to get dizzy from the amount of spins he's been doing, but Bruce Kamau, this A-League player, would love to see him getting on the scorer sheet for the Wanderers. Bruno going back to Kamau, Kamau to Ronaldo, Ronaldo to Fernandez. It is Cristiano Ronaldo, heavy touch, trying to get past Vieira, holding it up. And that is well defended. Ugarkovic, potentially a Western Sydney man in the coming months, taking possession off of Ronaldo. That's huge.
We'll have to wait and see, of course. Bruce Kamau, you mentioned it before. It'd be great to see him hit the back of the net. We actually already have seen Neza score with Kamau today. He actually got the winner in the 89th minute under circumstances which were maybe less than ideal. A very, very nice little bounce back to him, but still got the job done. Love to see an A-League player not just hit the back of the net, but score a winner. Here's some good press from Mark 11. Really putting Neza under the pump there. Almost resulted in a big, big turnover, really just outside the 18-yard box. Now going down that right-hand side to Pele. Cutting inside Carlos Alberto, the fullback who's pushed up a fair way. R9 got a bit of space there for Ronaldo. Now he's going back behind that defensive line. Looked like he was kind of clear if he could have found a way to feed a good ball in behind the defence there. Not quite for Neza, but still the spins. With R9, step overs. He's not quite going to get past Carlos Alberto. Can he win the ball back? He nearly does. Mark 11 just switching it out to that left-hand side, going to where the space is. Smart. And he's been able to get away from danger, and now he starts an attack of himself.
Very tense scenes in this one so far. Neither competitor having the breakthrough moment, really feeling out each other's play style here, as it is Pele going there to Ronaldo. Who's going to draw first blood in this fixture? Pele, a bit of space here as he continues down the middle. Pele trying to find the breakthrough as the Victory have the lead over Western United. Big on there from Rick Tran. Heavy touch over Cristiano Ronaldo, which has gifted Mark possession here.
Could this be the start of a resurgence for Melbourne Victory? Obviously, not exactly going to be title contenders anytime soon, but now they've gotten their first big win, and what a big win it was. Maybe they'll switch into gear now finally. We know the class players Rick Tran and Mo are. Now with Mark 11 back on the ball, he's in his own half. Neza's got everybody back, and he's going to have to now try to find a way to work it past every single player, all 11 of them, over on the Western Sydney Wanderers side. So Mark's going to take his time with it. Davies playing in central midfield here. We've seen that a little bit. Good interception there from Bruno Fernandes. And Hullet now on it for Neza, Pele, Ronaldo.
I see you're a man of culture, Jake, with that.
I am a man of culture, of course. Shout out to, what's his face?
Commentator?
I'll be honest, I play FIFA with commentary off.
Yeah, same.
I've forgotten his name, poor guy. But I know the memes, don't you worry, mate. Pele.
Here we go, though. It is Mark trying to find that breakthrough. Very tense. Opening half an hour here, but he gets in behind there. It is Pele one-on-one. That is a huge shame. The follow-up, however, cleared off the line. That is the type of luck you need. Great goalkeeping, great positioning. That was the greatest opportunity of the game so far. But still, this game remains 0-0.
Brilliant save from the goalkeeper there of Neza. And then on the follow-up, the bounce, it would go straight back to a Mark 11 player. And he got that shot off, but brilliant work by Neza to get a man on the line. Still, no, the danger is not over. R9, brilliant. Nice piece of skill, and then the pass off with the back of the hill. R9 Ronaldo, bit of space here. He's going to have a finesse. Tries testing that near post. Doesn't quite manage to get past Lee Yashin again. Or that is reckless or very nearly intercepted.
Melbourne City struggling big time lately today. They're 1-1 between them and Brisbane. That is a big result that we're going to have to keep our eye on. But 5 minutes to go here, Jake, before half-time. Great ball in behind there. Ronaldo holding it up. Going back here to Bruno Fernandes. Is Western Sydney and Nazar going to get the lead? Ronaldo looking for some support. Holding it. Trying to skill cancel his way through the back line. Big tackle from Vieira, but it still remains Western Sydney ball. It is Bruno Fernandes. Ruud Hullet looking for a run in behind here. Final moments of this tense first half between the top of the table Jets and the second place Western Sydney Wanderers. The first leg of the PS4 fixtures as Ronaldo holding it up, takes the shot, blocked easily there. And maybe, just maybe, there's going to be one last opportunity here for Mark in this first half. That's it, Jake. First half, a 0-0 scoreline between Western Sydney and Newcastle.
There we go. The biggest chance of the day, of course, going to Mark 11 there. That repeat effort, the save there from the goalkeeper, and then the follow-up effort that was cleared off of the goal line after Neza just got someone on the line there. So very tight, very tense, of course, all both rocking that 4-2-2-2 formation of theirs. Seeing some minor changes, of course, by every single side. But so far, I would have to say it's definitely been, I would have to say, I mean, it's been very even, but I guess, you know, you would probably have to say that it was definitely a I don't know. I think you'd probably have to lean more toward, what am I saying? You'd definitely have to lean a little more toward Mark 11 on that occasion, just because I felt like he was almost doing what Neza does to
I would
teams
say
typically.
Neza has had the better possession, but the only one opportunity has come from Mark. But on the grand scheme of things, that first 45 minutes, Neza had the better possession in the better areas, and he might have a great opportunity here to start the second half if it weren't for Ronaldo with a poor touch there, an uncharacteristically poor touch. But I agree with what you're saying, Jake. We know that Neza plays a very, very pressure style-based game of FIFA, and that was something almost Mark has put into his own game here as he continues on the attack to start off this second half. A game where there's going to be limited opportunities. It's all about capitalizing on said opportunities. Here we go, Mark going through here. It is Davies playing in the midfield there, going to Ruud Gullit. Mbappe turning and running, trying to get past Carlos Alberto. Step overs galore as he goes back to Ugarkovic to Ronaldo. R99 Ronaldo going through Pele, but there's some solid defense there from Neza, who now finds himself on the counter attack.
Now we do see Neza trying to create something for himself. He hasn't exactly had a golden goal scoring opportunity at this stage. It might be opening up for him here massively. Neza down that right hand side. That's a very clutch tackle. It's just going to stay in there. Mark 11 winning the ball back. I don't know if this game requires a bit of commentary curse or not, but
it's a war of attrition, Jake.
It is definitely. He's getting up forward here now, Mark 11. He tries to play that one back. That one's intercepted.
All the lads in the chat have been talking about playing chess today. I mean, if you wanted to play some chess, this is the closest thing you can get to chess in FIFA. It's not quite stick cricket, though, is it? It's Ronaldo, though, going through here, looking for an opportunity with Neza, holding it up. Looking for the man in the center as he goes to Pele. Pele, a bit of space here if he wants to pull the trigger. Going through the defense. Trying to draw first blood in this clash, and that is exactly what he does. It is Pele off the post and in. And it is Western Sydney and Neza getting the lead in this top of the table clash.
1-0 Sydney FC. Oh, wow, Sydney FC. Western Sydney Wanderers in off of the post. Absolutely incredible. Finally, the goal has come. Wouldn't exactly put that down to a commentator's curse, but 1-0, here we go. Mark 11, I thought, has still been right in this game. There is still a chance here, massively, for him to go and grab one. Sydney FC, I mentioned before, by accident. They do actually go and grab it, make it 1-0. So there you go. I had that foresight, you know. There you have
Melbourne City have brought it back.
Well,
wow.
Again, they obviously did not get the result that they needed there against Sydney FC in the last round, but they're still trying to keep in it. And if Western Sydney Wanderers do indeed get the result here today against Newcastle, then hell, who knows? Something could still very well happen there. If Newcastle win this, though, you'd have to say it's maybe not ropes for the rest of the competition, but it would be getting very well close to that. Neza now going down that right-hand side. Can he try to make it two with CR7 on the ball? We'll pull it there. Again to Bruno Fernandes. R9 Ronaldo, Pele. Just taking his time with it now, and he can. He's got the lead now. Obviously would love to set up his teammate Ono Agoda a little bit better. Oh, but that's a lovely ball in there. Pull it. Back to R9. He's just trying to squeeze it through about two Newcastle defenders there. And now Mark 11 back on it.
Here we go. Mark looking for that equaliser to set himself up to keep his perfect record in the competition, but also make life just that little bit easier for Naylor. Never going to be an easier opportunity when you're facing Ono Go, but here he comes through here with Pele. Pele the heel to heel, and that is a shot fired straight at Neza's goalkeeper, Neza's Yashin here. Lev Yashin making the save, but now Mark with the corner, going to Alphonso Davies, looking for some support in and around the 18-yard box, going to Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe back to Ruud Gullit. Game of patience here. Strong tackled, however, from Neza. Just needs to keep hold of possession.
Mark's had several really good opportunities. That one was probably the best of the bunch. You'd think he'd just smash that in at the near post, but another big save there by Neza's goalkeeper, I swear. I wonder if he's going to maybe queue up a pause, quite possibly move away from this 4-4-2 formation.
Overlapping run down the left-hand side, though, which he chooses to unlock, as it is Davies, the man that he sent down the left-hand side, losing possession. I was going to say winning a corner, however, but that is well done from Mark to keep that one in play. Well, good pressure, though. That's the pressure we know and love from Neza as he continues in search of that second goal, trying to get it in behind to Ronaldo, but unfortunately for his sake, unable to do so.
And now we've got another goal update. Perth doing
glory.
very, very well against
Dylan
MacArthur.
Gomes,
MacArthur.
take a bow.
Dylan Gomes doing sensationally. I think we maybe haven't exactly paid enough attention to him. He got his featured game, deservedly so, of course, there. But still, what a result there for Perth Brewing at the moment. And I'll tell you what, this game, the one that's so important to the premiership, still waiting to see if Mark 11 can do something here. On the ball now with Davies in the middle of the park. He's got it to Ronaldo. R9, heel to heel, doing whatever he can to create space. Met by Hullett. Back to his route, Hullett now. Back to Davies. I think starting to open up now. Possibly a ball intercepted right there. Lovely work, but even better from Mark 11 as he created a chance here. R9, brilliant scoop turn, and that's the moment. In the 85th minute, he finally scores. Mark 11 tying it up. It's 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. Newcastle are not going away.
And that all comes from some uncharacteristic mistakes from Aineza. We spoke to him yesterday, Jake, and we said, what do you need to do in your game to win the E-League title? And he said, I need to stop making poor mistakes in my backline. Well, he's cursed himself there, as he has done just that. A poor mistake has gifted a golden opportunity here to Mark, who takes it with both hands. Hasn't had that many clear-cut opportunities in this game, but in the clutch time, he has stepped up and turned this one into a 1-all contest, making not only the final moments of this one insane, but the next 90 minutes in the Xbox legs insane as well, Jake.
It is absolutely incredible. I mean, yes, you could see it as a mistake. Yes, I'm sure Aineza will probably see it that way, but of course, Mark 11 with sensational press and pressure against the guy that was so used to doing just that, and he's only gone and got himself the winner. Right back on the 90th minute, he concedes, he levels it up, unfortunately, Mark 11, and then Aineza goes and grabs the winning goal, surely, with stoppage time right around the corner. 2-1. He wasn't down for long, Jared.
Cristiano Ronaldo, how about that finish? Neza had that Cristiano Ronaldo
Only 1
post on
minute.
his wall yesterday. He's taken it down, but the power and the spirit of Ronaldo lives on. He gets him the 2-1 lead. Is there late drama? More late
Last
drama
chance.
to come here, however,
Last
Jake,
chance.
as it is Ronaldo being absolutely manhandled there from Vieira, put into touch. The referee blows the full-time whistle, and that is advantage Western Sydney in this title 6-pointer. 2-1. Oh my God, this second leg between Ono Goat and Naylor is going to be ridiculous, Jake.
Oh my goodness, how big is that final goal going to be when it comes to the premiership as well? Obviously massive for Aineza to get a win. I don't know if Mark 11 has actually gone down and taken an L yet individually at any point this season. If he hasn't, well, there it is.
That's his invincible
He's copped-
personal season over, Jake.
Personal invincible season is done and dusted. Are we seeing Newcastle, maybe not crumbling here, maybe a little bit unfair to say that, but is it starting to unravel just a smidge here? Because we still have that second leg. Of course, Naylor could put in a brilliant performance against Big Joe, Oh Noah Goat, and maybe they end up getting the 3 points anyway. But I just wonder how big that last goal is going to
It'd be unfair of us to try jinxing and putting the mocker on the Jets or even on the Wanderers, but the trend is appearing. We are seeing some very impressive things from the Western Sydney Wanderers. Aineza, Ono Goat, it's now up to Big Joe to finish this one off and put Western Sydney into the lead on the title.
And from Newcastle's perspective, if you want to be a champion, if you want to be a premier, you've got to have the grit and the determination to be able to pull it out and earn it. So we'll see whether or not they can pull it off in the second leg. For now, let's break down everything we've seen on PlayStation 4 in this round. Nate Treaders, over to you.
Thank you very much, gents. Late drama there, and potentially even more to come as the NIVEA Men E-League is decided. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders to break down that game and many more. Treaders, Aineza just produces when he needs to.
He produces such spectacular goals. The patience, the focus required in both defense and in attack. That block from Vieira, just absurd.
Keeping Mark 11 to just the 1 goal. Something pretty much every competitor has struggled to do throughout, and you can tell for Aineza, playoffs is one thing. He's got that pride for Western Sydney.
Got the pride for Western Sydney, and he's got the pride and just that extra competitive drive, it seems. Whenever he competes in a tournament, he's not just there to learn, to gain experience, as some competitors talk about. He's there to take home the trophy. That is the thing that is most important to him.
The first goal, it did eventually come. It was Aineza. And then we thought, potentially, Mark 11 with the equalizer may well be it. That was a huge save. Spectacular looking. But Mark 11 and Aineza may be feeling he'd given it away. He was to have the final say.
And he got that final say just through sheer force of will almost, and through the ability of himself to stay focused for long periods of time and clutch up when it was required.
He really is one of the best in the region. He will compete in every single game. Speaking of every single game, plenty more happening at the same time to bring to you. The save directly up in the air. Akpo with an early chance, but at landside Marco prevailing.
One of the lowest scoring games that we've seen so far. The only other 1-0 that I can think of is that game between Airborne and A Neza. Obviously the cagiest of affairs. And once Marco got that initial goal, it seems like his strikers forgot how to put the ball in the back of the net.
The old low driven, but unfortunately without this success at the end of it. We can see in the chat just there, apparently, by the way, Big Joe saying, I'm shaking. His game is coming up for you in just a moment's time. We are wrapping up the highlights, the results of the ones that we've seen and indeed not seen between Melbourne City and Brisbane Roar. Of course, Melbourne City hoping to keep their premiership aspirations alive, and Mike J doing his club a massive favour.
Both doing his club a massive favour, and that individual rankings, he's battling it out with Mark 11 for the top spot. And Envy, after taking that initial goal, you just see time and time again that Mike J has ways to break you down, to really get into your own head, because you're expecting him to play slow, play at different tempos, but his ability to change things up, to again change that tempo, play direct, play slow, and his ability to use that narrow formation, either the 4-3-1-2 or the 4-2-2-2 to brilliant effect. It allows him to strike on the counter-attack time and time again. A pair of goal line blocks there, preventing further damage and further work for Sub for one.
And then what we assume is the near post finish, top corner to make it 5-1. Mike J has left his run in this FIFA 21 season late, but it may well be great. Could he be representing Australia and New Zealand at the playoffs? Individual standings are one thing, the premiership is the other. Saw a tweet from Marcus Gomes saying he believes for himself and for Melbourne City, things might be looking a little bleak. Well, that will give you a big boost of optimism. One Gomes brother, maybe not heaps ecstatic. The other one, loving life. A battle between two incredible competitors. And it is Perth's Dylan Gomes with the 3-1 win over MacArthur's Greek Freak.
Just incredibly strange that we haven't seen the Greek Freak that we've come to be used to at the competitive level really turn up at all. It's been just very intriguing, to be honest. We haven't seen nearly enough of his games to begin to properly understand why, but obviously a number of other factors at play. Maybe the fact that he's already got a playoff spot sealed, could even just be the E-League stage, playing for pride, not exactly a thing that's in his vernacular, and maybe just those multiple things playing at the back of his mind.
So many different experiences for these competitors. Some have playoffs locked in already. Some maybe that premiership drive really helps them out. Maybe for others, it's just not a factor. If I've got my playoff spot, I'll get a bit of exposure and whatnot, and we're all good. There are multiple opportunities for these competitors. Take as many of them as you can. Speaking of which, Sippy, representing the Central Coast Mariners for the first time, a 1-0 win over Airborne. It feels like with that man from Wellington, we don't get too many goals in each game.
Ultra pragmatic at the best of times. Hopefully that was a free kick or an offside, but Airborne ultra pragmatic at the best of times, sticking to the 4-2-3-1 that he's used throughout the years in FIFA 21, and that is Sippy at his absolute finest. That's his analytical work coming to the fore, his ability to see the game, to essentially manufacture passing patterns out of thin air. It's what he's good at and what he will continue to develop for himself.
Not so sure I'm heaps enamored with the choice of kits though, goodness me. Rick 4, JMK King 1. Western United rattle, JMK King evidently so. would you like a repeat of that scoreline, this time at the hands of Rick from Melbourne Victory? It does feel like the lads from Victory are getting on a roll.
And Victory getting it done for a little bit of pride. Results not going their way. But again, even though it's quite far off, Rick could be pushing for that individual crown, but he would need a number of results to go his way. We're just watching Rick tear apart at... Okay. Yep. Never mind.
He tore apart
He
the
tore it
defense
apart.
well originally, and then, hey, how about that for a consolation, though? If you don't mind, again, this being an aggregate scoreline that counts competitors against each other, but also teammates. One on PlayStation, one on Xbox. Maybe Dylan can go one better, Treaders, and get Western United a crucial 3 points.
It would be massive for Western United. He's going to need to work extra hard against Mose Red, who's going to be more determined than ever to get these points, considering the amount of pride on the line for him.
It all started, of course, with a Neza over Mark. We believe we have Nagidi with us now. Young man, yes. Mate, I feel like we had this exact same chat yesterday. You're commanding, things are looking good, then you feel like maybe you switch off. The difference today, you got that goal at the end.
Yeah, I'm playing much better today than I was yesterday. Proud of that. But I feel like I made a sloppy mistake to give away a goal in that game against Mark 11. I probably should have held onto the ball a bit more, but GG's in the end. He's a very, very good player.
So what was your overall mentality coming into the game to get today against Mark? Are you thinking blow it out as much as possible, make it so that GOAT doesn't have too much to do, or what is your overall adjustments that you're making to Mark?
Well, me and Mark we've played like a lot of friendlies against each other, so we like know each other like script by script. So like, I just knew like he's so good in attack. If I can just hold him out and concede, like maybe not concede, but like obviously he's bound to score the way he attacks. I just know it. But I tried my best, and eventually it paid off with a few lucky saves.
And overall, what do you think GOAT has been doing so spectacularly for you? Do you think his overall mentality has been a massive plus? What is it that has been getting him these results?
GOAT is on a roll. Shout out to him. He's like, I think he's undefeated. I'm not sure if he's lost yet. But I believe in him. I know he can get the job done. He's very, very good. And all the best to him for the next game.
You must be ecstatic to have him as your teammate, Neza, alongside Big Joe. We wish the Wanderers the best as, I guess, match day 2 comes to an end. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Neza, always understated, always brilliant. The 2-1 win, handing Mark 11 a loss. Treaders, he is exactly the type of teammate you want at your side when you're chasing a premiership win.
Just so cool, calm, and collected. He gets the job done. He knows what it takes to get results. And from the moment Neza entered the competitive scene, that's something that we saw from him. We were like, we don't want it. From E-League day one, remembering, Rick is going to absolutely hate me for this, but those 4 legs that he had to play against Neza, that was some of the most brutal FIFA I've ever had to see a competitor endure.
If you're wondering how difficult it is to play one of these games on broadcast, imagine 4 back to back to back to back. It was something to behold. What it did reveal was that Neza is something special indeed. He has given his side, the Wanderers, the 2-1 lead over the Newcastle Jets. It's now up to Noah Goats and Naylor to bring it home. Jared and Jake, let's get pumped.
Pumped as you can get, Nate. Absolutely no dramas there. I can't believe this, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the precipice of seeing Western Sydney Wanderers take the lead overall on the table and potentially crown themselves as at least possible favourites to go on and win the premiership. So, mate, we're going to be taking a look at Noah Goat versus Naylor here. This is an unbelievable contest. Before we talk about the premiership ramifications of this game, I've got a little nugget for you, something that I just picked up, okay? Neza in that little interview said he thinks that Noah Goat is undefeated. Well, he is undefeated, and he's not just undefeated, he's the only player remaining in this competition on either Xbox or PlayStation 4 that is undefeated at this stage. Obviously, Naylor took the L, unfortunately, to Dylan in the last round. So this is it. Noah Goat, not just playing for his own personal individual invincible season, but to also get his team up on top of the table. Well, I can't believe it. We'd have to be talking about Ono Agoda as this league's MVP.
This is massive. We know he's the #1 ranked player on Xbox heading into the E-League this season, but he's just gone to another level. Western Sydney, we knew they'd do some damage, but we did not know they would be this strong. They are now in the driver's seat to not only take down Newcastle, but if they can take down the Jets and hand them their first L of the E-League, they will be leading the league with only 3 rounds to go, Jake.
This will just be absolutely gigantic. This game, this one 90-minute game out of all the 90-minute games that we have had to play and still have yet to play in this E-League, this is the one that is going to shape the top of the table massively. Not just for the teams and for the Premiership, but individually for console champion honors as well.
Great
This
to
is
see the boys are investing in light bulbs, Jake.
Incredible, yeah. I'll tell you what, it's starting to get a little bit darker too, so I think Naylor's best is about to come out, that is for certain. But either way, let's get into this one. Ono Agoda, of course, going to be rocking. They're both going to be rocking with, I believe that, or at least I think it's going to be Ono Agoda rocking with the 4-4-2 formation, and it's going to be Naylor that is going to be rocking with the 4-2-2-2 formation. I get them mixed up sometimes. They look very similar.
It's okay, Jake.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 lead for Western Sydney as we kick this one off, and it is underway. 2-1 on aggregate, but of course, so much to play for. Can Naylor deliver a big win for himself and for his team Newcastle? One of these teams surely going to be taking home the premiership.
It is GOAT with the early possession here. Bit of a flare pass moments ago that made him lose possession, but he retains possession as it is Ronaldo. Ronaldo, you'd think, why isn't Pele running onto that one, being a little bit selfish, trying to bang that one in the back of the net? Not to be, however, as it is Naylor trying to play out of his own half here. Coming on the counter-attack.
Down that left-hand side with R9 Ronaldo. Can he find an option in the box? Don't see an awful lot of crosses in from that situation, but he cuts back, doubles back. Pele, the step-overs. Will he find a way to shoot? Varane has to stretch to get down low to stop that from getting to his goalkeeper, Nick Pope. But still 0-0 early days in this one, and at the moment, really only been Naylor that's had much of a chance to attack at this stage, and now maybe Ono Agoda can put something together himself. Ugarkovic with the big interception.
Here we go, though. GOAT looking to get himself the extended lead here for Western Sydney and get himself higher up the Xbox standings. Cristiano Ronaldo down the line. In there, Pele sliding in, unable to capitalize on what was a great opportunity there for GOAT and Western Sydney.
Living a bit dangerously with the way he passed it out of there, Naylor, but still he gets away with it. And 10 minutes into this one, it's been in both boxes now, and still yet to see who's going to really take command of this game. No one at this stage really has, but Naylor just taking at least his time with this attack. Now starting to push the tempo a little bit. R9, so much space on the edge of the box. Ono Agoda bringing someone out, trying to win the ball back, couldn't quite manage it. The scoop up, I don't know if that was the direction he was intending to put that, but still, it doesn't matter. Naylor is going to retain possession. R9, can he create something here with this bridge kick? Yes, he can! Naylor takes the lead after 15 minutes, and it's 2-2 on aggregate. Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers, as it stands, splitting the points. Newcastle still on top of the league with that goal.
Only early here, but that is a massive advantage there for Naylor. Huge play from him, and he takes the lead a lot earlier, a lot less tense than the first leg, where we didn't see the first goal until late into the game, until the second half, I should say. A goal early here, and I expect that means this game will become a lot more free-flowing. Both competitors looking to regain the lead for their club.
We have definitely seen a lot of games that have been 0-0 right up until about the hour mark or so, and they've all been very cagey. And once that goal finally does come, we do see it break open massively, don't we? So we will see.
People lose their heads as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitch Duke is going to work it in to the middle here. Vieira, Fernandez. Got some options in the middle there. That one's going to get picked off. The 1-2 doesn't quite work out. Mbappe, ball roll. Beautiful little piece of skill from R9 Ronaldo to keep that possession. Times a through ball nicely, yes. Linesman keeps it down. CR7, is he in here? Can he cut something back here? Can he shoot himself? Tried to go it alone. He just gets a shot blocked there again. Aineza getting in the way of multiple attempts there from close range.
Melbourne City taking the lead in that second leg against Brisbane. Marcus Gomes getting it done there as we see Ronaldo down the left-hand side here, trying to outmuscle Virgil van Dijk, but that is a battle you are going to lose every single time. something you don't really want to be trying. As we saw Australian 85 in the chat asking for a goal update between Perth and MacArthur. It is 1-0 in that one now.
Now we got Pele on the ball here for Naylor, looking for number 2. It'd be a big goal, maybe not less for him. Of course, to take a bit of breathing space in this game would be massive. He might be about to get it here. Mbappe being met by Reece James. On back and forth still. And this is a very nice little ball in here for R9 Ronaldo. He tries to make his way past the defender. Not quite on that occasion. He's getting close, I would say, Naylor. Getting very close indeed to snagging a second.
Mitch Duke, the Western Sydney Wanderers former captain, playing it down the line there to Ronaldo. Once again, Ronaldo up against Virgil van Dijk. And once again, it is Naylor's Virgil van Dijk coming out on top. That is frustrating play there from Oh Noah Goat as we near the end of this first half. Tied up on aggregate, but Naylor looking to end the perfect season of Oh Noah Goat. Nearly getting in behind there to give himself an opportunity for a second goal, but it is not to be. As now Oh Noah Goat trying to get the possession to do something for him. Choosing the smarter option as he goes back and goes out wide. Is that the foot birthday fell and Mendy there? That is.
I believe it might be. We're actually seeing, there's a few interesting players like Reece James we haven't seen too much of in other teams, that's for sure. Somehow able to keeping that in play. Oh no, a goat, but just getting picked off there by Davies. That's actually a lovely switch over to the other side there. Keeping possession, finding a man in space. Wellington 1-0 up against Central Coast Mariners in that Xbox leg. No foul, no free kick there. Fair enough, referee.
Come back on there for Dylan in the Western United Melbourne victory game. 4-2 in aggregate on that one. As we now see Naylor using some great skills there to get past the defense. This would be massive here if he can get a 2-0 lead just before halftime. Strong defense, though, from that Mendy card, which we are hearing from Club Clifford is the gold standard Mendy, which is a huge call there to have a regular card in your side. But here we go. Fernandez, Pele coming through here. Across the face, and Fernandez unable to get his foot on that one. That is a massive opportunity gone begging there. The goal completely open, and now Big Joe might pay for this one. As Naylor coming down the left-hand side here just before halftime. The counter-attack of doom as he goes to Mbappe. Great defense, though, to stop that one. Here we go, though. It's really opening up now, isn't it, Jake?
Yes.
It is Western Sydney. Goat, not much time left in this first half. He's going to have to be quick. And that is the first half done and dusted between Naylor and Goat. 2 all on aggregate, with Naylor looking to ruin Goat's perfect season individually.
I cannot believe Oh Noah Goat wasn't able to steer that one in there. He still hasn't actually taken a shot for the half yet. 3 attempts for Naylor. He's obviously broken
Fernandez
the deadlock.
Opportunity.
That opportunity right there. I mean, it seemed like the ball was, maybe it was just a little too far forward, but it felt like surely he could throw himself at it and that maybe he might have been able to have gotten a foot on that. But I can't believe he wasn't able to make that cutback complete and make it 1-1 right there. That would have been huge. Not only Western Sydney Wanderers to get the lead back on aggregate, but also for Oh Noah Goat to keep his undefeated season alive. He's still got 45 minutes to go and grab one, but gosh, so close. We are now kicking off and back underway with this one. 1-0 lead for Naylor. You'd have to say it's pretty well earned and pretty well deserved at this stage, but absolutely crazy first half so far. Let's see what the second brings. And again, the last 45 minutes that Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers are going to face against each other. These 2 contenders for the premiership. Let's see what they can deliver.
If it stays the way it is, Newcastle remains 2 points ahead of Western Sydney as Melbourne Victory and Mo Zwed bring a goal back here. That is huge in terms of the title race. Western United, you dare argue, if they lose this, will be out of title contention, especially if Newcastle do hold on here and get at least a point out of this one. But across the face there, thought we were pushing for a potential corner. Not to be, however. 40 minutes remaining in this one. A lot of time to go. But either competitor looking to have that breakthrough moment, as it is Naylor using that Alphonso Davies card. Going there to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo to Alphonso Davies. Ronaldo, is he going to draw blood first in the second half? Is he going to get one hand on the title for the Newcastle Jets? It is Cristiano Ronaldo squaring it. And there is no nonsense in that clearance there from James.
Reece James with the crucial interception. If he's not there, it is 2-0 and 3-2 on aggregate. Again, at the moment, the way things stand, the points are split. That is enough for Newcastle, although I'm sure they definitely like the all 3 points. 1 point will keep them on top. Mbappe still able to fight and keep that ball. Davies, that was a lovely ball back, and it's R9 Ronaldo, the hill to create the space, and that is the goal from Naylor that gives his team the lead on aggregate. Newcastle possibly about to take 3 points from the Western Sydney Wanderers here, and this could not just be the end of possibly Western Sydney Wanderers' chance at a title, but it may well be the end of Oh Noah Goat's invincible season. Or are we about to see a response? We're switching over from that 4-4-2 or possible 4-2-2-2 formation, maybe going to something like a 4-2-3-1 if he decides to switch it up and go slightly more attacking or more defensive, shall we say there, Naylor. He's got the 2-goal lead advantage now. He can definitely take his time with it and try to get a few more numbers back, but wow.
What a composed goal that is there from Naylor. He's really been targeting the left-hand side of the defense there from Oh Noah Goat. Really been having success targeting that left-hand side as well. But now, this is the big opportunity. If Goat considers himself top of the Xbox division, he needs to step up and get it done. He needs to get this one at least level. As Adelaide go 2-0 up here, Jamie down 2-0, which is massive there against Jazz. Let's see what comes out of this one, though. Still half an hour remaining here between Western Sydney and Newcastle. As it is, Naylor here. It would be massive if he can get a third personal goal on the board now. Don't see him shipping 2 goals after that. Good defense from James. Unlucky, though, to not retain possession as Johan Cruyff going there to Ronaldo. Ronaldo being nice and composed here is Naylor. Not pushing for anything unnecessarily as he goes through the turn of pace, the finish, and there it is. It is all Naylor in this one. Naylor on an absolute roll. This is why he is the #1 ranked player in Oceania, and this is why Newcastle are in such a strong position. This guy is generational.
He's putting his team on his back. He's getting the big win for himself, getting the big win for his team. 4-2 on aggregate now, and he's not done from the looks of things. Carlos Alberto, or is that Bruno Fernandes getting back and making the tackle? Now some changes needing to be made, of course, for Oh Noah Goat. It's becoming very, very difficult for him now. He's switching over to that pressure on heavy touch defensive style as well, making as many changes as he needs to, tinkering with the instructions for his players. Whether he'll actually make some substitutions as well is still yet to be seen, but 3-0, it is becoming a very, very difficult task for him to at least draw back and make this thing 3-3. He could at least, make it 3-2. He'll have to sacrifice his invincible season, but he'll still be able to rescue a point for his team on aggregate. So I think that's just what he's got to think about here. Maybe
he's got to put the team on his back.
Yeah, he's got to think about the bigger picture.
4-0 in that one between Peter Sasanis. What is going on, brother? Not good there from Peter. One of his final games, but big 25 minutes ahead of us here is their life in Western Sydney and in this E-League competition. Ronaldo coming through here, a bit of space opening up for him. He has an opportunity down the left-hand side. Mitch Duke was running in on goal. Unable to get the ball off to him, however. And now Naylor, he's going to be calm about it. He's looking to get another goal here. If he gets another goal, you would say that would be game, set, and match. But he's going to make sure it's the right opportunity. Johan Cruyff had the opportunity on the right-hand side. There goes to Ronaldo. That is brilliant. The near post finish. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing greatness. Naylor, in a must-win game, has won, and he is 4-0 up here. This is unbelievable.
Pressure makes diamonds, doesn't it, Jared? And he is putting on a sparkling performance right here. Incredible Naylor. 4-0 now. It was such a close contest as well in the first half, and now look at what's happened. 4-0 out of almost absolutely nowhere, but you can't say it's not deserved. It is an absolutely thorough performance. And now for Oh Noah Goat, well, he's more or less just got to play for a bit of pride here, see if he can pull something out of the hat here. A comeback from this stage would be absolutely unbelievable. 3 goals maybe is possible, but you can see he's going for it. He's got absolutely no one back. Going in for the tackle there with Hullet. He's got options. He might make it 5. Cruyff, will he get the chance here to make it 5? Ooh, that's good defense. Very good defense there from Oh Noah Goat there with Varane sticking the tackle. But you'd have to say, with the way the results currently looking, with the time ticking down, only 15 minutes to go, this game is definitely going to end in a Newcastle victory. Komodo's able to get one back against his old side, but still 2-1 down in that one. But this is huge. And Jared, one thing I mentioned before we went into this game, of course, Oh Noah Goat being the only player prior to this game with an undefeated record. Well, he's about to take his first loss of the season. That's every competitor in the E-League now that has tasted defeat individually. That one's just going to get dealt with. But I'm pretty confident with a win like this over Oh Noah Goat, Naylor has just gone back on top. of the Xbox individual rankings too, by the way.
And this also looks like it's going to be Western Sydney's invincible season. Done and dusted. Newcastle still in the driver's seat there, and they will go 5 points clear ahead of Western Sydney with a win here. Naylor looking to rub salt in the wound there, running down the left-hand side before he lost possession. But now, is there any time for Ono Goat to do something in terms of goal differential? We are about to see, we're about to find out if he has any fight left in him.
We shall see indeed. Mbappe is going to take the throw in here. Naylor, I think, would love just to snag one more, even though this thing is fully done and dusted with the time remaining. Wouldn't he love to just put in any more? You know, this guy is averaging like 4 or 5 goals a game anyway, so why not just go and stack another one? His Johan Cruyff is absolutely running amok, and he's going to get a chance to make it 5 here. That touch is really going to ruin him, though, unfortunately. Reece James is going to make the tackle there. I would have thought for sure we'd have seen it 6-2. And to think it was 2-1 going into this game for Western Sydney Wanderers. Oh no, a goat has been so spectacular this season, but got to give credit to the absolute brilliance of Naylor here, putting his team on his back and possibly delivering a premiership to Newcastle.
Final moments of this one, Jake. It was billed as the potential grand final, and it has been all Newcastle in the second leg, but it's an opportunity here.
Mitch Duke.
Can he get himself on the scorer sheet? He goes back to Ronaldo. There's a goal for Ono Goat, gets himself on the scorer sheet. That will make it 5-3 on aggregate, but unfortunately, Jake, I think it's going to be a little bit too late.
It's nice to see an A-League player get a little bit of involvement. You know, the silver card with a golden moment, a nice little assist there. Would have loved for him to have hit the back of the net himself, but it's unfortunately for Ono Goat not going to change the outcome. A 5-3 win in the end for Newcastle. It sends them top of the table, keeping them on top. I think that is now a 5-point buffer for the Jets, and Naylor's also going to go back on top of the individual Xbox competitors. So, wow, Naylor, that is probably one of the most clutch performances we have seen from a single competitor in any game so far this E-League season, and it's got to be surely the one that's delivered them the title. They've only got 3 rounds to see out a 5-point draw.
Yeah, like you said, Jake, the clutch gene in full effect in this one. 4-1 on aggregate. That is unbelievable. We said it during commentary, but that is why Naylor is the #1 ranked player in the Oceania region. Fair play to him. What a performance.
#1 for a reason. Well, let's break down that game and all the other games that happened in round 8 over on the Xbox side of things. Nate and Treaders, take it away.
Thank you very much, gents. Naylor just seems unstoppable this campaign, as he has been for much of the competitive season. And hey, Treaders, Western Sydney Wanderers, that's a little bit of a heartbreaker.
Absolutely. After Aineza put in such a solid performance to get that 2-1 result, but unfortunately against Naylor, trying to put a stop to his attack for any competitor, let alone someone who hasn't even played him so far this year in GOAT, it's nigh on an impossible task. He's putting 11, 10 past every weekend league opponent he comes up against and nearly doing as much damage in this competitive scene.
If you missed out, the highlights for you here. It was built a bit like a battle of the Titans, of course. Joseph undefeated until this point. Maybe do we downgrade him to medium Joe, small Joe, big Joe? He seems to be done for now, but again, up against Naylor. Can you really blame him, Treaders?
Absolutely not. Naylor is just an overwhelming class of competitor. Again, as Jake and Jared were talking about, he's the #1 competitor in our region for a reason. He's yet to win that silverware. He's pushing really hard to get that console trophy, but is yet to be able to wear that crown.
We saw the same from his teammate, of course. That is some passion from Big Joe, by the way. But Mark 11 in the chat earlier saying the same thing. Boys, leave me alone. I'm yet to win something yet. Neither's Naylor. Can you just go away? Stop for the rest of your games. Give us this NIVEA Men E-League for Season 4. And we'll see you again in FIFA 22. Could you really blame him, Treaders? It means a lot to these competitors.
Absolutely. The console trophies are sitting directly in front of us. We've got the Xbox directly in front of me. And that's what Naylor is so determined to, so close as well to retain. Just 3 rounds left and he's still playing unbelievable FIFA and defending as well as we've ever seen him. His attack is Naylor's attack.
They have thousands of EGM badges. Cheers, Dylan. No iRacing license, though, so does it really count? Jazz 3, Jamodo won. They have met each other plenty of times before in the E-League and indeed competitively. This time, Adelaide winning out, of course. Footwiz Jamodo from Adelaide made the move to Sydney FC. Maybe that has a bit of extra meaning in it for Jaws.
Classic version of an Adelaide derby. What we see in the E-League, we see competitors from all around the regions competing for different clubs, and Jamodo just unable to get into his mojo so far this tournament. I think we'll see him come back stronger for FIFA 22. I hope we see him come back stronger for FIFA 22. Again, 3 rounds still to play though. Still time for him to maybe make up some pride, make up for some results, give Sydney a knock on the door and say, hey, I'm still here, I'm still doing my thing.
He's obviously shown his greatness throughout FIFA's past, his first season on a different console. What about Bainesy? Only got selected for the E-League because of Honey Badger's retirement. Well, they've unearthed another gem from across the ditch. 4-1 over Jordi Brio.
And another huge result, another huge shift put in by Bainesy. Wellington Phoenix, yes, they had a number of options, but the local man getting the job done in this one.
2-1 into the second half. All the time and space you'd like. You can understand Jordi looking to, I guess, guard the pass across for the sweaty finish. The chip not to be there. And these early lofted through balls, they're obviously a feature for most of these competitors. Bainesy did it in the NZFE Trophy. He's doing it again here in the NIVEA Men E-League.
He sits back, absorbs pressure, plays the 4-2-3-1, and time again, he's able to find those outlet passes. He's continually looking for those, and on occasion, he's able to find those whip crosses to the back stick.
Even Jordi, I believe, a little bit annoyed at first and now settling for, no, you know what? I've seen those back, pretty good goals. The Western United rattle continues. Mo 2, Dylan 2, and Western United, dare I say these words, are letting it slip.
In the kindest of words, a little bit of an implosion taking place over at Western United. Unfortunately, unable to regain the composure post the events of the previous rounds, and it's starting to show through the mistakes being made. And Mo Zwed, a competitor who wasn't himself day one, but has started to get into his form.
I'm sure he would have loved the W over Dylan, but a draw against the number 2 ranked competitor. A big result for the man who's largely played with a Road to Glory team, indeed making the final qualifier using that team. And we were discussing this before, Treaders. Maybe a slight adjustment for him using foot items he could normally only dream of.
That's so much faster, the way that Mo, the new items that Mo has access to, the Hullets, the Moments Hullet, you've got Cruyff, you've got a Eusebio, you've got such incredibly quick players in all parts of the park. It's just those little tweaks that you need to make, the little adjustments, and the recovery speed of your defenders is just that much faster.
Something else indeed. Melbourne City, Brisbane Roar, the veteran against the newbie, and Suff for one putting in a very fine showing, that Marcus prevailing 3-2.
And a little bit surprised to not see this one be a little bit of a higher result, considering the 5-1 result Mike got against Envy. But obviously Marcus controlling, as we know he can do when he's at his absolute prime, and just ensuring that he does enough to get the result.
Indeed, taking a 3-0 lead, so Suff for one, credit to him with a comeback, fight back of sorts. There you go, great press with Maldini, 1 pass, 2 pass, see you later keeper. And again, only minutes later, winning it back off Vieira. You know what? Winning it back off everybody. It's just a little bit of a training drill there. 1-2, mate. You hum through. Lovely, lovely. Thankfully for Melbourne City and for Marcus, they still get the dub. I think I might have seen Mo say, by the way, can I have my Freeze Volland back? We've seen him dominate in qualifiers with that foot item. What about Ben Carter? He has made some big noise for MacArthur. And Cesarnus, well, the fairy tale will be a fairy tale regardless of how his day ends. But a 5-2L, not exactly ideal.
Yeah, not ideal in the slightest. But Ben Carter really staking his claim that he belongs in the E-League. We already know that he belongs in the E-League, and because of his performances as a sub for Melbourne Victory, but time and time again, it just seems like he's the forgotten competitor. I think it's time we stop forgetting about him and clubs take notice of the performances he puts in and the fact he's able to make qualifiers. He's an established competitor. He should be one of the first names taken.
Tell you what, if they ever met him IRL, they wouldn't be saying, I'm not sure if you're ready for a spot, mate. You know, he is a big, impressive lad, and he is playing the FIFA to match. Cesarnus, as he always does, the conductor, with a few goals of his own. But goodness gracious me, Ben Carter, remember the name, please, or else. We all started, of course, earlier today with Naylor. The man seems unstoppable. Newcastle Jets look unstoppable. Naylor, we've got you on the line. Thank you for joining us. The chat seems to think that nighttime Nay is a bit OP. Any difference for you when the lights go out?
Normally I can't play during the day, and after the first game, I wanted to throw my console out the window. So it might be a nighttime thing. I don't know. I was so bad at the first two games.
Speaking of being bad in the first two games, did you feel that there were any slight nerves coming into this game in particular, knowing that there's such stakes on the line?
Yeah, well, this is probably the biggest game of the season because I think now I'm tied with GOAT for Xbox, and I think we've got a 4-point lead for the Premiers. So yeah, this is a pretty big game.
And finally, overall defensively, we've seen you improve so much from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 3. Is there anything in particular that you've been working on? What's taken your defense from, taking your defense to the next level?
I think I've always been good defensively. I just struggle to concentrate for 90 minutes. I just get bored during the game, to be honest. But yeah, concentration.
Naylor, please, for all of us, for Newcastle Jets, entertain yourself. Get into the game. There's only 3 rounds left. The final question from Naylor, is the premiership going to be yours?
Hopefully.
I'll take that half confidence. Then Newcastle Jets fans, if you're listening, hopefully it's coming. You're understated. You are lovely, Naylor. Let's just be straight up honest. We wish you the very best in the final 3 rounds.
Thank you.
What a king. Ryan Naylor, ladies and gentlemen, if he doesn't win over your heart, you don't have one. Quite simply, those are the games that were. There's plenty more to come. Goodness me, it is so hard to stay on top of the results and what they mean. Shredders, the premiership, and yes, playoff spots still on the line.
Huge rounds coming up. The decider rounds coming up. I cannot wait to see what the competitors get up to.
The games that were and the games ahead. Adelaide 3, Sydney FC 2. The defending premiers brought to their knees. Newcastle Jets are the premiers incumbent over Western Sydney Wanderers 5-3. Some separation there. Wellington 4, Mariners 2. A dub for the Phoenix. Good. In round 8, we got there, lads. Melbourne Victory 6, Western United 3. Not sure if that's meant to be a Melbourne derby, a Victorian derby. We probably just do away with the word and say, Rick and Mo, well done. Melbourne City 8, Brisbane 3, and finally MacArthur with the tightest of wins over Perth Glory. And again, Ben Carter not just doing it for himself, getting MacArthur a crucial 3 points. You want to know how crucial? Here is your ladder. Naylor said it was a 4-point gap. Naylor, better news for you. It's 5. Still undefeated with 3 rounds remaining. The Wanderers and City, realistically, the only teams that can now challenge for the premiership. Adelaide, MacArthur, Western United, Perth Glory, somewhat mid-table. Sydney, Victory, Brisbane Roar, the Mariners and the Knicks, thankfully, with 1 or 2 wins each. However, it has not been the season that they will look on back particularly fondly.
And Melbourne City are only in reach in theory on points. The goal difference gap between Melbourne City and Newcastle is just huge, and it's a credit to the way Newcastle have gone about their overall games, getting such huge scorelines and distancing themselves from their competition.
You didn't want to hear about Newcastle? You're going to have to deal. I have a feeling you're going to be hearing about them even more for these final 3 rounds, unless there's a big twist in store. Not long to go, so you better not go anywhere. We'll be back with round 9 and plenty more NIVEA Men E-League action. Welcome back to the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4. We have had plenty of great goals today, a few twists and turns in between. My name is Nate Patrick and I'm joined by Treaders. Treaders, we've got some tantalizing fixtures coming up. This one is going to be a belter.
Any game between NIVEA and Greek Freak is just immense. It's always a pleasure to watch, even though for the most part, NIVEA has got the advantage over Greek Freak time and time again. It's going to be a joy to watch regardless, just because of the way these two competitors go about their overall gameplay.
It has been incredible to see them duel throughout the season. And of course, here in the E-League, they're playing for the Premiership and also for individual glory. If we take a look at the standings, I'm sure you'll see exactly what I'm getting at. All these competitors looking for a playoff spot. These two gentlemen have had a different type of season. Successful, is it good enough? If you're Mark 11, Mike J, I think you're looking at this game and saying, Greek Freak, I would not mind you stepping up.
Wow, this game just gets bigger and bigger already. From the matchup point of view, it's entertaining, but the stakes, what is on the line with if Aineza gets this win, he goes above Mark if Mark doesn't get the win, or even if he gets the draw. So massive stakes riding on this one.
We've talked about competitors and scoring goals. They don't leave it, I guess. They never switch off because that goal difference could well be a factor. All that top four, you have to stay still in contention. Goodness me, even at landside Marco, maybe he would have considered that this campaign had been slightly disappointing, is only one win off the top spot. Absolute scenes here in the NIVEA Men E-League. That's the individual standings. There are so many little twists and tales to come. You've seen plenty of exciting featured games here in round 9. Aineza versus Greek Freak, followed by DW Dylan and Marcus Gomes, a rematch of their Oceania Qualifier 2 grand final that went viral all around the world. Round 10, well look, we need to find out for ourselves who's going to win this premiership, who's looking good for playoff spots, and match accordingly, maybe with an eye to those things. It's Aineza and Mike J, Joseph and Marcus Gomes, 2 veterans to see us off here in Season 4.
Just huge games coming up. It's my favorite part of any tournament when we're drawing to the back end. We've got all those deciding factors. The competitors step up to the next level, and we see a majority of competitors put their best foot forward at this point of the competition.
MacArthur FC, the new kids on the block, a lot of people unhappy that they were seemingly eating into Wanderers territory. No doubt the feeling there on the A-League side, on the E-League side. 2 competitors that have met one another time and time again. It is Aineza versus Greek Freak. Treaders, is it fair for me to say, I feel like we've seen somewhere near the best of Aineza. With Greek Freak, I'm left wanting that little bit more. We've seen how good he can be. Maybe he hasn't quite hit that peak.
It seems to depend on how he starts off in his games, whereas Aineza, he can get off to a bad start and he'll be fine. But with Greek Freak, because of how aggressively he plays, and that's reflected in his pass accuracy being probably one of the only competitors to be below 90%, he needs to get off to that strong start, the aggressive start that he wants, score those early goals to really assert dominance over the game.
Indeed, the goal difference of -4 maybe says it all. He's had a few very heavy defeats, and then he'll turn it around with a massive victory of his own. For competitors making their E-League debut, it is something to get used to. Of course, Aineza has been there, done that when it comes to the E-League. If anything, he has gotten better and better and better in this campaign. He could well be the individual champion and maybe even get Wanderers their first E-League premiership.
If he continues playing the way that he is undoubtedly going a long way to securing that for the Wanderers.
The 2 competitors getting ready. Their competitive history is decorated. It must be said, Aineza has prevailed every single time. This does mean that Greek Freak has had numerous opportunities to get the game plan down. He has the motivation. Can he bring it to us here in this featured game? It is the Wanderers Aineza versus MacArthur's Greek Freak. Good early read for Greek. As Treaders quite rightly said, a good start, very needed. Greek is one of those competitors, and he said it himself, these are his words yesterday, it can get into his own head just a little bit, things get caught up, he gets a bit flustered. I'm sure if you've ever played FIFA, you've experienced that to some level, and no doubt he'll only come to terms with that better and better the longer his competitive career continues, and may well it continue. We've got a lot of questions, Treaders, on social media, in the Twitch chat, saying who are these guys and things to that effect. In a way, I sympathise because they haven't been at the E-League or haven't featured there before. But if you're following competitive FIFA, you realise they are the top of the region.
And It's all over FIFA E over Twitter. It's publicized quite publicly by our competitors, but sometimes just missing that extra national support that we so dearly crave as a region. Hopefully, in future, we'll see more of that as we've seen these competitors come out relatively unknowns. We don't want them to be unknowns, both as commentators and as viewers. We want to know everything about these competitors within reason.
Nah, give me everything, Shredders. I'm ready for it. I can take it. NIVEA on the attack through Hullet. Ball forward, Ronaldo. Great read by Greek. Gets extremely unfortunate. Thankfully, Czech is there to make the save. You can see Nagidi realizing the fortune went his way. He couldn't make the most of it. Going again, it's Greek tracking back very well with Vieira. And I guess if we want to amplify things even more, we're not quite sure what's happening with Australia's E-Nations campaign. These two competitors surely up there for consideration, considering their brilliant seasons.
Well, ideally for E-Nations and in the past, the most common sense thing is to give it to the number 1 and 2 ranked competitors. That's Dylan and Naylor. It'd be quite absurd if we weren't to see either of those competitors, if it's essentially just hand-picked because it's representation of your country. It's throwing away so much context just for a simple, who knows what the reasons are.
Yeah, maybe the two that get playoff spots. If not that, maybe there's a play-in tournament. We look forward to seeing how that unfolds. Here, it is still 0-0. You can expect this to be tight. Again, when these competitors just keep playing against one another time and time again, you know their game plan inside and out. Sure, you have to execute on the day. Kamau doing work, by the way, winning it back after making his run.
And absurdly good foot item coming out of the A-League. He's getting the job done. He's got good hustle. He seems to be able to find space. And indeed, NIVEA is able to find space for that ball into CR7 for the opener.
The big question is, how will Greek respond having been in this situation? Of course, Zach having coached him, having seen his games, they will have prepared for exactly this. For themselves, individual glory, sure, but also for their E-League clubs. This could mean so much. NIVEA forward again, Pele, near post. You know how that ends. It is Pele, it is NIVEA with his second within 30 minutes.
NIVEA doing what NIVEA does, essentially lulling you, getting you into a position where you're not expecting a clear-cut scoring opportunity. And then we saw himself being able to execute the skill move cancel. And Greek Freak totally rocked. 28 in-game minutes in, already 2 goals down. And we've seen time and time again at this level, in the best of ones, there isn't very much margin for error in conceding goals, especially early on.
Looking for number 3, the through ball. Just not weighted well enough, and I mean just. But Nagidi is pushing on and on. I dare say if he got the opportunity to compete in all 3 regional qualifiers, he'd be even higher up the rankings. Not exactly sure what went down, but obviously something important, something serious that needed the attention. This is a game after all. These competitors have their lives to live, even if FIFA esports is such a large part of it. Lovely to see last year, for example, Nagidi's parents at the E-League, smiles on their faces, so proud of their son. Maybe not fully understanding what the big fuss is about, but loving it all the same. It's the human component of the esport that we love so much. Greek, of course, with so many fans. His streams bang. If you've not been there before, give the man a follow. You can learn a thing or two. or 3 or 4 about FIFA 21 here. He is trying to learn how to come back against a NIVEA. When the man is locked in, Treaders, he does not give much away.
And it seems like a NIVEA is totally on the money at the moment, looking for the initial cutback. Quite an optimistic long distance pass. But again, when he retains possession, it just feels like it's only a matter of time before he gets forward momentum. And that shot well blocked by Greek Freak. He'll need a few more incredible pieces of defending if he is to mount a solid counterattack. That player, of course, caught offside. The attempted player lock would have been spectacular had it come off, but was not to be. Big sigh from Greek Freak, really giving us some insight into the way he feels and to the way most competitors feel playing against a NIVEA.
We felt like it on behalf of the competitors just watching, to be quite honest. The man can put on a clinic, leaving you feel like you've got nothing. Possession, shots. I don't know if suffocate's too strong a word, but that is genuinely how it feels. And that's just as a spectator. Greek Freak going to go on the press, try something a little different perhaps, and see, at the very least, if he can give Ben Carter something to look forward to.
And we keep talking about Ben Carter as well. I'm going to keep pumping him up. He gets results when it matters. He's a competitor that has a proven record at E-League level. And when he does eventually get around to making it to qualifiers or getting verified, he's got a 100% record in going to qualifiers.
A NIVEA on the attack once more. R9 is onside. Bruno, very acrobatic clearance. Maybe Greek on the counter because Pele's making the run up top. Vieira gives chase. And a NIVEA defending very well. A little bit of space left in the middle. Ronaldo for Greek. The other central midfielder is there. Maybe, I've just seen Hullet. Vieira is somewhere else entirely. Nagidi with the player lock. 1-2, not on. Of course, Vieira will be used by a centre-back for a lot of these competitors. If you can make that work, Meredith, the one required A-League player for MacArthur. Fernandes through to Ronaldo. Makes that 1-2 run. Not seen perhaps by Greek. Still with possession. And then the giveaway. Nagidi, can he make the most of this? Excellent tackle by that man, Meredith. Inspired selection by Greek, I was wondering. With some established Spaniards, if you like to choose from. What a save. Big Lev sticks out the right palm. Greek will have to go again. Yashin is there once more. Greek searching for his goal. Wonderful tackle. No, it's not. That's a lie. Foul. It's a good tackle for breaking up the play, but it is an illegal one. Greek forward again. Pele one-on-one. Vieira sliding challenge. Brilliantly done by a NIVEA.
The counter press from Greek, nearly winning that ball back, but then immediately turning it straight back over to a NIVEA, who utilizes that play lock nearly as much as Greek did early on. Greek, an expert in that play lock. The Elastico creating a little bit of space, one-on-one situation. And it's well defended yet again from Greek, one of the best defenders in our region.
Goes for the through ball. This one looks a little better. Tripped up. So it will be surely a penalty, just the yellow. What an opportunity for Greek. He steps up. And it's off the post and in. I held my breath for just a moment, as I'm sure MacArthur fans did in southwest Sydney and all across Australia and beyond. But it is game on, maybe premiership on for MacArthur with that goal from Greek.
Great penalty execution there from Greek Freak. The practice, the hours that would have gone into ensuring that that penalty goes directly where he wants it and is totally unsavable is not to be underestimated.
I'd go so far as to say it's the perfect penalty kick. I don't know what more Nagidi could have done. Maybe there literally isn't anything. I did enjoy, to a degree, the chipped penalties, the finesse penalties into that top corner where you see the goalkeeper diving round. There's nothing seeming that he could do. Still an option, but it certainly has changed. Again, why bother with those shenanigans when Greek Freak will show you how to do it on the big stage? R9, Vieira, almost certainly a centre-back for a Neza with a fine challenge indeed.
This is unbelievable patience and build up to that point from Greek Freak, considering that he's still a goal behind. The tendency of competitors at times is to force that additional pass. But Greek Freak, after conceding the 2 early goals, has seemed to have recovered his composure. And now he's being patient. He's waiting for that key pass, those one-on-ones, which is where he trusts himself to create those goal-scoring opportunities.
The 4-4-2 defensive versus the standard 4-4-2. The difference perhaps minimal. What difference will it make for these competitors in a crucial moment, a crucial stage of the NIVEA Men E-League? Greek, wanting, searching for goal number 2, is happy to go backwards to try and create some space for his frontman. Goes for the big finesse. Hey, we've seen Atlantide Marco score plenty from there with R9. At the other end, R9 releases Pele. How's your touch? Hey, Neza. Player lock used, then turned down. Mbappe. What a save from Petr Cech.
The counter-attacks from A. Neza, you need to be scoring those, particularly when you're only 1 goal up, because otherwise your opponent will go straight down the other end and potentially create a goal-scoring opportunity. But that one goes begging for Greek Freak, but he retains possession.
A very rare clearance from A. Neza. So good at holding possession under any given sort of pressure at the moment. Greek, you'd have to say, is winning out. He's searching for a second. Big challenge from Maldini. The icon centre-back wins it, but just for a time. Greek with Ronaldo. That is very unhelpful from his fellow attacker. Dare I say, even tackling the man with the ball. Look at Greek's reaction. Neza's attacker offside, and he'll have a few more moments. Credit Greek, you see there, composing himself and trying to lock in, trying to go one more time. Fernandes to R9. Lovely return ball. Bruno save. Lev diving out. And there you go. Greek seemingly saying, I've tried it all. I've done it all, apart from getting this second goal.
You would think that that ball would be finding its way into the back of the net. But unfortunately for Greek Freak, it just seems to be the theme for him this competition. Things not going his way time and time again.
Head in hands, pondering what on earth he has to do. For A. Neza, it is another competitive victory over Greek Freak 2-1. But you can't say, Treaders, that Greek didn't have opportunities, some brilliant defending from A. Neza, and to be honest, his goalkeeper was on point.
Absolutely. The second half, even after A. Neza went 2 goals up, it wasn't from the lack of A. Neza trying to sit back and just absorb the pressure. Greek Freak started to wrest control of the game. There was 2 or 3, or even, let's go, 4 clear-cut goal-scoring opportunities for Greek Freak, which just weren't converted on the day. He did most of the things right, and sometimes that is just the way it falls.
Particularly in these best of ones, it feels most anything can happen. At the end of it, it is A. Neza prevailing over Greek Freak 2-1. To break down the 3 goals of that game and many more from around the grounds, let's head on back to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nate. And GG's to both of those lads, because that was an absolute cracking game. 2-1. It looked like Greek Freak was maybe going to find a way to find some form of equaliser, but plenty of attacks, plenty of chances, and just denied, especially that last one with Lee Ashen is just an unbelievable stuff.
Mate, what a nail biter that was. Western Sydney coming off that loss to Newcastle. A little rattled there. Greek Freak, very unfortunate not to get up. A different game. He wins that game by 2 or 3 goals, I would say. He had his opportunities, just couldn't find the back of the net. And like you said, that final one there from Yashin was so unfortunate not to find the back of the net. But there we saw, nice and early, Nezar getting on the scorer's sheet there with Cristiano Ronaldo. Things you love to see. It's a staple of his game. And it was all one-way traffic there. Very unfortunate, though, for Greek Freak throughout the game. From this point onwards, really 2-0 down, you thought maybe the floodgates are going to open. That's something we're seeing with Greek Freak throughout the entire competition. He gets incredible results and then gets absolutely thrashed. There's no middle ground, it feels like, for him up until today. Has the penalty here, which was ultimately in off the post.
That is a beautiful, beautiful
Such
penalty.
A penalty.
And
this is the talking point. What a save from Lev Yashin. Mate, that could have and should have probably been the game tied at 2-2 heading into the second leg.
Greek, most certainly, you can see it there. Head in hands, head in hair, and he's got a lot of it too. But it's a very...
He won't after, if he keeps playing games like this,
he's going to start losing.
That hair will be falling out real quick.
Good thing for you, Greek. You've got plenty of it, okay? You've got more than us do anyway. But tell you what, mate. No, seriously, he made so many opportunities. He really fought to the bitter end. He just was so unfortunate. And again, a save like that. We have seen a handful of brilliant moment from goalkeepers that have kept results like that, and that is right up there from Lee Ashen. I would say with all the different goalkeepers that are being used, you've got Nick Pope, you've got Noy, you've got Yashin, and a bunch of others as well. Van der Sar. We've seen so many. I think the variety of goalkeepers in this E-League season has been like anything else in previous FIFAs.
Yeah, well, previous years it was just De Gea.
De Gea, and that's it. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It has ended up in a 2-1 victory for Neza. Having a look at some of the other games, Rick and Melbourne Victory definitely turning performances around here. That is another win for Rick, and unfortunately another loss for Envy.
Just quietly, Jake, Rick Tran flying under the radar. He could honestly, I'd like to go back and look at all his results. He could be player of the day in terms of, I feel like we just keep seeing him wiping the floor with competitors. I might have missed a loss in there or something, but Rick Tran has been on absolute flames. A massive contrast compared to yesterday. He is a player to watch out for, but again, Envy, a man that was great yesterday, getting thumped again 3-0 here to Rick Tran. Fantastic stuff there from someone that could be the player of the day.
And these goals that we're watching too, brilliant little block on the goal line there, brilliant usering of the defender on the goal line in the 6-yard box to stop that, keep the clean sheet. Absolutely unbelievable so far from him. But I ought to back you up there, mate. I would like to see the results that he's actually had individually in this match day. And I reckon we'd be talking about, what, how many rounds have been played? 4 so far. So that'd be 3 wins out of 4 possibly. Maybe, I don't know, who knows. But regardless, moving right on to the next game here in round 9. That one hitting the post for Mike J. And he's actually going to end up tying this game 3-3 with JMK King. So who knows if that one had just gone in. Maybe we'd be talking about a Melbourne City win here. And look, Melbourne City need as many points as possible to go their way, really. I'd say it's very unlikely. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Tim Cahill,
my goodness. How about that? Cristiano Ronaldo. We've seen a few attempts for that type of goal from kickoff. And well, it's worked out, and clearly he ended up going and grabbing that equaliser that way. He's ended up getting another equaliser here with Rude Hort.
The chat is absolutely blowing up after seeing that goal that King scored.
Mike J, nah, you're cracked, my G. Absolutely ridiculous.
Look at the finish on that as well. We are seeing some ridiculous goals here. King taking the lead late in that one, but the drama continues. Mike J right at the death there, skilling to pay the bills. That is insane there. Mike J tying it up at 3 goals apiece, and we're going to have a very interesting second leg between Marcus and Dylan.
You've got to really, if you're the Xbox boys, you've got to have a clutch gene about you. Like, seriously. Like, the amount of... It's pretty incredible. Obviously, the first leg is just as important as the second leg, because if you lose 5-0 in the first leg, well, you're not really going to do much in the second leg, but you've got to see it out if you're the Xbox players for your teams here. Little flick up over the top there, not quite, but he's able to get the follow-up effort. No good on that occasion, but Dylan Gomes, a draw here against Akpo again. Akpo's definitely turned his results around. Oh, wow. For a second, I thought we were about to see another goal come that way, but no, Neuer making that stop, just awkwardly bobbling around until eventually being cleared, but looks like Dylan Gomes was definitely in control, at least jumping off of the highlights anyway, and that is a lovely bit of skill and a brilliant move there by Mbappe. Almost shot it down the middle of the goal, but he has been able to beat the goalkeeper finally, but Akpo would respond clearly in
I wanna
the
see
later stages.
I'm seeing Dylan going off in the chat right now about a miss that he made. I want to see this miss, Dylan. Please tweet it at us. Put it up on Twitter. We want to see it.
Hopefully the boys in the truck. I keep saying truck. They're not in a truck. We're in the same literal office. What are we talking about? Would have been nice to have at least seen the goal. But there you go. It was 1-1 in that one. Of course, still Perth and Adelaide are fighting for the points there in that one as well. Adelaide and Perth trying to get as many points as they can. They're both going to finish sort of like that second, third, like just, you know, middle table sort of at this stage. That is for sure.
Disappointing as well, given how strong they have looked at times today. But yeah, not the greatest season all around.
Dylan having played
insane, man.
brilliantly so far.
Although he did miss a few absolute stinkers in that last one. He said it himself.
And apparently, as he said it, in the chat, there you go. And I don't know if this is the last game, but of course, we are watching Newcastle to see if this will be the round, because they can do it. It is mathematically possible for them to have this thing sealed up right here, Newcastle, if they get the job done and if other results go their way. So Mark 11 was able to come back from going 1-0 down. Imagine if Airborne could have delivered a big shock and taken a result, or possibly even a win against Mark 11. But no, he gets a job done in the 60th minute. Basically, he ends up taking the goal that will give his team the win. A 2-1 victory there for him. Get another little highlight here. Let's see. Oh my goodness, off of the crossbar. So close, nearly. Maybe even another opportunity, or possibly a chance here for Airborne to have equalised. It's obviously not going to be taken. Nice work there with CR7, and just fingertips from Lee Yashin from a difficult angle. You probably would have expected. That's definitely not the best Yashin save that I think we've seen in this round so far.
Seems like the round of goalkeeper saves, to be fair. Some big goalkeeping performances, keeping certain competitors alive into the second leg.
Yeah,
very excited to see what the second leg is, but this is the one we're waiting on. It's going on real life right now.
Wow.
Sydney FC versus Central Coast, but Marco, a massive performance there. 5-2 up against Sippy, and Sippy was the one taking the lead early on their 9th minute, getting the lead. Marco has unleashing the floodgates, it seems.
Marco has fully turned it around, you know. I think if you asked him, he started off well in round 1, but obviously rounds 2 and 3 fumbled a little bit. But no, in this match day, I think he can probably be fairly proud of his efforts. You know, Sydney are definitely having some sort of a comeback. I think in the end, they're probably not going to finish. Oh, they could maybe get top 4, but I don't really know about.
There's such a big gap between the top 3 and the rest of the competition. I saw Jazz saying in the chat before, but we're 4th. I think when we look at the points, you'll just say it's just such a difference between those other clubs, though. Like, you're coming 4th, but everybody just hanging around and really admiring what Western Sydney and, most importantly, Newcastle are doing.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible stuff. And Atlantide Marco would have to end up coming back from being down twice. So from being 1-0 down, he equalises, then going 2-1 down, equalising again, and then just blazing away in the second half to make it a 5-2 win for Marco. And again, I really would love to just, you know, look at just Marco's results so far in this round. I think he's actually been doing, you know, quite splendidly.
Maybe with a 5-2 lead, Jamie will be able to hold on to it this time. Maybe.
Yeah, we shall see. But either way, we're going to have a chat to the winner of the last one. 2-1, of course. Greek Freak nearly snatched a result against him. But Neza, we've been talking to you for a fair bit now, haven't we? You've been quite a popular boy. But congratulations on the win, mate. Well done. Another 2-1 victory.
Yeah. I think he deserved more out of that game than I did, to be honest. He pressured me, like, in the end. I don't know what to do against team press these days. It's kind of hard to just get out of it when you got a player on one side who's bronze and another player that's marked on the other side, so it's kind of hard, but GG's to him in the end.
We've seen a lot from you in this competition so far, Neza, but how would you rate yourself throughout the entirety of this E-League season?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, yesterday, like, I didn't have the best of my games, but today is much better. I mean, I feel like on my day I can beat anyone. I just know that, sure, but I just need to keep grinding this game. But right now, we're on a roll. I mean, we might not get title contention, but I feel like we put in a good fight. So.
Well, Nageti, we know obviously you've got the ability. I mean, even in match day 1, we didn't really think you were playing all that poorly. But I guess if you've got high standards, fair enough. I mean, you are a qualified champion as well. So now that you are playing really some of your best FIFA at the moment currently, or I mean, maybe you disagree. Maybe you think you're capable of even better. But do you still think with quite the points gap that you have with Newcastle, if Newcastle do falter, if they do stutter, maybe somehow get a draw in this round, do you still think that there's still that chance for you there? With the fixtures that you've got coming up, at least anyway, do you think there's the maximum points there for you for the whole 9?
I definitely think there is. I know we can do it, but it's just stopping Newcastle. They're so good, so like it's kind of hard. Especially Nail and Mark, they're like on a roll right now, so they're like unless someone puts out that fire, it's kind of harsh.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have seen them bleed at least once so far. That draw, of course, to Western United. We'll see what happens later on down the track. But thank you so much, Neza. Best luck for the rest of your games, mate.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for chatting us with her there, mate. And we're going to really
Day he's
quickly...
had.
Huh?
He's had a great day.
He has. No, he's been
Been an
fantastic.
absolute pleasure watching him this
obviously,
year.
I mean, I really didn't think he was doing that bad in match day 1. I mean, maybe he didn't win absolutely every single game, but the fact that he thinks he still had a little bit more left, and, well, he's shown it in match day 2, that's for sure.
Shows the competitive edge he has.
Absolutely lovely stuff. Well, we'll see if Western Sydney Wanderers can pull off the miracle or if Newcastle can maybe even possibly seal it right here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a look at the fixtures, of course, the games that are coming up here. We do indeed have Nail It taking on Bainesy. That is not going to be, I believe, that might be the feature game. I don't know. We will eventually flick it over to Nate and Treaders, but Naylor versus Bainesy. We shall see if Naylor gets that win and if Western Sydney Wanderers maybe don't get the result that they need. If Ben Carter can pull something out against Oh Noah Goat, we could be crowning Newcastle as the premiers. Well, Jared, I think it's about time we get into that game, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to switch things over to Nathan Patrick and Treaders.
We are keen beans for this next encounter again. We're at the business end where things get decided. Playoff hopes and, of course, Treaders, the NIVEA Men Season 4 A-League Premiership.
So much riding on every single contest. We go over it every time we go into the games, but that's because there is so much of an impact that each individual matchup has on the overall rankings with so little time remaining for these competitors to play.
Again, the Premiership favourites are Newcastle Jets. We're not trying to tell you otherwise. It is fair to say that the Wanderers, Western United and Melbourne City must all still hold faint hope. We are going to bring you this game between Dylan and Marcus Gomes. Of course, their individual pride on the line. We'll talk about their history in just a moment. If you lose here, dare I say if they both draw here, maybe then those Premiership dreams are done.
The impact of the game cannot be understated. You've got Marcus, the raw goat, the old goat, and then you've got Dylan, the young goat.
J-Mac for Melbourne City. If you've moved across from watching the A-League or you're just unfamiliar, you can enjoy that full item and its weak foot, Connor Payne. I've criticised heavily, to be quite honest. I'm unsure why you'd select him. I know that it's not about the overall rating. I know maybe you just want to slot one in there at fullback. But throw back to when we had 3 A-League players in a team in Season 1. The fact that my weekend league team is half A-League, it's a bit of a passion point. More importantly, 3-3 on aggregate. Young goats, old goats. It is game on between Dylan and Marcus Gomes. The E-League admin seemingly favouring the angry Dill tag or something like that after the, I'm not repeating it, we've been there and done that, scenes in the previous fixture. He has seemed to step it up a gear and then maybe, Treaders, just losing his head a little bit.
Nick.
Marcus with the early attack. Dribbling uncontested down the line. One pass across. Ronaldo finish. We said, Treaders, I'm sure you're about to comment on it. The Western United implosion. It seems to be getting larger. An early goal for Marcus Gomes.
And on aggregate, the scores were level to start with. And Marcus doing what he does best. Finding those key passing angles and pressuring the defense really effectively with sheer weight of numbers. A game that has taken place so many times throughout the competitive season. Does it have yet another twist in its tail?
Dylan ranked number 2. Good work, J-Mac, by the way. Marcus, number 4. Playoffs are secured. There's a lot more left to play for, however. Dylan looking for a pass that was probably never there. Of course, they duelled, an epic duel in the grand final in the Oceania qualifier number 2. Dylan, by his own words, throwing that game away thrice. Marcus getting his maiden title. The good news for Team Dill. He came back even stronger in qualifier 3, winning it all, showing what seemed to be a newfound mental ability, composure, when the big moments don't seem to go his way. That's the Dylan we need if we want to see a competitive game here, with Marcus scoring the early goal.
And Marcus is a competitor who, through his experience, is able to see out close games incredibly well. Even though, to his own admission, he's made adjustments for FIFA 21, playing more direct, skipping more and more possession, he still has that string in his bow, and that string in the bow is incredible.
Nice and controlled from Marcus, particularly with the aggregate lead. There's no need to start rushing. Dylan may be realizing the A-League player, Jamie McLaren, was isolated there, sent the double team. They did the job. And now it's Dylan's turn. Still a very young man himself. Surely many years of competitive FIFA ahead. Right now, he's not looking past this E-League campaign. Close control, Marcus with Alfonso. We'll try and keep him out here. He did. Dylan turning back inside, didn't need to. I'd say there'd be a counter-attack on, but having seen who the player was that received it, I had a feeling. Straight back to Dylan. Unrelenting, and yet not finding a way through.
When Dylan plays at his absolute peak, he's essentially a mini Marcus. Plays possession FIFA, utilizes his passing lanes, his passing options to create space. The real difference is as far as the style of defending goes. Dylan sits back, absorbs pressure incredibly well, whereas Marcus likes to get up and apply just the slightest bit of pressure to keep you guessing as an attacker.
As it always seems to be at the end of big tournaments, things get very tense and tight indeed. So many games, even maybe at the start of today, with goals aplenty, 5-4s and goodness knows what else. Against these two, having played against one another so often, you're going to need to do something special to break it open. The striker was offside, Mbappe was not, and Mbappe volleys home for Marcus Gomes.
Brilliant lobbed through pass there from Marcus, just turning the corner, forcing Dill to make a read. He expected to be able to intercept that pass with VVD, hence the rushed up defender, but all that did was leave space for Mbappe to find the back of the net.
That's probably not a bad time to make a pause indeed. Frustrated and not really feeling himself here, Dylan. You can always tell, I feel. That's why I love the webcams, getting the little insight as to what's going on inside their head, or at least the expressions explaining that. And it is a long day for these competitors, Treaders. A few comments saying, I play your 30 games a week and League, it's easy. You know, I'm trying to grind for team of the season. It's not that hard, lads. It is nothing like playing live on broadcast in front of friends, family, the support of your represented E-League club. Who knows who else is watching?
And it's not just the result that the competitors are worried about. It's the expectations before the game even begins that really takes a toll on the competitors from the mental side of things, particularly if they've had past results such as Marcus, Dylan, any of the competitors who have won tournaments in recent memory or at all. They have that own personal expectation, but then there's that also, as much as people deny it, there's also that overall expectation that they will continue being as good of a competitor as they were yesterday, day before, and that begins to weigh on it, rather than when you're playing your weekend league games. The only expectation is there's not really much. You might be expecting to get your Elite 3 or Gold 1 or Gold 2 in Nate's case, but still, it's not nearly as much as having the weight of so many people on your shoulders.
I'd argue, but you're not wrong. My A-League informs doing as good as they can, okay? Through ball for Alfonso down the line to one of those A-League players, of course. You're not allowed to use those informs here in the NIVEA Men E-League. So this Silva, Jamie McLaren, somewhat hindered. Lovely close work from Marcus Gomes, still going down the byline. Marcus, eventually Dylan realizing he wasn't going to stop unless he did something about it, immediately trying to go up the other end. Vieira is there, and that is a professional, complete first half from Marcus Gomes.
Adjustments required aplenty from Dylan. He switched to the 4-3-3, but as you can tell from those possession stats, 2% of Dylan's possession has been effective possession in the final third. We saw him briefly utilize the full 10 depth pressure to decent effect, to be fair, against Naylor. And then that little adjustment that he had to make just set him back the slightest bit previously. It'll be intriguing to see whether he continues to press on and press up even higher in that depth.
Manual press very much there from the start. Have a look at those white markers. He is throwing bodies forward. 2-0 to Marcus Gomes over Direwolves Dylan. It is 5-3 on aggregate. Melbourne City over their Victorian counterparts, Western United. Lovely over the top through ball. There's space in behind. Connor Payne. Mbappe is there. First time ball perfect, and again, Marcus can hold possession as much, maybe even more so, as he'd like to attack all the way back to TAA. The left back's open if he wants one of those patented Marcus cross-field switches, maybe. That should have been on the mind than a heel-to-heel towards the substitute. Dylan wins it back. Perfect ball. Ronaldo running through. What's he got for a steal to the back stick? Alfonso is there just in time, and with a great first touch to get it under control. In FIFA 21, challenges from behind evidently not a big deal. Can Dill turn it into a promising attack? Vieira is there. Again, it's weird. You feel like the foot items themselves have a little bit of momentum play about them. We don't talk about them for half the broadcast. Now Vieira's everywhere. Marcus will be grateful for that. CR7 says, see you later. Cut back. Mbappe through the defender. Not a manual challenge. So despite the man going to ground, and thankfully, there will be no penalty kick. Ronaldo trying the audacious shot. I wonder if Marcus thought the player was offside and said, why not then? It's one of those, I'm sure you've seen it in traditional football. The striker runs through, not quite sure. Berbatov, one of those for mine. Always a fan of the long shot after being offside. For Dylan, he cannot make another attack count, and Marcus Gomes breathing in the deep breaths.
Incredibly cagey. I had my mental flag half raised when I saw that the through pass hit by Marcus. We're seeing from Marcus just so much patience behind the ball in defense. He is as locked in as he has ever been since qualifying number 2. And now Marcus able to reap the rewards of that patience. Hammers it home with who else but CR7. And hammers away at Western United's championship and finals hopes.
Pause cued for Dylan. It is time, potentially, for a 4-3-3 for something different indeed. But what we should do really in this situation is focus on Marcus Gomes. He seems so chill, so relaxed, dare I say, even chewing on a piece of gum. It is worth commenting on because the Marcus Gomes of the past, by his own admission, had struggled in big moments. He is fine during regular seasons of E-League, gets 30-0 back in the day, 40-0 in weekend leagues for fun. Now, can he stay composed as Dylan maybe has a look at the 4-3-1-2?
And the narrow press is going to be so crucial for Dylan. But we're seeing the adjustments, the counter adjustments being made by Marcus. The 5-3-2 coming out. We know what to expect from the 5-3-2. We've discussed the 5-3-2 enough, and we've expressed our disgust at the 5-3-2. Well, at least I have. But here we go.
You do what you need to do to get the results. With a 3-goal advantage, can Marcus defend these final 20 in-game minutes or so? Substitutes made. But you'd think it's all about this attack versus defense. The game will shift with a formation change, and Pele through straight away, piercing that 5 at the back. The deficit reduced to 2.
That isn't exactly a goal for the highlight reel, but is a goal regardless. We see this time and time again, the adjustments to a 5 at the back made. I feel like I've said it once, I've said it a million times. I don't rate it nearly enough unless you're able to get totally set. The players aren't in the correct positions to counter-attack. You can't get numbers behind the ball. But back into the 4-2-3-1. Marcus hitting on the counter-attack. Hits it directly at Edison. Is that a chance he will regret?
Corner taken short all the way out to Jamie McLaren. Completes the pass. And then the press comes out. Use the width, Marcus. Indeed he does. 5 shots on target. 3 goals. And there's the 6th. The 4th goal for Marcus Gomes. A little head shake. Wondering why he didn't maybe stick with this all along. But for Melbourne City, all's well that ends well.
And the counter-attacking, the press being unleashed by Dylan, always leaves space at the back. Foot items committing forward, trying to win that ball back, and when the ball is won back, they commit forward yet again. And it leaves so much space, so much opportunity if you're able to break the lines of midfield.
We're back to where we started. 3 goals required. That's just for the draw for both E-League sides. Pele through, Vieira challenge yet again for Marcus Gomes. Connor Payne with the header. Dylan comes again. Pele tries to play it through. Davies is there. Expect more of this in the final 5 or 10. Ronaldo, body's in the way, it's bobbling. Yashin with the left hook, gets it out of there. Fernandes looks ahead, there's nothing going, so I'll try a roulette, says Dill. Goes the other way. Bullet is there. And with 5 to play, it appears Marcus Gomes has done not just a professional job, but a brilliant job. He heads towards the keeper. He goes for the chip. Oh, Marcus Gomes! Would you like some chips with that dip? With the chips and the dip? Goodness gracious me, I'm going full Mike LaBelle. That's what it will do to you, Marcus Gomes. Watch it one more time. The champion past may well still yet be the champion present.
All coming from his ascendancy, his patience. Once he scored those initial 2 goals, Dylan has not even had half an opportunity to get properly back into this game. Yes, he scored a goal, but it has been all Marcus Gomes. Game plan executed perfectly by Marcus Gomes. And he's not done yet in this competition. He's not done yet in OCE.
He's not done yet in this game. Coming forward again, there's a player at the back stick, plays it across. Is that a foul before the pass? Sometimes you see that played as an advantage, not to be there for whatever reason. Same result. Marcus, you interested in giving it to J-Mac? No, thank you. Dylan doesn't move, but Melbourne City are on the move when it comes to the NIVEA Men E-League ladder. 6-1. Marcus Gomes over Dire Wolves Dylan. Emphatic, brutal, and yet the man as composed as you've ever seen him.
He knows the job isn't done just yet for Melbourne City. Only 2 more rounds to come after this one. But that performance, huge in the context of the championship race, particularly when we find out the results of the Newcastle games.
If you're a Melbourne City A-League fan, no doubt you've been enjoying the season. Top of the ladder, scoring goals for fun. J-Mac with 5. Melbourne derbies just going one way. Dare I say, that was somewhere near one of those Melbourne derbies. Marcus Gomes with 6. You saw that chip broke me mentally. I'm not prepared for that. I don't care if I've been doing it for 7 years. No one is ready for the Marcus Gomes sauce. Shredders, the legend has more to give.
Absolutely, he's not done yet. He says it time and time again. I'm not finished. I've still got plenty more to give to this scene. He's sticking around. He's still got things to prove. He wants to be recognized globally time and time again.
What a joy, what a treasure, and yes, what an athlete, Marcus Gomes, getting it done to break down all those goals and the rest from around the grounds. It's back to Jake and Jared.
What an athlete indeed. Thank you very much, Nate. And oh my goodness me, that is unexpected to say the very least. GG's. Jesus. 6-1 is the final score. Marcus Gomes, 6-1 again. Getting a scoreline that big in the E-League against anybody is impressive. But DW Dylan has been probably one of the premier Xbox players, and yet Marcus Gomes has done that to him. Absolutely ridiculous.
All weekend we've been billing this as a potential changing of the guard. Well, Marcus has come back here and said, hey, watch what you're saying, lads. I've got more in me. And he has put Dylan to the absolute sword. That is a result we wouldn't have expected in a million years. And I tell you what, not only has he put into the sword and got the win, he has scored some phenomenal goals in the process as well, Jake. We saw Nate Patrick virtually malfunction following that last chip, and I don't blame him. That was something else.
That absolutely was something else. I seriously cannot believe how dominant one man can be. Maybe I suspect that maybe when you get a bit of a run going that maybe you just are feeling it, you're in fine form, and from this point really, with the 7 minutes or so, or with 20 minutes or so to go, he's actually maybe a little bit fortunate there, Dylan, to sort of be able to retain possession in that area. But still though, with 15 minutes remaining, this is when of course he would go absolutely crazy here, Marcus, and maybe extend the lead to maybe make it not the fairest reflection. And of course this was the chip that melted the brain of Nathan Patrick. I think what he was trying to say was, would you like some salt with those chips? I don't know, or maybe he was trying to put his own spin on it. Who knows?
He was trying to do a little bit of the Mike LaBelle special there.
Yeah, so it was
those and dip of the chips or whatever it is.
Yes, but it was a mind-bending chip, wasn't it? Indeed, and a 6-1 dub for him. Of course, Melbourne City do get the win on aggregate now, so even though title's probably out of reach, it's still very good for them. And hell, they're even still at least trying to push for top 2. They can still definitely get second.
I'd be very interested as well to see how Marcus Gomes is sitting in terms of the standings. A big game here, however. 2-2 between Ono Goat and Ben Carter.
You know what that makes it? 4-3 on aggregate, Western Sydney Wanderers. They are still in this thing.
Holding on by the skin of their teeth. Very interested to see the Newcastle scoreline, but there we saw early on, half an hour into it, Ono Goat, Joseph, Big Joe getting the go-ahead goal there. But Ben Carter, he's been pretty good today, I would say. He's had some pretty monumental results, and to draw 2-2 with Ono Goat, who is one of the leaders in the Xbox division, is a respectable result from a very respectable competitor in Ben Carter.
Every single player, I feel like, in the E-League across both PlayStation 4 and Xbox have some players have just been brilliant for the majority of it, but everyone's had their highs, everyone's had their lows, everyone's taken an L, everyone's taken a dub. I'm pretty confident every single competitor has got at least one victory to their name so far. I mean, maybe we'll need to fact check that, but regardless, we do see Ben Carter somewhat come back here, making it 2-2. Ono Goat maybe not able to get the win and respond after taking the loss to Naylor, but he does enough to get his team the 3 points with the aggregate lead that he had going into it. So Western Sydney Wanderers, depending on what happened with the Newcastle game, could still be in contention. But if Newcastle did indeed win and they are still 5 points clear, then, well, we almost definitely will see the title sealed in the next round.
Going to be very interesting to see how Newcastle and Naylor got up in their game, but a big performance there from Ono Go to keep things alive. Luckily for his sake, A. Nazaire had a great first leg there and had the advantage over Greek Freak, so that's
and
the
it was
difference
looking
today.
like, seriously, at many opportunities that Greek Freak was going to find that equaliser.
Mose
How lucky
Wed, you
for Western
king.
Sydney Wanderers that they did an unbelievable victory here. 5-2, and Melbourne Victory have turned it around completely. Well, they've signed, obviously, Popovic and got themselves a fairly good win, unfortunately, against your boys, Jared. Sorry to bring it up, but
Not talking about A-League,
who
brother.
knows? This could be a resurgence, not just for the Victory in real life, but maybe here in the E-League. I tell you what, that's a brilliant piece of skill there with Pele, just to let it run on, finish at the near post. Unbelievable. He was leading 3-0 going into the second half here, and my lord, Rick Tran and Mo both really turning it on
They're
in match
killing
day
it
2.
today, aren't they? We said earlier that Rick could have been the player of the day. Mo's given him some competition as well. Both the Victory lads, after a poor day, I think they'll agree with that. They had a poor day yesterday. We know that that's not how they play normally. They have stepped up and shown us why they represent the mighty Melbourne Victory, and they are doing a great job of it today. Fair play to Mo. 5-2 victor over South 4-1. Great goal to end it out there in the 90th minute, or just before the 90th minute. Kylian Mbappe. Great stuff, Mose Wed. Very happy to see you back in form, brother.
Just putting the icing on the cake, and look, let's be real. These are the results that Mo sort of deserves, or I say sort of, that he definitely deserves for the ranking that he is, for how well he's been playing this season in FIFA 21, and just for the struggle that he had in match day 1, losing so many games by just the singular goal. It's very frustrating for him that obviously he had to take the 5 losses in a row. It was actually 6, but now he's fully turned it around. We're super happy for him. Having a look at this game, by the way, I was checking out the chat. Apparently, Peter Seisanis ends up losing this game in a bit of a controversial fashion. Apparently, there was, I don't know, apparently, according to the chat, there may have been a little element of lag or something like that coming toward the end of it. But I don't know. That could just be the chat backing up Peter. Who knows? Regardless, Jazz does deliver. Now, Jared, do you remember what the result was in the first game between these two over on PlayStation 4?
I think Dylan got the win, I think. Or no, was it a draw? I think it might have been a draw between Dylan and Akpo. We'll have to wait and see, however. Here we go, though. 84th minute. I feel like this is going to...
That is unfortunate. Yeah.
And the near post.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, I definitely can't see a hint of lag or anything going on there, but
that's just
a deflection like that is...
not fun. Not fun.
Definitely not. It reminds me a little bit of earlier in the match day when we had... yeah, chat's not. Chat's astounded about that. Is that the worst one that we've seen so far, or would you take it back to the Bruce Kamau one? I think it was for A. Nezer in round 6.
I've seen some disgusting ones. We've seen some disgusting ones today, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, I think there's only one game left, and that's the one that features Newcastle.
Oh,
we have no idea. Come on, what's it going to be? It's a draw. That is, I think it's a win. I think that is a win for Newcastle, because obviously they got the result in the first leg. So Airborne, unfortunately, nearly took down Mark 11. I think that game finished 2-1. So I believe, if I'm correct, that is 4-3 confirmation. Beautiful. That is going to be the win for Newcastle. So, ladies and gentlemen, with 2 rounds left to go and only 6 points available for both teams, currently, Newcastle lead by 5. And they surely are going to, if they don't seal it in the next round, there's a chance that they will definitely seal it in at least the final round in round 11. But give credit here to the game that we're focusing on. Bainesy was actually taking the lead in the 86th minute. This would have been a point right at the end for Newcastle, but look at this. Naylor, in the final dying moments, finds a cross into CR7, and that is going to be massive. If without that, it's back to 3 points.
You know what's massive as well? The Xbox standings. That's another point drop there from Naylor. Goat. He's creeping up on him. I want to see how the Xbox standings are looking now.
I mean, obviously, both the Newcastle lads are very high up on both PlayStation 4 and Xbox when it comes to individual results, but definitely a lot of other players. I mean, DW Dillon was really high up there, but now, obviously, with a forfeit and actually taking his second loss, technically his third if you include the forfeit, it is what it is. But
Jamie held on. I don't believe it. What's that? 7-4 on aggregate.
You roasted him a little moment ago,
and it
completely
Jamie knows it's all love. He knows it's all love.
It completely flew over my head too. I was just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Jamie knows it's all love.
Well, he gets himself a 2-2 draw against a guy in Geordie who has definitely been a little unfortunate. He started in this match day against some seriously tough opponents, and he came very, very close. He was quite respectable. He gave away a penalty here, which unfortunately for Jamoto was not able to be put away, and who knows, if he had, he might have completed the comeback and gone 3-2 up, but maybe directly from the corner. Oh, lovely bridge kick and finesse. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter when you miss the penalty. You can just go and take the corner and get it right back.
We have seen so many goals with bridges today. It's been probably one of the most used skill moves today, but Jamie continuing on the attack here, looking to turn around the 2-0 deficit, which is exactly what he does. Great second half there from Footwiz Jamie, or Footwiz Jamodo, and getting the points there for Sydney FC, who are having a slightly better second half of the day, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say right now that Sydney are probably maybe on track to maybe finish around about 4th. On aggregate, what was that then? Because I believe Marco got the win. Indeed, in the...
Yeah, Marco got the 5-2 win.
That was right, yeah. So that's going to be
7-4.
Another big 3 points there for Sydney FC. So, again, they're climbing up. They're definitely climbing up. They're going to finish, I think, in a much more respectable position for the 2-time premiers and for, obviously, the reigning premiers as well from last season. So, not too bad there from Sydney at all.
Yeah, Sydney FC definitely picking it up today. But again, not enough for them to be up there with the likes of Western Sydney and, most importantly, Newcastle.
We will see if Newcastle will seal it in the next round. Before then, we're going to have a quick little chat with the man that put on a demolition of one of the better players in this league. Obviously, Marcus Gomes, a ridiculously good performance from you, mate. Everyone keeps saying, you know, oh, he's still got plenty to give, and you've shown it absolutely in abundance there. A 6-1 win against DW Dillon. That is seriously, seriously impressive, mate.
Yeah, I think the scoreline flatters a bit because, you know, best of one, you to go for it once you're a couple goals down, especially because the first game ended in a 3-3 draw. So I knew they didn't have to go for it, but I'm, you know, really happy with how I played. It's probably one of the better games I've played, you know, recently. Obviously, but nothing to take away from Dylan. He's a fantastic player. I mean, we saw what he did yesterday after he came back from the round 1 forfeit. He was smashing in goals left, right, and center. So to get that result, it's huge. It's a bit bittersweet though, because I don't think we have a chance at the title or me at the Xbox #1 ranking. So, you know, it's a good win, but, you know, it's just bittersweet, I guess.
With 2 games remaining in the season for you, Marcus, what are your personal goals and hopes for the last two games? I know you've got a big game coming up against Ono or Goat, which could honestly decide the title or at least the Xbox standings. How do you approach those sorts of games?
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of messages basically knowing that last game is going to decide a lot of positions for playoffs and obviously the Xbox rank 1. So with both Goat and Ryan dropping points, I know I'm in like a weird position of power, I guess, in the last game, but I'll just be going to try and win these last 2 games, put myself on, I think, 19 or maybe even 22 points. So if that's 2nd or 3rd on Xbox and we finish 2nd, 3rd in the overall standings, then it's decent. It's decent. Obviously not what we want, but just got to focus on trying to win these last 2 for pride, really.
And we'll take a look too really quickly as well a little later on at like individual standings and stuff like that on PlayStation 4 and on Xbox. But if you do finish on the 19 or 22 point margin that you do potentially, that you might finish on individually, would you take that personally as an okay season for you? Were you expecting a little bit more personally, or is 22-19, depending on what you can get, is that a respectable total for you?
I think it's basically like what I would have been expected as a minimum. I think I had maybe slightly higher expectations, but I did let the ball drop a bit, you know, yesterday and then start today, especially. You know, you can't really afford to lose 2 or even 3 games if you want to try and win, you know, as the #1 player, and then a draw today as well. So once those happened, I kind of knew that, you know, the dream was over. But to recover well and not to like kind of just give up would be a good sign. So yeah, 18, 19 or 22 points, whatever it's going to be. 20 plus I'll be pretty happy with. And 2nd, 3rd, I'm in 4th in the rankings right now. So if I finish behind, you know, 2 of the Xbox lads, then it's pretty standard stuff, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll see how you go, mate. I feel like you've done fairly well, recovered fairly well, and I'm sure that you'll have a very strong finish to the season. So best of luck for it.
Appreciate that, lads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for your time. All right, well, here it is then. Round 9 is in the books, round 10 and 11, and a premiere to come. We, of course, got that 4-3 win there for Western Sydney Wanderers to keep them in it. If they drew that game, that would have been it. That would have been wraps. That would have been Newcastle with the premiership, of course. Newcastle getting it done as well there. A win and a big win for them over the Wellington Phoenix. A last-second goal there by Naylor, giving them the full 3 points. Massive that. Adelaide got the win there against Perth. Obviously, Melbourne City getting a huge win there against Western United. Melbourne victory, again, really turning it around. An 8-2 win there over Brisbane. I think maybe Brisbane, maybe unfortunately the one team that has sort of maybe dropped off a little bit, sadly, toward the end of it. But regardless, another team that has had quite a resurgence too on top of Melbourne victory would be Sydney FC as well. So taking a look now at the ladder though, Newcastle 5 points clear. Melbourne City technically still mathematically possible for them to win it, but looking at goal difference, it's going to take a minor miracle for the team here, Newcastle, to drop all points of the 6 available when they haven't even lost a game at this stage, Jared.
Yeah, it's definitely been a great season for the Newcastle Jets with 2 games to go they are certainly on track to potentially become the first Invincibles ever in the E-League, with some big opponents standing in front of them. We all know how FIFA can play this year and how the E-League can go, anybody on their day can beat anybody, so a big challenge still ahead for the Newcastle Jets.
I remember last season, Sydney FC came so close to going invincible, and you know when they lost their first game? It was right at the end. It was right toward the end. I think it was actually the penultimate round, which is what we are about to go into for round 10. Do you think that maybe they're going to do it this time? Are we finally going to see our first Invincible season?
Hey man, I'm not jinxing anything. I've jinxed too many things this weekend, Jake. I'm not putting another one on that resume.
Right, well, we will see. We've had enough commentators curse influences already in this one. But ladies and gentlemen, only 2 rounds remain in the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. We hope you'll stick around for it. Ladies and gentlemen, a premier is so close to being crowned. We will see you very shortly after this quick break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. We are only a few games away from wrapping up this 2021 E-League season. I can't believe it's almost already over.
It's gone so fast.
Can you believe it? We've waited so long for it to come back, and now it's almost done. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Newcastle looking like they are going to seal the title potentially in this round, but we are going to be focusing on a battle of, as you put it a little earlier, the battle of the newbies, if you will. The two new A-League teams, of course, Western United and Macarthur FC will be going at it. A quick little look at the stream schedule and the results that we have seen so far in the featured stream, of course. We have had some seriously entertaining games in round 6, 7, 8, and 9 as of yet. Now moving over into round 10, it's going to be JMK King taking on Greek Freak and Jazz versus Naylor after that. And just quietly, Jazz has really had a couple of I think he's flown under the radar massively here since apparently if Naylor and Onoa go ahead of him, maybe drop a couple of points, Jazz could out of nowhere become out of nowhere, he could maybe potentially end up being the Xbox console champion.
That's wild. That is a huge moment if he can come out of nowhere. Like you said, really flying under the radar after not exactly the greatest match day one. He's just coming out today and is lifting Adelaide on his shoulders and climbing up the table. If he becomes champion, that'd be a massive upset.
Like, normally you would think, okay, well, the console champion's most likely probably going to end up being one of the players from one of at least the top 2, 3 teams.
To be fair, Adelaide's coming fourth.
Adelaide are definitely they're definitely climbing up. You know, Akpo's definitely played. He's really improved as of late, of course, and well, Jazz. Yeah, we've got to give a little bit of respect to Adelaide. I mean, I'm the South Australian, and yet I'm the one I'm not even putting the respect on them. I mean, look at this. All the way up in first place, though, Mark 11 is currently sitting on 22 points. We will see the Xbox individual standings once we start up the Xbox leg in round 10. But Aneza, 2 points behind Mark 11. And, of course, Mike J currently tied on 19 points with Marco, who's definitely climbed back up as well. So very good stuff there as well. Dylan Gomes, who's had a pretty impressive run of it so far. And, well, every single one of the players in here has had a fairly good crack at it, maybe apart from, unfortunately, Airborne, sadly, just the one dub for him. But he's still got 2 games left to maybe grab a couple of points and climb his way up the table. And, yeah, I got to be honest with you. You know, most teams, most players apart from that have only, lost like a handful, 4 or 5 games or so. But I think it's been fairly fairly broad, at least looking at that table.
Yeah, well, you look at the way the entire FIFA 21 season has been as a whole. A lot of these guys are in great positions. There's a reason why so many of these guys that are in contention for a playoff spot right now, because they're quality FIFA players. And on the day, there's not too much to divide them. And I think we've really seen that be proven across this weekend.
And if you take a look, by the way, at the table, JMK King and Greek Freak, currently both on 11 points after 9 games played. Both won 3 games, both lost 4, drawn 2. Their goal difference is basically the exact same. It's only -4 goal difference that has got JMK King up above Greek Freak. But it's looking like it's going to be a very even contest, JMK King, we'll see how he goes up against Greek Freak, of course. If we look, I believe, at the standings, the GC rankings, I believe Greek Freak would be higher up there than JMK King. I don't know, that maybe is the only thing outside of the E-League that you could use to split them. And of course, the fact that Greek Freak has maybe been able to push a little bit deeper into those qualifiers. But regardless, this will be a cracking affair. And we have had JMK King feature a little bit now. So he's been able to put on some fairly good games. Hopefully this one will be just as good.
Yeah, he's definitely been in a lot of the contests today. And there's a reason why we're featuring him again here today. Very interested to see if he can step up and get it done against Greek Freak, who I think it's a pretty fair call to say has been the most inconsistent player this season. He's scoring 6 in one game and conceding 6 the next. It's ridiculous.
You said with him it's either 100% or 0%, isn't it? Well, we will see what type of Greek Freak we will get in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is off. It is underway. I will say, bit of credit to Greek Freak. Of course, he did go down in the last round, but he did show a lot of fight back, of course, as we had been talking about. He could either win 6-0 or he could lose 6-0. So maybe sometimes a game will get away from him.
Early opportunity here, though. Is he onside? He's offside.
Yeah, just offside on that one. He may potentially drop his head if a game gets away from him, or he'll really just pile it on if things are going well. He showed some grit and some fight in that last game to try to stick in it, and it's kind of unfortunate that he didn't really get a result at the end of it.
Here we go, though. Macarthur FC. Oh no, the Greek. I wouldn't say oh no. I want to say oh no, a Greek instead of Greek freaking oh no, a
Greek. Oh dear.
It's been a long weekend, lads. But here we go. Oh, I thought it was an early opportunity there for Greek Freak.
You'll be getting yourself cancelled if you say things like that, mate. Seriously.
Been a long weekend, gentlemen. I've seen a lot of things that are PTSD-inducing. Thank you, FIFA 21.
Too many awful deflections.
Too many Brewski Mouth deflections.
Yeah, well, to have a look at this, though. This is a great, nearly an amazing opportunity there for Greek Freak. Just stepping into the defender when he had a bit of space out to his left-hand side. Just, unfortunately, losing the possession. So close to beating his defender there and opening up the scoring here. Now JMK King's going to really test R9 Ronaldo's pace there.
Through balls already, Jake.
Yeah, 10 minutes in already.
It is.
Player lock here, Ronaldo. Playing it back to him here. 1-2, Bruno Fernandes now to CR7. Vieira. Oh, that was a decent little run there, but Hullet just gets in the way, makes the clean interception. Away goes JMK King. Lovely through ball down that left-hand side here for Mbappe. Still going to have to hold it up, though. Wait for an option, heel to heel, create some space. That's not a bad... Oh, brilliant little maneuver here. Look at the space that R9's got. Smashed in by JMK King. 15 minutes in. There you go.
That was beautifully worked there from King. He takes the lead early in this one, and it is no surprise to see him scoring such a beautiful goal. We've seen it from him all weekend long. That's another one to add to the tally. JMK King taking the lead here. Western United 1, MacArthur 0.
Of course, all the other games are being streamed as well. I'm seeing a lot of love for Rick in the chat. They definitely want to see a little bit of Rick. And hey, he's been on fire. So, hey, who knows? Maybe. But, of course, you can go and watch whatever game you want. That's the beauty of the E-League this season. Halfway, or nearly about halfway in this first half. Let's see if Greek Freak has something in him that he can use to respond. Pele with R9 Ronaldo. Lovely work here. Ronaldo scored up one end. Could he maybe set up Bruno Fernandes? Could he set up Mbappe, who's cutting in? Finds the top right corner. No need for the celebration. No need for the replay. Right back into it. Greek ties it up.
That's a beautiful near post finish there from Greek Freak, and the perfect response. After going down, it's only taken him a matter of minutes to tie things up in this battle of the new teams and battle of the debutants as well in this competition. An uncharacteristic mistake there, however, has gifted an opportunity here for King, who is running through with Mbappe against Trent Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe looking for some support as we see Western Sydney keeping their title hopes alive. It is A-Nazir 1-0 up against Envy right now. Watch that space. But Ruud Hullet going through there to Ronaldo, who is offside. I was about to say I thought he might have been onside with, given how long they had delayed the call. But ultimately, Ronaldo in an offside position, and Greek Freak fights another day.
And now Greek Freak is back on the ball, trying to squeeze it past Mbappe. That's going to deflect out of bounds. Still going to be his ball here. Bruno Fernandes, not really an awful lot up ahead of him, so he has to go back to Alexander-Arnold. Mbappe, now he's going to try to work it a bit more central, is he? Or no, right back to Mbappe. Still got a bit of work to do here. Going to get cut off there by Hullet. Now into R9 Ronaldo. Got space. He's going to work it into CR7. Takes a shot. R9's going to get right back off him. And the freak from Greece. 2-1. No rooms for celebration here. No rooms for replays or nothing. Greek Freak is just about his business right now. He's completed the comeback from being 1-0 down. He's 2-1 up.
Scrappy goal to concede there if you are King. But it is the lead for Greek Freak. An exciting way to begin this round. But Newcastle United, we can see there on the PS4 side of things, it is Mark 1-0 up against Akpo. It's the top of the league. Trying to get their result there. Top of the division as well versus the bottom of the division.
Still 3 halves of football left to play in this round. But that goal is the goal at the moment that has got Newcastle with one hand on the Premier's plate.
Here we go though. Greek Freak looking to add another goal to his name. 10 minutes to play until halftime here in the PS4 side of things. Is Ronaldo going there to Ronaldo. Fernandes back to Ronaldo Nazario. A bit of space there. Should have pulled the trigger. Elects not to. Maintains possession. Goes back to Fernandes. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo. He's toying with him. And ultimately, Lev Yashin is unable to find the back of the net there. Ball swung in off the corner. It's all Greek Freak right now in this first half. But it's a lovely tackle there, Paolo Maldini.
The skills
again, getting smothered there, Jake. Early ball in, but dealt with comfortably.
The skills and the dribbling in the box in such a tight area from Greek Freak there is absolutely sensational. And just unfortunately for him, maybe just delaying the shot. Very well could have been 3-1 there. Of course, we see another goal for Western Sydney Wanderers, so 2-0 up for them currently. And now JMK King, who definitely had to deal with quite a fair bit in the last 10 minutes or so. Oh, no, my goodness me. Ruud Hullet's just pulled up there. I don't know if he's going to need to get subbed off or not, but Hullet is out of action for remaining couple of minutes. He's now up and about now. In fact, he almost will win the ball back there. No.
He's running fine.
He's we've got a walking wounded out there, and now the ball's maybe potentially going to bobble there for CR7. And the injured Hullet is going to continue the attack here, moving it out to Mbappe. Can JMK King just run around the outside with Mbappe? He's going to get met there by Bruno Fernandes getting back and doing the defensive work.
Oh, I love seeing players getting injured in Ultimate Team.
Yeah, in Ultimate Team. Yeah, Mbappe running it forward. Basically a 3-on-3. He just elects to cut it back at the last possible moment. Pele, too tight. It's going to bounce off him. That's going to be the end of it. Wow.
What a first half. That was all action, wasn't it, Jake?
Yeah, right. Basketball City. Maybe one of the first shouts for an actual game of Basketball City that I think we've seen in this league so far.
Oh, yeah. Big first half, though. And it is MacArthur with the lead. You look at those stats, though. 5 shots to 1 with
Greek's
a 2-1 lead.
Definitely been in the ascendancy so far, Greg. Obviously, he started off conceding, but has fought right on back and deserves to be 2-1 up.
100%, Jake. Very interested to see the changes going on now, both personnel and tactical. We are going to see some changes here, however, from Greek Freak, looking to not rest on the 2-1 lead, Jake. He wants to make it stronger, and he wants to give Ben Carter a little bit of an easier second leg here. Ben Carter's been fantastic today, but you want to make it as comfortable as possible, especially when your opponent is going to be Dylan.
And the 2 new expansion teams kick off again. Hullet still with that injury. I mean, we'll have to wait to see for him to get back on the ball. It looks like he's running around and he's a little bit better now. You don't normally see substitutions needed to be made in Ultimate Team through injury anyway. And Greek Freak looking to push for a third that really he was coming so close to getting, oh my goodness, in the first half. And this is brilliant ball movement, continuing to work it along right up until the point Vieira went and picked that one off. And now JMK King only had 1 attempt on goal in that first half. He was able to score from it. Just needs to find himself in another position to get another goal scoring opportunity. R9 holding it up. Just waiting for someone to get onside or open or available or anything. And Hullet, who looked like for a second we were worried he was going to have to come off. He pulled up in the 40th minute. He's fit and ready to go again.
Ronaldo, beautiful ball, splitting the defense there. Mbappe had the goal side advantage ahead of Trent Alexander-Arnold, ultimately lost it. And the same thing has occurred there with the possession of JM King, losing the ball. And now it is MacArthur and Greek Freak looking to extend their advantage here. Poor pass, though. Poor passes at both ends of the field, Jake.
Unfortunate at the moment. I'm sure Greek Freak won't be too disappointed with maybe a slightly cagey affair to start this second half. That's a lovely through ball, splitting the 2 defenders, and then he moves it on to Ronaldo, who will be in an offside position, had a suspicion. So
1-1 there between Rick Tran and Marco. Big talking points from that one.
2 very informed players in this match day, that is for sure.
Ball over the top, beautiful though. Cristiano Ronaldo trying to get a little bit more central here. Holding the ball up and just gone too fast with that one. King putting it out for a goal kick, and I saw he had a few words to say about that one to himself, or I don't know if it was to himself, to Ronaldo, or to the game in general, but 2-1 so far here. Ball,
that is so crucial.
That was a huge block there. Borderline certain goal scoring opportunity if that one's not deflected, but we have half an hour remaining in this one, Jake. Curious to see whether we have any substitution, any changes for both competitors, both with different scenarios in this one. Greek Freak trying to hold on to and extend his lead, whilst it is JMK King trying to get himself and Western United back into this one. But it is Greek Freak beaming in on goals. Ronaldo against Hullet, playing that one beautifully out of Cristiano Ronaldo before the touch from the Portuguese forward. Going slightly wayward here, but don't look away. Oh, I thought we were going to have a counter-attack of
now we can
doom
look away.
there.
Maybe just for a little bit.
Maybe take a little blink.
You can take a breather, because at the moment it is still 2-1 currently. 20 minutes into this second half, only about 20 or so minutes remaining. Run being made down the right-hand side. Will he opt for it? No. Sorry, was looking for that JMK King, but things are starting to open up a little bit up the middle here. Definitely opening up the middle here, and unfortunately Mbappe is just going to get blocked off it there by Carlos Alberto. JMK King, he's coming close, but it's always just one last pass that's not quite getting there. And well, Western Sydney Wanderers, they may not win the title, but they're giving themselves every opportunity to be there if Newcastle slip. We actually haven't seen a goal update from the Newcastle game for a little while. Dylan's now going to take a 1-0 lead there. Very nicely done. And this could be potentially the game or the goal that seals it. The R7, he's working with it. They're sagging off him. Carlos Alberto getting in the way. R9, shot there. CR7 has surely now Oh, I was going to say wrapped it up. That's probably unfair. It's 3-1, still a chance there, definitely for JMK King to grab something from this. But the goal update, Newcastle 2-1 up. I wonder if Newcastle were the team that just scored or if Adelaide was the one that got the equaliser. Who knows? But regardless, 2-1, and it's definitely a close contest in that game between the Premier elects.
Going to need a big second leg, Adelaide, from Jazz taking on Naylor. But here we go. Is there an opportunity for JMK King? Continuing on the attack, winning the ball back. They're going Cristiano Ronaldo to Pele. Pele looking, he's going. Oh my God, I was about to say Dylan Gomes in the 90th minute. Eat your heart out.
Tried that Balassi flick.
Melbourne City 3-0 up here. Beautiful stuff from Mike J. As we see an opportunity from JMK King again. Going through to Mbappe. Can't get the lucky bounce though. Continuing, trying to put pressure on him here. It's all or nothing really for JMK King as Western Sydney go 4-0 up. They are
flying.
Not leaving anything in the hands of Ono or Goat here. Neza wanting the result, whilst Rick Tran has taken the lead against Marco. So in form in the past few games. Beautiful stuff there from Ricky Tran. Beautiful stuff, mate.
FIFA 21 really has shaken up the status quo massively with some of the players that were so dominant in previous leagues and in previous seasons, and now it's all for anyone. And look at this, a 3-1 lead for Newcastle against Adelaide. Akpo versus Mark 11. Mark 11 is getting a very decent result here to set up his teammate Naylor, but Naylor will have a very difficult game against Jazz coming up in the Xbox, like that is for sure. Big chance here for Greg Freak if he can get on past Maldini. Maldini is going to cut off Ronaldo here. The drag back. Maldini's got him wrapped up. Good tackle here. JMK King, if he's going to grab something from this game, needs a goal right here. Ball up top. He's actually going to be able to win the ball here. The attack's still going. Playing it back to Carlos Alberto. 5 minutes remaining. Not a bad through ball this. Keeper partially coming out for that. Mbappe going to drag it back. Any cutback at all. Anything on. So many numbers in the box, and the cross at the back stick. It's not going to work out. The clearance away. Mbappe wins the header. 2 minutes remaining until stoppage time. 3-1 up MacArthur FC. This is looking like it's going to end in a dub for Greek Freak. He's going to be onside here, Neymar. Don't think he'll be able to shoot here himself. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. Got himself a bit of space here. Oh, he's just making them all drop.
Oh.
It's made. Oh, JMK King take out one of his own defenders. Oh, that is a beautiful scene. And wow, JMK King just going from downtown to try to grab a miracle second goal. But
dropping like flies on that last one, Jake.
Sheesh, built different on that last goal. How about that? That is ridiculous stuff. That was busted. My God.
What a game there from Greek Freak. Going down early, 1-0 there. Nice and early, Jake. But he has come back and absolutely wiped the floor with King. We know how hard done by King has been today, but performances like that are all on him. What a win, Greek Freak. Like we said, very inconsistent today, but performances like that show you why he is so highly regarded.
And just maybe a quick word to Greek Freak, just in case you are watching. When you score a goal like that right at the end and you make your own opponent slide tackle one of his own players falling over like you're on a Lionel Messi run in the World Cup, please don't skip the replays next time. We want to see every angle of that. Come on, man. That was beautiful scenes right there.
That was just pure chaos, and you love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love to see it. Well, it is going to be a 4-1 win for Greek Freak. We have got plenty of other games to take a look at, and we're going to throw that back down to the couch to see all the big games that were going on right now. So Nate and Shredders will take it from here.
Thank you very much, gents. What a dominant, spectacular performance from Greek Freak Shredders. We were saying here in Season 4 of the NIVEA Men E-League, we're not quite sure what Greek we're getting. We got the best version of him in that game against JMK.
Just incredible and a total contrast to the games that we've seen from him previously. It's bizarre to me to see the quality that he produces in a game like this, and then consistency has just been missing for him.
Easy to forget, perhaps, that JMK scored the first, dribbling through with a 9 left foot. Top bins, wasn't feeling it at that stage, but the mood for Greek and the MacArthur camp got better and better.
And overall, the creation of the goal-scoring opportunities for Greek Freak has been absolutely vintage. His defense also stepped up as well. JMK King, much stronger attacker than he is defender, and to only keep him to a solo goal is quite an effort.
2-1, while there was half an opportunity or two for JMK, Greek really showed us his best. Of course, that goal, a little fortuitous, But what about the fourth? Dribbling down the far side, Neymar inside. See you later. Defender takes out defender, making things look a little silly. Or if you're a Greek fan, rather spectacular indeed. He's left it until the second last round. But that was huge from Greek Freak, and we were having a great time, Treaders, on the couch watching that one.
Just beautiful attacking performance there from Greek. A little bit of directness, a lot of skill moves, and a lot of skill involved in that victory.
He will have enjoyed that. He and the team will have enjoyed watching that one back. Maybe you were looking for some Nick Train instead. Well, we'll give you the goals if nothing else. Rick 2, Atlantide Marco 1.
And a massive game between these two seasoned competitors. Rick getting almost an equalizer in that situation. But again, Marco, not quite to his usual standards, but he's there and thereabouts time and time again. Sometimes pressing circle is just the best method. Straightforward counter-attacking opportunity for Rick. He won't miss out on too many of those. And if he has been, he'll be kicking himself.
Of course, Rick's been around the A-League, playing for several different teams. Wonderful that he's found a home at Melbourne Victory, and wonderful for the Victory that he and Mo have really put their best feet forward, if that works, here on match day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a wonderful turnaround from them. Not nearly going to be enough because of the weight of day 1, but will restore a little bit of pride in the badge.
One man whose playoff spot may well still be achievable. Needed a result against Airborne, maybe. You'd think that's rather straightforward at this stage. What a goal that is for number 2. Yes, please, Mike J. A few of these competitors seemingly fatiguing. Mike J, not one of those.
I think for Mike J, it also comes back to what's on the line for him. The playoff spot still needs to be 100% secured for him. And so that extra incentive of making it to the playoffs, to the biggest stage in our region, is massive.
Good that Airborne could fight back with a few of his own. Mbappe there. And then with number 2, Bruno. Mbappe again. Yes, please. Top bins. Again, you don't like seeing the clean sheets. If it has to be a dominant victory when we're sitting here analysing, going through all the replays and goals, it's at least nice to see both competitors getting on the score sheet. Maybe not the tournament Wellington Phoenix were hoping for. This is the end of your previous game from before. You can see there the graphic, if you like. Sippy 1, Dylan Gomes 1. Here we go. Sippy on his E-League debut. Dylan Gomes, again, maybe one of those competitors looking all the goods. If you wonder how different the tournament could be right now if Dylan had a slightly better match day 1, maybe he's being talked about for playoff contention.
And if Dylan had a full control over his fingers, considering that he has that fracture in his fingers. But again, we can all hope for things. We have to deal with what it is. But unfortunately for Dill, the late equalizer coming from Sippy. And that's sometimes a 1-1, leaving their teammates with plenty to do. Say Sarnas still going in this tournament, drawing his competitive career to a close. It's not the worst result. If you're him, 1-1, you'll take that, especially going into the next game.
These are, of course, leg 1 being aggregated, PlayStation and Xbox. What about Neza? If there's a possibility for the Wanderers to still win the premiership, well, Nagiti has done everything he can to try and make that happen.
And he has left absolutely everything on the line, and Sutho has such a large job to do when he goes up against Goat. Makes Goat's job so straightforward. He can play the way he wants to play. He can play a counter-attacking, a deep style of possession. Just keep things calm, keep things composed, and he'll be sure to get that result.
Ingot not composed there for the Brisbane Roar. The fullback committing the foul, giving away the penalty. But when it's Neza, sometimes it feels like it doesn't matter what foot items you have to defend. He'll find a way to get past them all. Poor Envy giving up a 6-1 1 deficit in that first leg, but Neza just goes from strength to strength. Wanderers fans, it might be getting a little close, but your premiership aspirations are still alive.
They're still alive indeed, and Goat, the competitor that you want to bring it home, particularly with a 5-goal advantage.
Adelaide and Newcastle, these are your premiers. Incumbent, it seems, Mark 11 against Akpo. Now, Akpo had a match day 1 to forget. He has gone on the improve here in number 2, dare I say, to a standard that we expect. It was below par yesterday. He has shown at least signs of the competitor we know and love. But Mark 11 has been different gravy today. And with that 2-goal aggregate lead, it would seem, unless Jazz can do something special, and he has done in the past, that Newcastle are about to win the premiership.
With the form that Jazz is in at the moment, and with Naylor dropping a few points here and there, maybe anything is possible.
Based on that goal, yes, anything is indeed possible. Man flying to the floor. So obviously the battles within the battles, Jazz looking for his own playoff spot to be secured through the NIVEA Men E-League. He's going to need to beat Naylor, who is just trying to keep things at least even so that Newcastle can win the premiership. Goodness me, I feel like we need some graphs or something going, a little diagram to connect it all going for you. Those are the highlights of the games so far. Those leg 2s coming up nice and soon. Treaders, is there anything in there? You know what? We'll speak to him yourself. I know we were talking about Greek before. We get to speak with him ourselves. Greek Freak, if you're there, mate, what a showing from you. We've been looking forward to seeing the best of you. Some of those goals, world class.
Took me a while to honestly get warmed up again this weekend. It's typical for me. I don't know what it is, like I need like at least 2 or 3 games to actually get into the rhythm, and the same thing happened today. Like I started off well, like with a win against Marco, but then I think I had the draw against Andy, and then I just kind of lost my head playing against Dill. But yeah, I'm just trying to finish off these last 2 games with wins, so yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, getting some wins to finish off, especially if you do them in that type of fashion we just saw. You just mentioned your up and down overall feeling. What's kind of been the real factor behind it? Has it just been not being able to get warmed up? We see one game you'll win like massively 6-1, and then the next will be a 4-1 defeat. What do you think personally is the real factor at play there?
Probably just mental, like honestly. Everything's mental. Like if I'm like at the best mentally, like I feel like I'm gonna be losing maybe by 1 goal or 2. Like that's what happened with Nagidi, but if I've lost my head, like I'll probably end up getting smashed every time. So yeah, it's probably all mental at the end of the day.
You know what? That's very, very fair. But heading into playoffs as well, which you've already got your spot secured by being a part of that top 5, top 6. What are your ambitions? What are you going to change to ensure that you get the best out of yourself mentally as well?
Probably just take a break from everything. Like whenever I take a break, I usually feel a little bit better. So I'll probably take a break and then regroup with Zach, who's my coach, obviously, and then see what we can do to change it up a bit.
It's been wonderful watching you at your best, Greek. Hopefully you and Zach can work together and come strong in playoffs time. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful to hear from Greek Freak. It seems bizarre to say, making his debut in the E-League this season. He looks completely at home. Some of those wins you rarely see from any competitor, let alone one starting off. Treaders, your final thoughts on Greek, and again as we head into leg 2, where we stand before we get into those second legs.
I think Greek is really, as he mentioned for himself, his ability to play at his best consistently will determine his ability to become a true legend of the Australian FIFA scene. If he's able to conquer those mental demons, get on top of that struggle, take the breaks, as he says, when he is able to, then we'll see him go to another level because he has the mechanical ability to be incredible.
A break for Greek, potentially what is needed for us right here in the E-League. We're going to push right along. Is the premiership about to be decided? Let's find out right now with Jake and Jared.
Indeed, Nate. Let's find out. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what could very well be the deciding game of this E-League Premiership for 2021. It is going to be Adelaide versus Newcastle. It's going to be Jazz versus Naylor. And I tell you what, this is such an intriguing affair. Obviously, not because of the fact that Naylor has the opportunity to see out his aggregate advantage that Newcastle have and secure the Premiership, but Jazz, if he is somehow able to beat Naylor and also prevent the Jets from winning this game, then we will send this E-League Premiership all the way to the final round. And if Jazz, we will get a look, by the way, at the standings on Xbox very shortly. But if Jazz wins this game, and I believe Own Noah Goat fails to win, Jazz is actually going to go top on Xbox for Adelaide, which is a team that has really sort of more or less not really been in the picture for the entirety of the league, and yet now here he is, potentially about to top the Xbox division. It's staggering how well Jazz has done.
Yeah, Jazz has come out of nowhere today. As you can see here, taking a look at the Xbox ladder, Jazz is currently sitting third on 18 points. We have Ono Ago and Naylor both tied on 20 points. But like you said, Jake, if Naylor drops points and Ono Ago drops points, they will all be tied heading into the final round, and we could even see Jazz at top of the table mathematically, which nobody expected a few hours ago. Honestly, heading into the weekend didn't seem that far-fetched of an idea, but after last night, I think everyone had written off Jazz.
Everybody would have expected, okay, Naylor. I don't think a lot of people at the beginning of the league would have expected Ono Ago, but we knew how well he was doing when we set this thing up on match day 1. So we knew he'd be up there. We knew Dylan obviously would be up there. Marcus Gomes as well. And even like before we started this thing off, Mo and Footwiz Jamoto, we all thought. But Jazz, I mean, again, we can't write him off. He's been in the E-League now for 3 years. He's doing fine this year. And well, the fact that he could very well end up, I think you might want to turn down that brightness too, by the way. It might take away from your ability there, Naylor, but still, regardless. No, I mean, we really have, I almost feel like maybe not been completely neglecting Jazz in any essence of the word, but yeah, it's good to see that he's getting the spotlight that he deserves here. Now, apparently, a shot of securing the Xbox Console Championship.
But the big one, is this going to be the game where the Newcastle Jets are crowned mathematical champions of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League season? We are about to find out as leg 2 on the Xbox between Naylor and Jazz kicks off.
Now, I believe Newcastle do indeed have a 3-1 lead on aggregate. Naylor has got plenty of space to work with. Jazz is going to have to do, well, maybe not a minor miracle. It's a 2-goal win that he's going to need to at least bring things to round 11 for the Premiership. And, well, there's just so much going on. We're just going to let the game play out. You look at the stats there, of course. 52 shots for 53 goals. 33 goals for Naylor. I'm pretty confident 33 goals is the most. Oh, my goodness me. Naylor nearly getting away. Or he does just about get away with it. But Naylor's 33 goals, as we were saying before, we nearly saw one score there for Jazz. Naylor's actually got the most amount of goals in the Xbox division at this stage with 33.
Here we go, though. Naylor pushing forward here. Goal on the board would be massive for him, but most importantly, massive for the Newcastle Jets early on. That would send the lead on aggregate out to 4-1. Coming in there, but nicely defended, honestly, from Jazz. Very excited to see him play. We haven't had much of a chance to watch him today. We saw him last time, I believe we saw him in a featured game, was when he got absolutely demolished there at the hands of Dylan. And at that time, we thought maybe that was really the campaign off for Jazz. But here he is now in striking distance of not only ruining the Newcastle Premiership party, but also getting himself into the top position on the Xbox division.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, may the best man win, but sheesh, I would love to see this thing go to round 11. That one is going to go all the way out. At the way things stand currently, of course, Newcastle, Naylor, maybe we'll potentially get it done. Don't know what is going to happen there. He will indeed play it short here, Jazz. Not looking to send it up forward. Really trying to make sure he retains the possession there. Hullet just getting it off to CR7 and now Pele. Plenty of space down the right-hand side. He's going to play a lock to CR7 and just get bodied by Ugarkovic. Nearly Ugarkovic is able to beat Ronaldo to that ball. Pele cutting in now for Vieira. Making a move here, Jazz. Got a bit of space, but shot there is going to get blocked by Virgil van Dijk. And now Naylor back on it, looking to transition quickly. Nice little back heel there from Davies.
Great play there from Naylor, retaining possession after some pretty high-intensity defense throughout the midfield there from Jazz. Playing a safe style of FIFA, which we've come to expect. And as I say that, he bobbles the ball up. Of course he does. Coming through here, Ronaldo going to Mbappe. Mbappe beating Patrick Vieira, but Vieira using his body brilliantly to get in front. As we see there, the aggregate score coming up top. 3-1 in favour of the Newcastle Jets. Jazz needing goals early on the board here to help spoil that Newcastle Premiership party as Ruud Gullit goes back here to Pele. Pele going to Ronaldo. Ronaldo into Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Vieira. Going to Cristiano Ronaldo. Needs something special here to make an opportunity and to make some space. Gullit smothering there. Continues to play. Gullit tried to feed that one through there, but Pele defending brilliantly. But it turned over in a dangerous position here. Pele going to Cristiano Ronaldo for Jazz. Ball being played around. Cristiano Ronaldo. That is brilliant. Jazz, top corner there. Near post finish. That is an outrageous piece of skill there. Adelaide, Jazz have the lead in this leg. And it is now 3-2 on aggregate. Western Sydney fans, watch this space.
Naylor's looking maybe not incredibly shaky, but right now he's just been in possession and has turned it over a few times in very dangerous areas in his own defensive third. And well, there you have it. Look at the aggregate. It's 2-3. Western Sydney Wanderers fans, seriously, you lads might still be in this thing. Jazz is in fine form. Of course, Naylor is currently top of the Xbox division, except with that goal now, Jazz has actually overtaken him just quietly. We have no idea what's going on with Noah Goat, but right now, the way things are standing, Jazz has actually overtaken Naylor in the Xbox Individual Championship. It's unbelievable. Can he find a way to grab a second? No. Carlos Alberto is going to block that one. Corner's going to be taken here for Jazz. You would imagine he's probably going to play this one short. Typically would. R9 Ronaldo playing it out wide to Craig Goodwin. Could an A-League player maybe have a say in this? Western Sydney Wanderers leading there. Noah Goat is in front. That would mean Noah Goat, the way things stand right now, is top of the Xbox division. There's a lot to follow, I know, but trust me, we will be keeping you all up to date as much as we can. Another chance there for Jazz. Another interception in his attacking third. Gullit is going to win it back on this occasion. Mo currently leading ahead of Jamodo right now. So, big one. Looking to counter-attack here. Naylor. Nice ball in there for Mbappe. Oh, is he going to be onside here? R9 Ronaldo. Yes. Carlos Alberto. And Jazz is going to play it out of danger.
We can see Jazz. He's been playing fantastic in this first half so far. Looking to add another goal to his name as we send Central Coast and Perth. Say Sarnes. It's all happening over there. 2-1 early on in that fixture. But that's a sloppy piece of passing there from Jazz. Great reading of the play by Naylor as well. Here we go. It is going to be Naylor looking to get things tied up in the head-to-head stakes just before halftime. 10 minutes to play, under 10 minutes to play. Mbappe going there to Ronaldo. Ronaldo back to Ruud Gullit. A lot of Adelaide jerseys hanging around there. Pele going to Ronaldo Nazario. Ronaldo tackled brilliantly from Carlos Alberto. And that allows Jazz another opportunity here before the end of the half to get all things tied up on aggregate. As Central Coast, they extend their lead. It is going off. It's all happening here. Wellington Phoenix 1-0 up here. Marcus Gomes down at the end of the first half in that fixture. But we continue moving forward here. It's just been end-to-end with no real substance in the past few moments, really, since Jazz had that opportunity after the goal. Ruud Gullit, the heel-to-heel there, coming through. Cristiano Ronaldo dragging it back, laying it through to Pele. Pele, bit of an overlap here. Pele shoots, and maybe that was the wrong option. A chip potentially on there for Jazz, but he's going to get a corner. He's going to get another bite of the cherry as he goes to Ronaldo, who drills it out to Craig Goodwin. Craig Goodwin, the Adelaide boy, going there to Ronaldo Nazario, looking for a play and a go-ahead goal here, or tying goal, with 1 minute of stoppage time here in the first half. Ronaldo looking for support. Bit of space is opened up naturally. He's gone. Instead of just smashing it first time, he's tried to be cute with it. Ultimately winning possession here on a free kick in dangerous position.
Free kick in a very, very dangerous position.
Opportunity in this half. Jazz, is he going to go for it? Oh my God, he's going to go for it. Please, Jazz, send it top corner.
On the follow-up.
And
a penalty. Oh my goodness me. Adelaide United with an opportunity here. It's all happening. It's the 3rd minute of 1. Nearly scoring direct from the free kick. And it's going to be Jazz with Pele to potentially Oh, what a penalty. Brilliant in the bottom left corner. Adelaide lead 2-0. And now they've tied it up with the Jets on aggregate. And with 45 minutes to play, the way things are currently standing, we are still going to round 11 to seal this premiership. Oh my goodness me. It all happened so quickly, Jared. I didn't even know what the penalty was for.
All hail the man bun. That is all I can say. What a first half there from Jazz. 2-0 up, and things are tied just like that in the aggregate sense. But Jazz ahead of NIVEA now in the Xbox standings. This is insane. Just when we thought the title challenge was dead and buried, there's a lifeline here for Western Sydney, Newcastle, NIVEA. I don't want to say those famous words, but on the cusp of choking, at least short term, Jake. It's a big performance. It's a big performance so far from Jazz.
Massive, massive performance from Jazz. He's actually had about 7 attempts on goal. Naylor, amazingly, zilch. Nada, just like the scoreline. Obviously, you're not really going to score too many goals when you haven't taken any shots. So either way, 2-0 Adelaide United. And well, Naylor, it's going to obviously prove to be a very tough game for him today. He's just got to do something to create an opportunity to get a shot off for starters, but he's really got to make sure he doesn't leak any more here against Jazz. All he needs, even if he doesn't win the game himself, is 1 goal here. He can go down, he can lose this game by just the singular goal, but he'll still secure the premiership. He's got to do whatever he can. Jazz has got to try to hold and defend or make an interception here. Will he get there first? Vieira just. And then working it out wide to Davies there. Nice work, Goodwin. More central. Davies might nearly go all the way down. That's a deflection that's going to work very, very favourably for Jazz. It seems like the bounces, it seems like the calls, everything seems to be going Adelaide United's way. Ugarkovic with a clean tackle there. For half a second I thought it might have been a penalty, but a penalty, wow. It would have been a foul. That's a pretty dodgy call if that was going to end up being a penalty for sure. But Jazz back on the ball. Mbappe to Hullet.
Jazz maintaining possession quite nicely to start off this second half for the majority of the game as well. As you see, Western United 3-0 up, but Jazz looking to give the lead. Sloppy, just as we say how well he's been maintaining possession. A sloppy dispossession, and Ronaldo isn't going to get there first. Jazz resetting. Still a long way to go in this one, Jake. But here we go. Ronaldo Nazario has the run of Rude Hullet, elects to go back to Vieira in the midfield there. A bit of space as he goes to Craig Goodwin, who has been pulling strings. Western Sydney, importantly, 2-0 up, which, Jake, makes it 8-1 on aggregate. Phenomenal. That is absolutely wild. And now it's
that's actually really big. That's really big that you actually brought that up too, because currently, the way things stand, the gap between Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers, 3 points. So it would come down to goal difference if this one ends up being a draw, or it could end up being a loss. A save there. Lee Ashin with a big, big stop here. But yes, if this ends the way that it currently stands, 3-3, a draw, it'll be a 3-point gap that Newcastle will have over the Western Sydney Wanderers, which means no matter what, at that stage, it's going to have to come down to goal difference. And, well, Newcastle have had some massive wins, so, yeah, Western Sydney Wanderers really need to put on the goals, that's for sure. Or it can still get sealed right here. 1 goal to win the premiership. Hullet on Hullet crime. He gets brought down. 25 minutes remaining in this half. Naylor got some space out to his right-hand side. It's very bunched up the middle. He tries to jam it in there. Carlos Alberto is going to pick that one off.
Here we go. It is Jazz being all over Naylor in this one. As it stands, Jazz is top, or I should say
Goat
is top. That's what I was thinking.
Jazz
in
would
my
be
head.
second. Naylor somehow ends up in third after this with the way it's standing.
That is ridiculous. But coming through here, Goodwin, that one's not at his feet perfectly enough, but still time here for Naylor. He might lose this game, but he could ultimately get the win for the Newcastle Jets, which would seal the title for them. But Jazz has something to say about that as he moves forward with Craig Goodwin going here. Ronaldo looking for some support, electing to go back to the midfield there. Patrick Vieira had the option of Rude Hullet, but he goes to Ronaldo. Ronaldo and Jazz, and there it is! Adelaide United have the lead on aggregate. Can you believe it? Just when you thought the title was headed to the Hunter region, Jazz said, not today. 3-0 up, and now a 4-3 aggregate lead. Can you believe it?
Newcastle put the champagne back in the cooler. Can you believe it? This thing is surely now going to round 11. There's 20 minutes left.
This man's different gravy.
Yeah.
This man's different gravy.
Jazz, absolutely ridiculous. We have really, clearly not been paying enough attention to this man who is now going to at least be sitting second on the Xbox table. Oh no, a goat looks like he's going to take care of business and win his game. 8-1, massive win on aggregate. Again, we thought if this game ended up in a draw in aggregate between Newcastle and Adelaide that it would come down to goal difference. Well, this is only 2 points now splitting Western Sydney Wanderers and Newcastle. I tell you what, no bias here at all, but I am so excited that this thing could possibly be going down to the final round. But hey, there's only one thing that could top it from here. Imagine 2 late goals here for Naylor in a game where he's really not even had much of a shot. Jazz has just stopped him from getting any sort of significant looks, put 3 away of his own. It's been a fantastic, phenomenal performance from him.
Here we go, though. Can Naylor get something going here? Western Sydney 3-0 up. Oh, my Lord. This is going to be a wild end to the E-League season as the ball's turned away there. Shocking position. Great tackle, though, from Jazz and Virgil van Dijk. And now a counter-attack for himself. Cristiano Ronaldo getting ahead of Ugarkovic. Cristiano Ronaldo coming through, keeper off the line. He's going to beat him! And Jazz is 4-0 up. All hail the man bun. What a result for Adelaide United. Oh my God.
Say it ain't so. Is this GG's, ladies and gentlemen? It's got to be. We're heading to round 1. Very similar situation Jazz was in the first half, going around the goalkeeper with the ball roll there from such a tight angle, but fair play. He squeezed it home, and this man is cracked. I agree, JJ, as I am looking at the chat.
He on X Games mode. Here
we
go.
God.
Still time. I don't know what to expect, honestly, Jake.
Oh,
huge tackle there. He's playing high pressure. Can Jazz put more on? This is where it gets interesting. If Jazz puts on more, we need to see the goal differential. Jazz coming through. Virgil van Dijk making the tackle, but Ronaldo with possession once again. Ronaldo going back here to Vieira. It's all happening here, ladies and gentlemen, as Cristiano Ronaldo and Jazz go through, and it is going to be 5-0. Can you believe it? 6-3 on aggregate. What is going on?
Is Naylor's head possibly gone here a little bit, or is this just a bit of Jazz brilliance? Incredible. Well, he didn't need to go this hard. All he needed to do was win the game 3-0 to get the dub for Adelaide United. He's not settling. He's got 4. He's got 5. Can he go and grab a 6th? There's plenty of time left for him to do it. Naylor has been completely shut out of this game. What an unbelievable, complete performance from Adelaide United's Jazz.
I think Asada are on the first plane to Adelaide right now to drug test Jazz right there.
Oh,
this
my
has been
goodness
something
me. Well,
different,
they are
mate.
athletes. They deserve to be drug tested just the same as everybody else, eh?
Here we go. Is there going to be more? I can't believe I'm saying this. Is there an opportunity for more goals? Can Jazz make it 6-0? This is ridiculous.
Absolutely unbelievable. Ugarkovic, obviously, the pace. He did not have enough of it to stick with Ronaldo for the 4th goal there that really killed the game here. 6-3. It was 3-1 going into this game in Newcastle's favour. 5-0 later, and here we are. Johan Cruyff, who's come off of the bench a few times for Naylor and been able to do something. Can he grab something maybe on this occasion? At least 1 goal for a little bit of confidence going in around 11. I think he's going to need something, anything. He's really going to need to take at least a bit of a break here, Naylor, reassess, and just acknowledge that he's come up against a cracked FIFA player in Adelaide United's Jazz. What a win. Unbelievable performance from him. Naylor doesn't really know what to do. Looks like he's frozen.
In terms of context, that might be one of the most important, dominant, and biggest wins in E-League history. To have a team that a win away from securing the E-League Premiership and to go out and manhandle one of the best players in the competition.
That's my boy.
5-0 is absolutely phenomenal. That is unbelievable. Oh, my word.
It is going to be huge. Western Sydney Wanderers fans, that man, you owe him a big, big thank you. Can you imagine now 2 points, the gap between these teams? They very well could possibly pull this off now, Western Sydney Wanderers. I mean, I think Naylor, after, let's call it what it is, a demolition, a 5-0 demolition, maybe that might rattle him a bit. I think really, Newcastle winning this premiership, it ultimately rests still on Naylor because he's going to play the last game. He's got to get it done. Obviously, if Mark 11 just absolutely annihilates it in the first leg, maybe it won't matter. But Naylor is going to have to mentally regroup, gather himself, and it's going to be on him. But round 11, it could still go either way. Newcastle, West Sydney Wanderers, lads. Oh, I cannot wait.
I love this game. I absolutely love this game. To think, for so long, round 5 yesterday, we were thinking that Newcastle virtually had the title wrapped up. Here we are, final round, and it is all left to fight for. I cannot believe it.
You said it yourself. I love this game.
I
Come
love
on.
this game.
Let's send it down to the couch to break down that game. All the other games. Nate, Treaders, take it.
Thank you, gents. What a performance. Of course, the premiership is still alive. Dare I say, more importantly, Jazz has played himself into playoffs contention. That's right, due to maybe non-verification, maybe this, maybe that. He is having a stellar match day 2 and could have sealed his playoff spot.
Just an inspired day from Jazz at his absolute peak. The performances that he's put in today, the performance he's put in that game would go down in OCE FIFA history.
He, of course, has done this before. Season 2, Jazz with a massive impact on the title race then. Obviously not happy about the way he got this penalty. Converts it nonetheless in the 4th minute of 1 minute of stoppage time. And as we've seen, no matter how good you are, the nerves of the E-League can break a man.
I think the most astonishing thing for me is Naylor being kept to a clean sheet. I cannot remember the last time I've seen that. That's absurd. The scoreline is still sinking in for me, but hopefully it sinks in quickly for the rest of the competitors because a number of their jobs just got a lot harder.
He is one of the early adopters of the 5-3-2. Never forget, he has been there with that system. He utilized it at both ends as perfectly as one can hope for. So Newcastle Jets, as was said, put that champagne on ice. Adelaide fans enjoyed the win. Jazz fans on the corns, get around it, get around your man. He may well be going through to playoffs.
Yeah, still one more round to play. This is going to be incredible to finish things off.
A former teammate, Big Joe, oh no, Agoto, yes please, 4 more. After suffering defeat, it seems Joseph is back into winning form.
Again, Joe, just Big Joe, doing what he does, frustrating his opponent to the point where either a counter-attack opens out or he's able to fashion a goal-scoring opportunity for himself.
Of course, we reference Big Joe as the competitor who has not been getting into, if you like, this FIFA 21 competitive season. Xbox is console of choice, PlayStation being the only way to get through. It brings about some questions, quite frankly, we can't answer just yet. Maybe we won't have to ask them at all. We'll have a say in round 11. That was 3. That was 4 for Oh Noah Goat, the cheeky back heel, if you don't mind. For Brisbane Treaders, I guess I'll say it again, as I said earlier, we're just not speaking about them very much. Gone are the days from Aussie FIFA and talking about premierships, maybe at least a good finals push. Another competitor that thankfully we have spoken about for all the right reasons today. Moswed with a 4-0 result over Footwiz Jamoto from Sydney FC.
Redemption arc almost complete for Moswed after yesterday. He's able to take that pride in his results. He takes such pride in his competitive FIFA. He cares so much at times, pretends not to, but deep down he has so much passion, so much competitive drive that those results yesterday would have really stung him. And to see him getting results today is really meaningful.
No idea what you're saying there. Sorry, Jamoto. I can see just off camera there about 15 lines of text, mostly numbers. Maybe you can explain it for us. a little later on. We'll focus on the positives of that game. Moswed and Melbourne Victory have had an excellent match day 2. Moving on to Western United and MacArthur. Dylan back into winning form against a competitor that has been exceptional today in Ben Carter.
Absolutely able to reset himself. Was Dylan in that situation? Again, he lost his head quite a bit, wasn't nearly focused enough by his own admission against Marcus, but is locked back in against Ben Carter. Getting the job done there.
A 3-0 lead, maybe it was Angry Dill that came out to start off with. You can make it 4, but such is the quality of Ben Carter. He will fight, of course, for standing in that premiership ladder, if nothing else.
And for Dylan, unfortunately, well, it depends on how these results go at the end of round 11, because he could still be in with an opportunity depending on the standings.
It always seems to be that way in whatever season of the E-League. You never go anywhere until that final round is complete. Season 1 with the most drama of any FIFA esports comp. Yes, I'll say it. You want more drama, you want more goals. Geordie and Seisanis with a 4-4 classic.
Just goals galore in this game. Defenders drawn out, and Seisanis doing what he does best, playing the beautiful game the right way, time and time again. It's just unbelievable that we won't be seeing these highlights from Seisanis at a future event, but as mentioned previously, we'll be seeing lots more of Geordie Brio.
Have 3 goes at that one. Geordie will not be happy to have conceded that. Not that there's much he could have done. What about this 4th? Ball inside. And then as easy as you like. It's 4-3. Seisanis with 1 more left. Oh, the assist of dreams from Seisanis. The conductor keeps on making beautiful music until the end. Shredders, we are going to miss that when it's gone.
He's just a genius. He really is. He just finds opportunities that no other competitor would even think about attempting. Not worried about pushing the meta, more concerned about entertaining the audience, and it's incredibly entertaining all the time.
Yeah, are you not entertained? How could you not be with that? Melbourne City fighting for the premiership until the very end, up against Wellington Phoenix, and Marcus Gomes with a 2-1 win after Mike J did you know what? Bainesy fighting well against a much higher ranked competitor.
And again, we're seeing in these best of ones time and time again, different results come out at different times. We saw Marcus absolutely thrash a higher ranked competitor in Dylan and scrape a 2-1 result against Bainesy, and one of those goals scored was from a corner.
You'll take them however they come, but Marcus Gomes would not be denied his win. Ronaldo left foot, lovely on the turn. Fine, Sarge. Daddy Gomes getting it done there. You might as well be. Goodness me, he's done most everything else. Marcus Gomes has been class today, winding back the years, or maybe just showing us how one can evolve as a FIFA esports competitor. That said, Treaders, I feel like it's been a solid debut showing from Bainesy.
Yeah, absolutely. He can take a lot of pride, a lot of comfort in his performances, and he's got the E-Nations Cup coming up for New Zealand, so this is incredibly good, incredibly valuable experience, and against potentially some competitors that he will be seeing in that competition.
With all those wins, I think it's fair to say there is still one that stands out in the mind. Jazz over Naylor, Adelaide United over Newcastle Jets. Jazz, it's a pleasure to have you on that broadcast. How are you feeling after that monumental win?
I think it's probably been one of my most complete games. I've made myself a point to try and play well, get back on broadcast, did that, and try to redeem myself for that first one that I unfortunately lost. I think it was 6-1 to Dylan, which wasn't my finest FIFA moment. But Naylor's a fantastic competitor. I think he's probably going to be the number 1 player in years to come, if not he is right now. But ecstatic, probably my most complete game, and everything seemed to work well.
Yeah, so what made it your most complete game? What did you adjust? What were the little tweaks that you made between tonight and today? Yesterday night and today.
I think I mainly sort of try to pinpoint the A-League player in Naylor's squad. I know he liked to play him at left back. I knew that before. So I decided to exploit that line as well. I think you see most of my goals come from my wing back, either being Pele or Mbappe going down that wing, and then Cristiano Ronaldo just sort of feeding off him as well. So yeah, I made that a point to come in and try and exploit the weaker players in his squad. Managed to do that well and managed to get up early and just carry it right through. And I defended really well. I thought he's one of the best skillers in the game, and I don't think he actually had a shot on me. So I'm very, very, very happy with that and the way I defended.
Your defense was absolutely immense in that game. Going forward into this final game, you must be thinking at least a little bit about the impacts of this final game on your opportunities for making playoffs. How are the nerves like? How's the overall vibe in the Jazz camp?
To be honest, I didn't think it was possible after the first game today. I think it was 4 wins, 3 losses, I think, after the first game, and I've gone 4 in a row now. So yeah, very happy. I think it depends on other results. I believe GOAT is now on top of the leaderboards. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But yeah, I've got to wait on his result. I believe he plays Marcus, I play Mo, and I know Mo is a fantastic competitor, and it's going to be really, really, really tough to beat him. So focus on my game, see how it goes. If I manage to win it, mate, I'll be so happy, so happy.
Jazz, it has been a pleasure watching you today. You've come out firing, and brother, we hope you've got one more left in you for round 11. Thank you for entertaining us today.
Cheers, Nate. Cheers, Cheddars. Appreciate it.
What a king. Joel, unpronounceable surname, has been smashing it today across the league. Fantastic to see. When that man is fired up, Shredders, even against the #1 competitor in the region, you can't stop it.
He's just a competitor on his day who takes on any and all comers in any situation. He's able to mount comebacks. He's able to defend. As he said, that was his most complete performance, and what a good time as well.
Having a look at the games that were: Western Sydney 10, Brisbane 1, Adelaide United 6, Newcastle 3. That has set us up for a spectacular finish in round 11. Victory 6, Sydney FC 1, that big blue, very one-sided. Western United 5, Macarthur 6, Mariners 5, Glory 5, and then City 6, Wellington 3. And I know you're all watching on, wondering what that means. Let us tell you, we've got a belter to finish in round 11. Newcastle lead. However, the Wanderers and Melbourne City could all win the premiership. You see there with goal difference, with points, you're going to need results and goals to get it done. Adelaide up to a very respectable 4th. Indeed, Wellington still in bottom spot. Obviously, a lot of mid-table shenanigans in between every place. It's going to make you look that little bit better though, Treaders, it's fair to say. Sydney FC in 9th on 11. Victory 6 in 12. One more point, and yet that's a very different story at the end of the campaign.
Just incredible, the turnaround in particular from Melbourne Victory and even Macarthur to an extent, pushing their way up the table.
Exceptional stuff here in the NIVEA Men E-League, here in Season 4. It never seems to disappoint. These 2 days have been full of action, compact. I hope you're ready to go with us one last time. Playoff spots, premiership spots, it will all be decided. Don't go anywhere. In just a few moments' time, all will be decided. welcome back one final time for round 11 of the NIVEA Men E-League. It has been drama and excitement all the way through, and it's our pleasure to come to you and I guess deliver the final news one way or the other, Josh.
Going to be an immense final hour or so as we find out who the Premier is, who gets the final playoff spots. I cannot wait until those final moments.
Maybe a little recap would help us all if we have a look at where we've been. There is the ladder. Newcastle Jets on top. The Wanderers in second. City in third. Again confirming that all could win the premiership here in the final round. Sure, there's a lot of teams that maybe had former glory. Melbourne City, one of those returning, maybe looking to go one step further. But for the Jets and the Wanderers particularly, it is a huge moment in these clubs' careers.
Just a massive moment overall as well for the league in general, seeing new premiers potentially being crowned. If we see Newcastle Jets take their first crown, the ramifications league-wide in doing the bare minimum of research to ensure you get the highest ranked competitor will be more important than ever.
Newcastle will never view the league in the same way again. A large amount of those dubs have come at the hand of Mark. 8 individual victories. And of course, we changed the tone slightly here, talking about playoffs. Now, Mark 11 and Neza, pretty happy right now. Not too fussed about the individual results. Mike J needs Neza and Mark 11 to lose, maybe Neza to have a draw, but Mike needs to win. If he does so, he'll get himself straight into the playoffs.
And the risk he runs if he doesn't secure, if these competitors don't secure that spot for him, or he doesn't secure that spot himself, is that the Xbox side of things might actually push him out of his currently earned playoff spot and push him out of contention after all the hard work he has put in so far.
That's your PS4 standings. What about on the other side, on the Xbox here in the NIVEA Men E-League? You know what? We'll go straight through to the schedule. We're too excited. We're ready to go for our first PlayStation game. It will be the Mariners and Newcastle. Sippy versus Mark. After that, on the Xbox, Joseph versus Marcus, of course. We're not exactly sure how it will work, with Noah Goat being an Xbox player, potentially earning a playoffs spot on PlayStation. That'll be worked out later, Treaders. We're going to enjoy these games in the meantime.
And it just wouldn't feel right as an E-League if we didn't have Marcus competing in the final game of the broadcast. So we'll be looking forward to that one after this one, but obviously Sippy on Mark to start with.
Bring it on. Whether you've been watching all day yesterday and today, whether you're just joining us now, you've come at a right time, a good time, a great time. It is the Mariners versus Newcastle. You call it the F3 Derby in the A-League. Sippy versus Mark 11 here in the E-League. Both competitors making their E-League debut, and Sippy maybe hasn't got a lot of the plaudits this weekend. Friday, Saturday, it's a weekend to me. He has done remarkably well considering it's his debut.
100%, and I think, again, for an older competitor like himself who views the game both seriously and in such an analytical light, to one, have him on this, given this platform is incredible, but also he's a competitor who will continue to develop, particularly as he learns the game more and more. His debut competitive season and debut E-League season as well.
What about Mark 11? The young king has surprised many, earned his respect, and looked damn fine doing it. To be clear, they are FIFA gameplay from him, not both just attacking, his defense shredders. He's a completely different young man from when we first viewed him in the first qualifier.
He just makes the game look so easy. And that's not a knock on him, that's the highest of compliments. He's executing advanced cancels, advanced skill moves, timing them to perfection, and making me think, oh, I could do that. Anyone could do that. But the fact is, it's the beauty of any elite, any master of gameplay or anything, that they make the hardest things look so straightforward.
I'm so sorry, I can't remember who it was in the Twitch chat, so I can't credit you. saying something like Mark 11, so good he could skill cancel in midair. We're yet to see it today. Who knows, round 11, it could well happen. Sippy versus Mark, a very grueling 2 days for these competitors. Not much time in between, but for one last time, Newcastle and Central Coast will come out to battle. A little bit of rivalry in the A-League with the Mariners firmly on top this season. Maybe Newcastle fans are only looking at the E-League table. Certainly, that's our focus right now. Your last PlayStation fixture of the day. It's the Mariners versus the Jets. It's Sippy versus Mark. We have seen Ugarkovic used for Newcastle Jets competitors being Mark and Naylor. One of those that you feel has probably held their own when we've just heard Jazz FIFA talking about how he was attacking Naylor's side with that said foot item. Mark has used him better, you have to say. Maybe he's about to be found out. We see a goal update. We'll keep our eyes pinned on that information. Don't forget, Newcastle here looking to get off to a great start. Their premiership aspirations could be given a boost. It won't be confirmed until Naylor plays. But Mark, with a wonderful opportunity to get things going the right way, it does not go so. Perth Glory scoring over United. You can feel Treaders even here. The studio, we don't have the competitors, but with the Twitch chat, with the action, and with a goal to the Wanderers, it's heating up in here.
The stakes have never been higher in the E-League. Playoff spots on the line. And Mark and Naylor must be feeling the pinch more than anyone. The expectations that not only the chat have been putting on them throughout the day, but themselves as well. Maybe, just maybe, coming back to haunt them.
Sippy could really spoil the party here. Best of ones always bring about an element of luck, lottery, if you will. When we see something down that avenue, Sydney lead over Brisbane. Confirming there for you the Wanderers with the goal over City. Those are the other two E-League clubs vying for this premiership. One eye on their game, one eye on this one. Mark 11 very rarely gives much away with his body language. Sippy, well, we've seen him fire up before on the YouTube channel, on the replays. Can he give us a fiery performance in round 11? He needs to defend here. His keeper stands tall. Corner for Mark 11. Taken short. The routine ends with a double block by four legs of Mariners. Same again, please. Mark, when you do the same thing, Treaders, I guess you leave yourself open to the early read.
And just adjustments to be made from corners when they're taken the same way. Second goal update. Neza over Mike J. Implications from both the overall championship standings as well as the individual standings for Mike J and his aspirations. But back to this game, Sippy is incredibly structured in the way he goes about his gameplay, almost to the point of predictability, but he has enough variety at times to keep the defender and the attacker on their toes.
If a computer built a FIFA competitor, it would probably come up with Sippy FC. It is genuinely a compliment. Man knows the game inside and out, utilizing the mechanics to get wins, something else entirely. The human part of FIFA esports is why we love the game. Sippy defending against Mark. R9, another block. Mark is trying a few of these shots. Sippy has been there to meet him thus far every time.
But with Mark, he's a competitor that will fire off these warning shots to get you sitting back off him, get you used to defending a certain way, and he'll react to what he's given. So if Sippy attempts to adjust to Mark's attacks, there will be space for Mark to exploit, and indeed there is space for Mark to exploit right on cue. And Mark snatches an early goal, but the job not quite done yet for Newcastle.
Not by a long shot. Wasn't a long shot here though, just a near post, somewhat meta finish. Pele the man. An important goal. Dare I say more important than in that other fixture. Poor Sydney and Brisbane. So good historically in the E-League. It's just not been their year. Melbourne victory in what we term the E-Regional Derby. 2-0 over Adelaide. All eyes, most eyes surely, focused on this encounter. Sippy, R9, tries to play a pass, gets it back, and the keeper gets down. Sippy feeling it, you can see. Delighted to be here in the E-League. It's taken until season 4, but really he'll tell you this is the season where he's really stepped it up. It's been less about content creation, more about the competitive side of the game.
Absolutely. He's looked to develop himself as a competitor, as a player first and foremost, and that content creation side has really been an avenue of him to continue that self-improvement, both as a competitor and also as a person. It's a unique approach. It allows you to diversify your interests, and that's what Sippy is aiming to do.
You see Mark there saying, a 1-0 lead's pretty good, mate. Do you want to come and see if you could change that? Sippy responding with a slight head nod, bringing out the midfielder. Mark with the last chance of the half. Heel to heel, a little bit of space. Still going, Mark. Maybe one too many skills. Sippy won't give him the opportunity to get that back. The slightest of advantages at the moment for Newcastle, but of course, if they win this entire aggregate contest 1-0, that's good enough.
Absolutely, and I think a little bit in the back of Mark's mind is the fact that he's got Naylor just sitting, waiting for his opportunity. But if Naylor produces a performance like he did against Jazz, not quite up to scratch as good as Jazz was, there's always things that these competitors can work on.
Until the very end. 1 half remaining for all PlayStation competitors. Absolutely crazy when you think about maybe Season 1, Season 2. We do this over 3 months. Today, it's all jam-packed into 2 days. You can't take your eyes off it. Newcastle Jets, are you about to be premiers? The Xbox leg to come after this. Wellington 2-1 over MacArthur. Mark 11 on the attack. R9 gets past 2. Can't get past 3. Sippy is clinging on.
And it's clinging on to the very definition. Mark being offered so much space, and Mark is a competitor that you simply cannot offer space in the final third. Otherwise, he will simply react to what he is being given and create clear-cut goal-scoring opportunities. Only 1-0 at the moment, which is relatively surprising considering the weight of effective possession that Mark has had in the final third. So potentially goal-scoring opportunities still coming for Mark.
It's not going to be a game, quite frankly, of many opportunities, and as such, so much hinges on the few that we have. Mark 11 cannot complete the pass. You see there Sippy again. What must he be feeling? A big, deep breath as he goes on the attack. He's utilized primarily the 4-2-3-1 narrow. Mark 11 has barely changed from his 4-4-2 defensive. Getting joy down the far side. Inside. Mark 11, has he got a second for us? Can he make Newcastle fans breathe a little bit easier? 1-on-1. Mark 11 gets out of the skill and into another defender. Sippy is still there.
The one-on-one situations is where we see Mark thrive time and time again. Reverse elasticoing his way into the box at the very last moment. And it takes an incredible structured read from Sippy FC. And those are the types of reads that we see Sippy position himself to make. He's waiting for you to attack his goal, to try to go a little bit more direct. He's a little bit less comfortable with you sitting in possession. And if you don't force it, the opportunities will come. And they have come for Mark, who makes it 2-0. Simple step over to create the space. And Sippy stands off for too long in that situation.
He's had this want-to-be change just standing there for a while. Clearly, he's not completely happy, realizes he needs to be a bit more aggressive. Unless you've got those custom tactics exactly as you want them, you're not going to have the time. He misses out on his opportunity, and at 2-0 down, this game has taken on a very different meaning.
And sometimes in the competitor's mind, the idea is you have your original custom tactics set out, but the 4 options that you take into the game are just so different from each other that it's the little tweaks that can get into your brain. And that's what we saw Sippy wanting to adjust. It was just one individual bar of depth that he wanted to add. But now the tactic would have to be fully adjusted to allow him to play just that bit more direct and more aggressive.
Jordy Brio, how are you feeling right now? Up against Naylor, staring down a 0-2 scoreline at current. And look at that, 3-3. It was 3-1 a moment ago. City fighting back. If Newcastle were to falter, one of City or the Wanderers would need to be there. 3-3 as well between the Sky Blues and the Raw. Mark looking for a third of his own. Can't find it yet. In truth, Sippy has been doing a lot of defending over this game. Not too many opportunities of his own. Switch to the right-hand side. Mark 11 comes again. Wonderful challenge. Sippy, what have you got for us, mate? Tensions have not been this high. All of yesterday, all of today. Can he even get one? A little bit of a spark, a something. Sippy! On the second attempt, you'll get it back, mate. Go again. 1-on-1. Back and forth eventually. Mark 11, let's say, risks the challenge. His risk is rewarded, and it stays at 2-0.
And Sippy pushing forward, getting that little bit more aggressive, showing that extra determination, the extra creativity that sometimes his gameplay does lack. Again, a product of looking to always play the percentages is that it can become just that little bit predictable, and your opponent is able to make those adjustments on the fly, particularly when it comes to attacking in the final third.
Do these Mariners understand the importance of getting a win over Newcastle in any format? We know the Mariners' past took massive pride. Sean, CEO, if you're watching, do the boys know what they're doing right now? Sippy had a man in behind, passes backwards. Pele. 2-9, back to Pele. Still time, of course, for Sippy, but Mark is reading everything so perfectly.
Maybe, potentially, a heel-to-heel on offer for Sippy in that situation. But unfortunately for him, Mark's defense has been oh so solid for the entirety of the E-League tournament. And the patient attack from Mark, just incredibly impressive.
Last chance for Sippy. 20 seconds remaining. He is going forward. And yet, Mark, credit this young man at age 17. Update the Twitter. bio, whatever you want to call it. You're still at 16 there, brother. Has shown the maturity of a man twice that age. Parents no doubt wondering what the old man is yelling about in the background. Your son is destroying it here in the NIVEA Men E-League. A wonderful way to round out his campaign.
Just getting the job done as always was Mark 11. Just never really looking too flustered at all throughout the entirety of the matches that we watched. Full credit to Sippy though. Has had his overall analytical style of play that really was on display. Again, he's a competitor who I think is definitely one to watch, particularly going into future E-Leagues and future tournaments, as we'll see him develop his more spontaneous attacking game.
We all got to start somewhere, of course, being thrust into the limelight that is the NIVEA Men E-League for Sippy. What about Mark? With the very same occasion, has shown incredible maturity, brilliant skill, and may well go as the best competitor on the PlayStation side. That's it from Treaders and I, surely, from this first little section. I've got no more. I want to hear from Mark, perhaps. Jake and Jared, what do you got for us?
Thank you very much, Nate. Thank you very much, Treaders. And well, that is it. That is all our PlayStation 4 fixtures done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the first leg of the final round out of the way. Mark 11 has done what he needs to do to get Newcastle this premiership. And now we go to NIVEA. And if you are a Newcastle fan, you'll be happy to know I'm fairly confident the game between Melbourne City and Western Sydney Wanderers actually finished 3-3.
No, I'm hearing it's 4-3 now. We'll have to wait to see with the highlights for that one for 4-3 Western Sydney.
Oh my goodness me.
It's still an advantage Newcastle after that 2-0 win there for Mark. All they need to do is win. They don't need to worry about what's going on in Melbourne City versus Western Sydney. They need to get the job done for themselves. Mark has handled his side of the equation, but now it is up for NIVEA on the Xbox side of things to get it done. A great performance there from Mark. Like Nate said, cannot believe he's only 17. Absolutely dominating this season. He is the boy in the competition, but he's making the men he's coming up against look like boys, and it is fantastic to see. Pure domination, kissing the badge at full time apparently, and that is a big, big result there for Mark.
Love that. Love a cheeky smile, the steeliness from him there, and the ability to get the job done when it matters most, of course. He got the job done in round 10, but unfortunately, we had NIVEA run into Jazz, and Jazz just did Jazz things.
Yeah, that was
Do you like Jazz, by the way? No, genuinely an unbelievable performance from him. But NIVEA, it is going to be his turn to see out that 2-0 win, and if they can get that win, it'll be done and dusted. But again, now that we're learning that West Sydney Wanderers have actually possibly won that game 4-3, who knows? There are other games, of course, that we will be looking at, and this is going to be one of them. Western United, Perth Glory, Dylan Gomes with the 3-2 win over JMK King. That is a lovely ball right there, and turn from CR7, firing in the 15th minute at the near post. So Dylan would take a 1-0 lead there. Dylan, got to say, all things considered, and the fact that he's playing with busted fingers as well, he's done a bloody great job for himself and for Perth.
Yeah, he has had a great E-League competition here, getting some big wins on the board. There must have been a lot of goals late in this one. 75th minute, Dylan hitting the post, but getting the penalty there. Ronaldo stepping up for that one, sending it bottom right-hand corner to give Dylan and the Perth Glory the lead. But ultimately, more drama to come in this one, as it was off the post and equalised there from JMK King. A lot of post action here in this one. But Dylan, what a way to end his campaign. The winner in the 85th minute. Like we said, Jake, he's had a lot of adversity here, Dylan. He's busted his fingers yesterday, but phenomenal competition from the Better Gomes.
Bruno Fornaroli, the Better Gomes. There you go, Bruno Fornaroli. Well, I guess maybe we can, crown him the Better Gomes. We'll see how Marcus ends up in the Xbox game to come. But you see Bruno Fornaroli assisting for the last goal there. Well, beautiful things to see. More A-League players getting involved as well. And with one last little batch of legs to play over on Xbox, hopefully we see maybe another A-League player hit the back of the net. That'll be bloody beautiful. But still, moving on to plenty of the other games as well, because of course we are focusing to the ones up toward the top of the table, but there are still so many others that I can't wait to have a look at as well.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how it all turns out. Melbourne City are still in title contention.
Yeah,
here.
we haven't really talked about that.
Yeah, we were doing the math off screen. If Melbourne City beat Western Sydney, and there is 4-3 in that first leg.
Confirmation.
We were saying though, if Melbourne City beat Western Sydney overall and Newcastle lose, and the aggregate swings it far enough, then Melbourne City still can win. So it's still all left to fight for in the final round. But NIVEA getting off to a strong start here, 2-0 up after 8 minutes. And it looks like he might have even made it 3 after 20 minutes, which is absolutely phenomenal. I would love to see where these goals came from for Mike then.
Yeah,
3-0 with the near post finished after 20 minutes. That is ridiculously strong start.
What a ridiculous comeback from Mike J, keeping their very slim yet still possible title hopes alive. I mean, I think they need a goal difference swing of about 6. Oh my goodness. Well, that's how you get your first, or your second, should I say, possibly. Moving on though, this was the third on the hour mark. So a very quick comeback indeed from 3-0 down. I mean, scoring 3 within what feels like, a little under 20 minutes or so. A little bit of a Liverpool versus AC Milan right there, 2005.
Minutes.
And in the
wild.
90th minute, that is the goal. How crucial will that be for NIVEA and for Western Sydney Wanderers? We will see. They're still in it. Wanderers need to win this game if the Jets do indeed draw. If they lose, then, well, Western Sydney Wanderers, a draw is not good enough for them. The Wanderers just simply need to win, and so too to Melbourne City. So that is a cracking fixture for us to be looking at over on Xbox as well. But still Newcastle at the moment with their 2-goal lead. That one just unfortunately going out of bounds for Airborne. And as for Airborne, well, this is a point I think that he's definitely earned here. He's only managed
Red
one
card
win.
in the 6th minute. Sorry, I had to point that out.
Yeah, that'll definitely
Greek
hurt.
free,
And another penalty as well. That was 2. Don't tell me he's going to have 2 players sent off, or is that the
He got
original
2 red
card?
cards in the 18th
Wow.
minute. What the hell?
And he couldn't convert the penalty there, Airborne. How in the world has Greek Freak from 2-1 down, he's actually managed to score a goal with only 9 men on the pitch, level it up. Unbelievable effort from Greek Freak to get anything out of that.
Look, I don't mean to disrespect Airborne here, but how do you
win?
draw with 9 men opposition for 80 minutes? That is wild. What?
That 45th, or those final 45 minutes in that second half must have been, I don't know, full of God knows what. But yeah, shenanigans. Unbelievable. I don't think, okay, double red card at any point in the A-League in 4 years?
E-League? No, I don't think that's ever happened in the E-League before. That is...
I don't think so.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
right.
Wow.
Fair
For
play
a
to
second, I
Greek Freak
thought,
for holding on.
for a second, I thought they were showing a replay of the same red card, but no,
Can we
it
just
was
take a
indeed
moment
2.
here, Jake? Can we take a moment to appreciate Rick Tran? I believe that's 5 wins on the board in a row for Rick Tran.
We keep talking about player.
Insane. He's
player
doing it
of the-
comfortably. He's
I
doing
know,
it
right?
4-0 against Akpo. He is doing it comfortably. He is on absolute Rico mode and is just destroying everybody that comes in his path. This is phenomenal here. Player of the day, you would say.
Oh, you would have to say player of the day, possibly at least on PlayStation 4. Looking on Xbox, I mean, maybe you've got to give it to Jazz there, but it's absolutely ridiculous what Rick has been able to do. I'm very happy that we've brought back Rico mode because there is only one way to describe that. Look at this. Seriously, unbelievable to make it 4-0 in the 80th minute. Phenomenal performance from Rick. I mean, the chat was screaming for him to get a feature game. I hope you can understand with the business end of the competition coming in, we've got to obviously pay a little bit of attention to the premiers, but wow, Rick has absolutely annihilated. And of course, the last game that we'll be looking at, Sydney FC versus Envy, and a 4-4 game between these two. Absolutely ridiculous. Marco getting things kicked off and underway in the 16th minute, and then Envy only about 10 minutes later would surely go and grab an equaliser. Very tight angle, but he cuts in, grabs an equalising there, and unbelievable.
As we can see, 4-4. This is a big scoreline to end the competition for both lads. Great movement there from Envy to get behind Marco's defender. And still a lot of goals. 78th minute, it's 3-1. Marco,
what in the world?
Making
How
it
many
3-2.
goals?
Oh my God, this is about to be drama. Making it 3 all in the 81st.
Don't tell me he makes it 4-3 and then concedes.
Oh my God,
right at
please.
the end. I guess we'll find out. But
drama. He's going
he
to.
will.
Oh my.
What
Envy,
a turnaround.
The head noise that Envy must have been feeling right now would have been phenomenal.
I want to see the
that.
scenes from Marco. If
Jamie's just said, watch this equaliser. He's beaten the defender there. Tough angle. Going on the angle, just belted across the face. I would love to see more of that tackle, more of the build-up, because it seems like it was a pretty cheap goal. What a way to throw 3 points or throw a great lead away.
I wish we could have seen the webcam reactions of both players there. It would have been such a contrasting emotions. Knowing Marco, he would have been absolutely giving it massive, and then the contrasting emotions
I
of
think
conceding
Marco's
right at the end.
past the point of caring right now.
Marco was pretty well past the point of caring when we interviewed him in match day 1.
Yeah.
But he still came through and he had himself a relatively good performance there. Sydney FC maybe obviously not living up to last season, but still, regardless, you know, they've definitely had a much better end to their season than they did starting it off. Regardless, looking at the PlayStation legs in round 11, this final round, of course, in the ones that truly matter. Western Sydney Wanderers leading 4-3 on aggregate, both of these teams simply need to win if they're to have any shot of winning the premiership. Melbourne City don't just need to win, they need a bit of a swinging goal difference as well. And as for Western Sydney Wanderers as well, they of course need Newcastle to draw. Naylor versus Geordie. That is the game right there that's going to decide it. And I tell you what, we've been talking about Geordie. He's had seriously tough opponents today. And even though he hasn't been able to get a win in every single one of his games, he's put it in some really good performances. He's kept it close even when he has gone down. So I think he's really going to give Naylor a run here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Naylor has been very strong all competition long, but it's started to fall down slightly. Very interested to see where he is in terms of his headspace after that demolition job from Jazz. This could be the perfect time for Geordie Brio to step up and be facing Naylor. The final game of the E-League season, the title on the line. Can Geordie Brio have the ultimate F3 derby bragging rights and steal the title away from the Mariners and hand it to either Western Sydney or Melbourne City?
I didn't even think of it that way. The fact that you put it in that context, he could become either a both Melbourne City or Western Sydney legend if he were to pull this off, but only time will tell. Can Naylor seal the deal for Newcastle? It is the final game of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. And well, let's just get it underway. Nate, Shredders, over to you, lads.
Thank you so much, Jake and Jared, for one final time. Won't you join us here at the NIVEA Men E-League for a bit of quality, a bit of excitement, and sure, a bit of drama. Newcastle can decide their premiership fates, but there's someone by the name of Geordie Brio looking to spoil the party, Treaders.
Yeah, absolutely. Geordie Brio with a large task to get done. But as Jake and Jared were saying, he would go down in absolute history as a party wrecker for Newcastle.
A party destroyer for the ages. The two teams hoping, praying that Newcastle slip up, of course, are Melbourne City and Western Sydney Wanderers. It has been a dialogue, a story throughout the day, and this is the game we bring you. Oh No A Goat from Western Sydney, back in Western Sydney, versus the man that's always been at Melbourne City, Marcus Gomes.
Big Joe taking on Marcus Gomes. What a big game this is. Oh No A Goat hunting has been incredibly persistent and consistent throughout yesterday and today. And Marcus, well, he's Marcus, and he's been consistent throughout the past 5-6 years that he has been signed to Melbourne City.
The story within the story. Big Joe, maybe that's the secret. We've not called him Big Joe at an E-League before, and man's out here destroying worlds. Oh No A Goat, Joseph Nasser, whatever you like, has shocked the Xbox side of the competition. Dare I say, because he stayed on that console when everyone else has gone to PlayStation, he knows what's going on. He feels comfortable. The question that remains, and to be honest, I can't answer it for you, is can he get this playoff spot? A, he needs his result. B, can an Xbox competitor qualify on PlayStation 4? No doubt, smarter minds than I can answer it for you. Either way, whether you're interested in the Premiership, the playoff spots, or just some good FIFA esports, we've got you covered for the final time in round 11 on the Xbox. Western Sydney Wanderers with Oh No A Goat and Melbourne City's Marcus Gomes. They are two veterans. Their careers have intertwined throughout the years. We've been privileged to see them on so many occasions through the E-League do battle. And Goat down the byline, cut back with Vieira there to meet him. You see the stats on your screen. Goat has been incredibly efficient in front of goal. That corner to no one in particular. Reece James, Varane, Mitch Duke. Could that be a story within a story within a story? Oh No A Goat gets the strike. Covered at the near post by Marcus Gomes.
And there has to be an element of mental fatigue setting in for Marcus in comparison to Goat. Goat hasn't competed at any of the qualifiers so far in this competitive season, and so he's come into this tournament totally fresh, and the advantage that provides to competitors mentally, again throwing back to E-League Season 2, the classic example, Zwed to bed. The man wouldn't play, wouldn't touch the game before coming down to the E-League, but found himself getting results for Melbourne victory in that premiership run.
Man stayed fresh. Man took dubs. Goat with a similar strategy on his native console. Wanderers fans, you could well yet have silverware. Can we call it silverware when it's black and blue? More questions, some more important than others. Oh no, a goat from the left-hand side to the other. The premiership plate sits just a few feet away. While these competitors can't be with us to lift it just yet, they may well, figuratively, reach out and touch it, particularly if Newcastle slip up. Only if Newcastle slip up, and Goat near post Yashin gets two hands to it.
And no goal updates to speak of just yet. The tension building. All Xbox competitors feeling it at the moment. Consecutive corners that haven't found their target. And Goat gets the initial one. And Goat continues his spectacular form. And is that a goal that separates? Or is it just another goal in the context of Newcastle's title run?
It could all be for naught. These PS4 competitors have gone first every time. A Neza, and there is a crucial goal update. Treaders, you said it perfectly. It might be big for Big Joe. It might not mean a lot for the premiership race. Jordi Brio, you've never had so many fans on your side. Marcus Gomes' attacker is offside again. 5-3 on aggregate here. Should Newcastle, it's not just slip up at this point, fall over backwards and roll down the mountain.
3 goals on aggregate advantage to Newcastle. Add into that goal difference. And now again, Goat directly on the counter-attack. Ball roll. Near post finish yet again from Goat. The stellar form continues. But hands on head, understanding that the results are out of his control.
What is going through his head right now? Big Joe, maybe the occasion is getting to the man. We have a look as well at Marcus Gomes, who maybe now realizes that the premiership is not something that can be obtained. He'll fight until the end. I tell you what, this man loves this club, loves this group, as they have supported him from the very beginning. If you're unaware, Marcus Gomes, the first ever FIFA esports professional signed to an A-League club. He has been there from the start of what I like to call modern FIFA esports. He's here in the final round, in round 11. But again, the reaction, if you don't understand it, from Big Joe is him contemplating, am I seriously about to go to playoffs when I've not competed the entire season on PlayStation 4?
So much uncertainty, and we'd think it'd be getting more and more clear as the goals and as time flies by. But yet, the uncertainty having an impact, and another goal update.
Newcastle 2, Mariners 0. That aggregate lead gets higher and higher. I dare say we've seen it all these last 2 days. We've seen it all these past 4 seasons. I don't think we're going to see Newcastle let it slip from here. That's right, I'll bring out as many of the jinxes as I can. I don't believe in it, but at this point we'll try anything. Sydney lead over Brisbane. If, of course, it really does cement itself to be that way, we will hail Newcastle Jets as premiers. But right now, all attention on Oh No A Goat, who leads Marcus Gomes 2-0.
The unique way that Goat is going about attacking this gameplay. Another goal update for Newcastle. But Goat's width is immense. His wide players are essentially on the touchline at all times. It's a traditional footballing strategy. Stay on the painted line as a winger, not traditionally implemented in FIFA.
2-1, the Knicks over the Bulls. Joseph looking for number 3. Pele blocked by Vieira. He goes far side. Mitch Duke, no! The Duke of Western Sydney could have made it 3.
What an opportunity for GOAT and for Mitch Duke. The width on display from GOAT, yes, again. Unfortunately, you get the feeling that if that's not Mitch Duke, or if GOAT realizes it's Mitch Duke, he goes again. To be fair, a first-time shot received at that velocity is a low percentage look.
As we approach the half, Marcus Gomes going forward has only had a few opportunities. Mbappe, that is an ambitious ball outside the area. Goat maybe here on the counter-attack near side. It's Ronaldo, but those numbers flood back for Marcus. Goat will see this out until the end of the half. All bodies back bar the front two for Marcus. We'll run around in a circle. Maybe Goat doesn't even want the last attack. Maybe at 2-0 at the half. Joseph, just take it out of touch, brother. We understand. We truly do. 1 half down, Treaders. The premiership now almost certainly decided. So we switch to this individual focus. What must be going through Joseph's head right now?
Just all of the possibilities that are so close. Almost within reach for him. He'd be undoubtedly focused on only his own matchup at the moment, doing all he can to get the result. That high percentage play, a product of full width.
Marcus will do what he's always done, fight until the end. Even if Newcastle have got this sewn up, he is a new man, an evolved man, Marcus Gomes, where his confidence is sky high. 2-0, even if he is yet to have a shot, even with 35% possession, we'll feel like he is always a chance. 4-2-4 if you have to.
And another interesting thing to note is the fact that GOAT just sat. If you look bottom left, GOAT has simply sat on the pause screen, not bothered to press a button. Marcus making adjustments, but GOAT just taking the time to chill out, reset his focus, and get ready to go again.
There's your fourth. Newcastle fans, you may well soon find out what it's like. Not just to win something, to win it all. I'm not sure how many pundits had the E-League for your first success, but we'll take it where it comes. They have been some of the most dedicated fans this season. Goodness me, you look across traditional football, it has been hard, but you can start celebrating 5 goals to 0. The Mariners, wonderful in the A-League, pitiful in the E-League.
Just brilliant. The performances that we've seen from the Jets. Scramble at the goal line. Pele caught offside. But from the Jets, we said it from the very start. You take competitor ranked number 1 and ranked number 3, and you're in for a good time.
Marcus, early cross. He has been a competitor across the season who's used crosses very well during the qualifiers. We have the privilege of talking alongside Kyle Walker, Mike LaBelle. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. We can't believe what we're seeing. Penalty kick. Shoulder to shoulder. Referee says, Big Joe, do you like your chance from the spot to make it 3-0? Oh no, a goat. Pele versus Yashin. It's 3! Joseph Nasser close to tears. From not competing to beating the very best, even if it's not meant to be, for Western Sydney Wanderers, runners-up in the Premiership. It has huge ramifications from the man trying to compose himself to hold it all together.
Big Joe getting the job done. Time and time again, we see the impact that mental fatigue can have.
Cleared off the line, Reece James is there. Survival for Joseph. Can he convert it into something special? Goalkeeper with the touch before he took out the player. 30 in-game minutes remaining. Marcus Gomes, as he has to do, as we expect him to do, going again. Man in behind, the chip. Not as extravagant as his last, but maybe more telling. The aggregate scoreline, to be frank, who cares? In this battle, this could mean all sorts of things, particularly for Jazz FIFA, the Adelaide United competitor, trying to seal a playoff spot himself, needs Marcus to get something from this game.
We haven't seen too many goal updates from the game that Jazz is involved in. Curiously, we saw 2-3 chips in a row from both competitors not find the back of the net. We saw Big Joe ready to burst into tears, seeing how close he is. He has to keep it together at this point. Job is not done yet until that final whistle goes, and Marcus is more than aware of that.
Simply a weight of numbers and runners in behind. The composed finish to make it 3-1. Free kick, it comes back. Maybe he's just looking at the clock as well. Big Joe has had opportunities for 4 goals, couldn't make it so. And you see here, this could well be the most nervy 20 or so in-game minutes you will ever see in FIFA esports in this region, maybe in any region. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider this. The man does not play on PlayStation 4. He is not competing this season, and yet here he is. He is competing, he's winning, and he is so close. Joseph, still with the ball, gets it back from the defender and takes it over the line.
He was just waiting and waiting for the challenge to come in from Marcus, and the challenge did come. It looked like Marcus had already won the ball, and as Big Joe tried to fake shot away from the challenge, he found that that ball simply rebounded back onto him, and the deserving result was found.
Mitch Drew to Ronaldo! The A-League player with his most important assist in a FIFA esports game. More importantly, for Big Joe, his big lead is back. We kick off almost immediately, but at 4-1 and 15 in-game minutes, it looks like it could start to be wrapped up. Marcus Gomes says, I'm not so sure. Cantona is on. Cantona is through. Still going. James back to Ronaldo because it comes off the defender. It is onside. 4-2.
Cantona playing at right back as well. He'll win those headers. He will constantly overlap and provide options for Marcus.
Marcus again. Ronaldo, Nick Pope. Of all the keepers you can choose from, Nick Pope has been a foot item. The top level competitors have praised. You only need watch their games. Look on social media. You can pick virtually anyone you want. The Burnley big man. I'll tell you what, Joseph might write him a letter, give him a tweet. If he can be successful, it's still a big if, because it's 4-2. to 3. R9 grabs that ball, races back. You can see that Goat has had a pause cued for some time. Treaders, these could well be his very final changes. Take us through them.
Look at the aggression in those substitutes from Marcus Gomes. He has 2 centre forwards, 2 strikers playing as fullbacks. This man is trying to get the result for Melbourne City. He wants 3 goals in the next 8 minutes. And if he is going to do that, those fullbacks, well, the strikers playing as fullbacks rather, will come into the full equation.
As I'm sure you can understand, Joseph taking his time, unable to see his changes, no doubt. Some defensive stability would be most welcomed. 7 minutes remaining. They will seem like the longest of Joseph Nasser's life. Ball down the far side to Pele. Back to Alberto. Eusebio tackle, still a Wanderers ball. Time taken with the throw-in. Switching players left and right. Eventually it's short to Fernandes. And then back to the taker and over the line. 5 minutes remaining. J-Mac down the line. Lovely ball from the A-League star. Eusebio inside. Varane away. Bullet has it. Marcus Gomes with Pele. It's off James. And it is away. Vieira to Ronaldo. Turns the man. Beats the man. 2 minutes remaining. Joseph wants the through ball. He can't get it there legally. The player is offside. Final minutes of regular time. Marcus Gomes down the line. Eusebio. Not much going on. Has to go back. 2 minutes of stoppage time to come. R9. Hullet. Bruno in the way. Vieira straight back. Mendy. Mbappe inside. Ronaldo. Can a defender get in the way? Joseph's trying. Marcus is spinning. But Joe defends as well as he's done in his entire career. He hangs on. And oh, Noah Goats is going to be your Xbox champion. Could he well be representing Oceania at the 21 Global Series playoffs? Questions remain. What we do know, we have seen a legendary performance, not just in that game, not just today, over all of Season 4 from Joseph Nasser.
Mr. Consistency does it again for Western Sydney Wanderers. And wow, what a performance on the day from the man, Big Joe. Oh, Noah Goat, take a bow.
What a performance, an incredible effort from Big Joe. The pillow and all, brother. The Wanderers invited you back. I think you're looking good for Season 5. Congratulations to you to break down that game and all the others. It's back to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nate. Thank you very much, Treaders. Brilliant call for the final game. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Oh Noah Goat is going to be your Xbox champion after that one, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Goat, what a brilliant game. 4-3 in the end. And well, Jared, Marcus, he came roaring back to life in that game. We thought that Oh Noah Goat had it absolutely sealed and done, but of course, never write Marcus Gomes out of any game.
So many twists and turns in that one. Brother Joseph all over it to kick things off. But then Marcus Gomes, he is a champion of the scene. You can't count him out, but we could tell by the end of that game, by the 10 scenes in it, the final moments, how much that meant to Goat. He was so emotional, the most emotions we've seen out of him all tournament long. Borderline crying right there, borderline in tears, like Nate and Treaders touched on. He's been competing on Xbox all year, hasn't touched PlayStation competitively, and now looks like, well, he is. He's the Xbox champion. He's headed to the Oceania playoffs.
I mean, we were talking about who potential player of the day is going to be. Oh Noah Goat getting it done, yeah, possibly going to the playoffs now, and absolutely unbelievable. You talked about the fist bumps. I don't think we've seen that much emotion, that many fist bumps from the man before. I mean, when he wins it at the end at full time, he throws his pillow up in the air for crying out loud. I mean, that was the second goal that Marcus got, and then this third, the beautiful heel-to-heel here from R9 to create the space and the finish. And well, it looked like he was going to level this up. You really thought for a second that he would, wouldn't you?
It got to the end, I was thinking, say it ain't so, typical FIFA. I thought maybe it was going to happen for him, but some class defending there in clutch time for Oh No Goat, and he is now Xbox champion.
That win has sealed it for him, possibly with other results going elsewhere. Even the draw may have gotten it done, but the legend, the man himself, Brother Joseph, as he's been nicknamed now in the chat, he is sitting by, ready for a quick little chat. Our Xbox champion, mate. All we can say is congratulations. You have topped the Xbox competitors. You are on top. Unfortunately, Western Sydney Wanderers are not going to get it done in terms of the premiership, but you yourself have had a brilliant individual campaign, and well, all I can say is, how does it feel?
Oh my god. I don't know what to say. It's been a couple of days, you know. It's been a while, you know. I wanted to win a trophy and I finally got one.
Joseph, you've been here since day one. How much does it mean to you as an OG of the E-League to get it done, Western Sydney through and through, the whole tournament, Season 4? How does it feel to be the Xbox champion?
Unreal. No word. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm the Xbox champion and I can say that now. I didn't think I'd ever do this well, to be fair. Seeing all the names I'm coming up against, I'm like, oh, he's beating me before. But I guess on my day, I'll do anything I want.
I'll go in next. It's hard to know what to say to you. Brother Joseph, it's been a pleasure watching you this weekend. What has been your process coming into this season? Obviously, it's been very different for you compared to those first 3 seasons. A lot of chat on Twitter, I'm sure you saw it, saying, how is this guy back? Why is he back? He's not even competing. Tell us about what it's been like for you to get here, and maybe what you have to say to those critics.
No, those haters can shut their mouths. That's what I can say. You know, I'm doing what I'm doing now, and I'm here now, so keep talking, okay? That's all you got to say.
I think I can think of a couple of tweets exactly, and you know what, after this, I might go back and see if they're still up, you know. Yeah. You may have deleted a couple of tweets. I think if you listen closely...
they probably would have did by now, yeah.
Yeah. You can hear the clicks of them actually getting rid of them now, but...
I know who too.
He's writing names,
mate,
baby. He's writing names.
Talk that talk, King.
Go off,
that
King.
talk.
Go off, King. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, mate. Xbox champion. You are an absolute superstar. Congratulations.
Can I also say one more thing? Can I give a shout out to my good friends? His game tag, Apple Blood, by the name of Zaf. He's one of my closest friends. My brother Michael. Come. He's here for me right here. Hey. He's watching me all day at work as well, so it's good to have the family and friends supporting me all the way. So yeah, thank you guys.
Well, congratulations, I know a goat. Again, it's a shame that you can't be here with us, but this, my friend, is all yours. Jeez, a little bit heavier than you think, wouldn't you?
Got to get an express post to him.
We are going to get that to you as quickly as we possibly can. I know a goat. Congratulations, mate. You said, I remember at some point earlier today that you just wanted to have that little piece, just something on the mantelpiece to say, look, here it is. I'm a champion. I've won something well. How about a gold Xbox controller for you, mate? How about that? You are the champion.
It's something, man. I always wanted something, and that's a trophy to me. I don't care what anyone says.
Well done, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, I tell you what, like we said, he had a lot of critics going into this. A lot of people surprised that he was selected. Well, he has shut all those critics up. Your Xbox champion. Brother Joseph, Big Joe, Oh No a Goat, so many nicknames, so many people have loved this man from day dot, an E-League OG, and the man has done it, Xbox champion.
It's absolutely phenomenal to see the first piece of silverware the Wanderers have gotten in the E-League as well. A big moment for Joseph, however. Very excited to see him in the playoffs now, to see just how far he can go. A well-deserved Xbox champion.
And I mean, of course, we should also talk about, even though they didn't quite get it done, we definitely have to give our shout-outs to some of the other people on the Xbox side of things that had such incredible campaigns. I mean, Naylor is just going to fall a little bit short. Jazz coming almost out of nowhere to come close. You know, if results had gone his way, if Oh No a Goat wasn't quite able to get that win that he needed, or potentially even if Jazz was to really put on and score an incredible amount of goals in a win, then he could have potentially walked away with that title. But in the end, no. But still, you've got to give a massive amount of respect to him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also shout out to Marcus Gomes as well at the very end, playing... How many attackers did he have on the pitch at the very end?
It was that 4-2-4 formation felt like more like 4-6, 4-1, 4-1-5 or something like that. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Just crazy. And all the competitors, shout out to them for participating, continuing to be professional all the way through to the very end. It's been a long, hard slog to get to this point, but you've all held yourselves to an incredible account.
So, of course, we were watching Melbourne City versus Western Sydney Wanderers to see who was going to be crowned the Xbox champion. Now we know it is I Know a Goat, but the bigger picture, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is the Premiership. And if you didn't know already, it is indeed Newcastle Jets that have taken home the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League Premiership. And these are the men right here, Naylor and Mark 11. Let's start off with you, Naylor. Mate, you absolutely smashed it in the last game after, not being able to quite get it done against Jazz. You held your nerve, you recuperated, and you had you had an absolutely brilliant last game to get the job done for your team.
Yeah, hopefully I'm happy I clutched up that last game. But other games today, I was shocking. I bottled it so much, but yeah, I'm happy to get it done in that last game.
Lads, surely there has to be some sort of a parade now in Newcastle. You've broken the trophy drought. How does it feel to get such a monumental moment for Newcastle club history under your names?
It's different, of course, because we don't really explain it. We don't go there and compete, so it's different to represent them, but we're still representing them now, and it's good that we got them a trophy finally.
I'll go next. Gentlemen, I don't know if you've spoken to Big Laurie, the big dog at Newcastle Jets. Is he organising something for you? Has he spoken to you, Naylor? I don't care if it's not like a big parade or something. Can you at least go to the next game? Can you get announced in front of the crowd? Give me something.
I don't even know who Laurie is, to be honest.
Oh, no.
Probably a good guy, but I haven't spoken to him.
Mate, he's the biggest man. These two right here are the biggest men in Newcastle right now. Stuff it, seriously. They're the ones that have finally delivered the title.
Yeah, wait for him to reach out to you. Yeah. That's the way this should go.
Yeah, I like that.
Understood.
I like that attitude, Naylor.
I'll take you back to a little bit more comfort zone in talking about some FIFA. What are your overall expectations for yourselves going into playoffs? Naylor, to start with, your number one seed, your number one in Premiership, or what are you thinking of for yourself going to playoffs? Is that the next piece of silverware you're eyeing up?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want to try and win playoffs as well, for sure.
And what about you, Mark? Are you thinking, now you have to compete against Naylor, so we go straight from competing together. What's that going to be like, making that adjustment from going from teammates and best supporters to worst enemies on the FIFA pitch?
It's going to be difficult because there's people like Naylor, Dylan, Nageti, they're all very good players. It's going to be hard to get first place. Even top 4 will be difficult. But yeah, I'm not helping with school being in the way, so it's not very ideal, but it is what it is.
And Mark, while we've got you as well, first and foremost, again, congratulations both of you on winning the Premiership, but you individually, Mark 11, if you didn't know, I'm sure you do, you will be the PlayStation 4 console champion as well, so congratulations, that right there. I don't know, Nate, you can pick it up.
I was going to pick it up. That's disrespectful, man. I ain't touching it.
And it's surprisingly heavy as well, so you don't want to spill that either. But congratulations, Mark. That will be express posted to you as well. Congratulations, mate. You are the PlayStation 4 champion and thoroughly deserved.
Thank you very much.
No, congratulations. Thank you so much, lads, for having a word. Congratulations on your PlayStation 4 championship, Mark. And again, collectively, the Premiership, you guys were the favourites coming into it. You've lived up to all the expectations. Deserved premiers. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get it.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your premiers of the E-League in 2021. Naylor and Mark, they get the job done. The number 1 and number 3 ranked Global Series players in Australia, of course. All the expectations. We had them as our favourites, and well, like I mentioned before, they have lived up to all of those expectations.
Yeah, we had high praise for them coming into the competition this season, but they have just wiped all of our expectations out and have just exceeded them. They have dominated. The PlayStation champion Mark there, Naylor up there with the Xbox side of things. It's been great to see 2 new names in the grand scheme of Australian FIFA esports get up there and dominate.
And of course, once again, the PlayStation champion Mark 11 as well. Not to say that Naylor didn't, of course, have his say and have his input. Of course, I think he ends up finishing like 2nd or 3rd, somewhere around about that point over on Xbox, but a brilliant showing from both of them. Congratulations, Mark, though, for winning the championship over on PlayStation 4. But let's take a look at all the games that were, of course, off stream here. We've got Perth Glory versus Western United, and Peter Seisanis in his last ever competitive game in the E-League. Round of applause here on the couches. gets it done 3-2 against, of all people, DW Dylan too, by the way. No easy feat that at all. So Say Sarnas, the Magician, one last dub in the E-League. That's what we want to see.
It's a big scalp as well, taking down Dylan. It's a passing of the torch, but Peter has said, hey, I might be leaving, you might be the next big thing, but I'm going to show you who is boss still. Respect your elders, Dylan. 3-2 win, that is a massive result. It would have been right at the death as well, as we can see. Dylan making it 2-2 there with that 25 minutes.
Oh, yes,
the
the
91st minute. Come on, Peter. Things you love to see.
Wow,
He's moved the keeper out of the way.
Moved the keeper out of the way. There's some...
that's respect.
Can you bet on this thing, or is there some... Oh, I'm not saying match fixing, but oh my lord. Wow, I tell you what, it's still a win. In 100 years from now, people will still see Say Sarnas in his last game 3-2 win. That's what matters, but there you go. Peter Say Sarnas, thank you for so many memories. I think that's just some respect shown there. Some ultimate respect just to give the 3 points to him right there. But well done, mate. Now moving over to the other games here, we've got Bainesy taking on MacArthur, a 6-1 win there.
Brother, that ain't respect there. That's
What
a
is that?
demolition. 6-1.
Yeah.
Bainesy, what a way to end the tournament. No respect shown to Ben Carter there.
Absolutely unbelievable as that one gets smashed in at the near post. A very early 2-0 lead right there. Ben Carter looking like he's going to be able to grab at least one back. So 2-1 with 70 minutes left to go. There was a little bit left for him there, but it would not take long for Bainesy to go and grab himself the third right here with Rude Hullet. And I tell you what, Bainesy, you know, he has him and Wellington Phoenix maybe not had the absolute best campaign out of all the teams, but Bainesy coming in and finishing so strongly. A 6-1 thumping. And of Ben Carter too. That is again a big scalp. I mean, the amount of games that we have actually had in the E-League this season that have finished 5-1, 6-1. I think we had a 7. I don't know if it was a 7-0 or a 7-1. One more chip. Why don't you? That one looking like it's starting off left and then just only drifting into the right. Lovely work there. But Bainesy with a mammoth win right there.
Bainesy really starting to find some form as the competition has gone on. Definitely excited to see what he can do in the E-League next season. Excited to see what he can do and happy to have him here this year.
And now moving on to another game, the Central Coast Mariners versus the Newcastle Jets. This, of course, was the game that sealed the deal and the premiership for Newcastle. Geordie and Sippy FC, unfortunately, not really being able to have any say against their crosstown rivals, the Newcastle Jets. But at the end of the day, well, Nailor took care of business. So too did Mark 11. And in the end, I think it was something like, what? 7-1, or would it be? I think it would have been 7-1, or would it possibly have been 8-1? 7-1
It was
on
comfortable.
aggregate.
End of story. It was comfortable. Newcastle stepped up in the clutch, and that's why they are deserved champions.
Shout out, obviously, to Adelaide United, making things interesting and taking it all the way to the final round, and Jazz especially for getting that done. But yeah, 5-0. It was an absolute demolition. Geordie is able to get at least one goal for the Mariners, so he does get to ripple the net at least one occasion. And look, he's even going to go and get himself I think this is just a replay of the exact same goal that we saw. Why not? It wasn't a bad one. Let's get another replay of it. But there you go. A 1-5 win there for Naylor. And well, that was that. That was the game that eventually sealed the premiership for Newcastle, lads. I mean, just talking about the entire season as a whole and how it came so close all the way down the wire. I'm so happy, and we've got Adelaide United to thank for it going all the way down. Jazz, what a absolutely unbelievable match day 2 he had, and just why not cap it off with another win, 4-2. I mean, a lot of people are saying that the player of the day should go to Rick. Well, I mean, Jazz is definitely a shout of it as well.
Yeah, definitely player of the day across both consoles there, Jazz and Rick. Fantastic performance from Jazz, following up that demolition job he had on Naylor to round out his E-League season in impressive fashion. Good to see the Jazz of old coming out today. Had an up and down day yesterday, but he just completely dominated, wiped the floor. Rick went 5 out of 5, and I would be interested to see if Jazz had a perfect day as well. Beautiful stuff. Not so beautiful a goal, but you got to take it when you're given. 3-1 lead for Jazz, who's able to make it 4-1 here as Rude Hullet found the back of the net. A very impressive day from Jazz.
Very impressive day from Jazz. I mean, if we're going to have our pick, Jazz, Rick, or somebody else you reckon that should get the player of the day?
I think Rick still gets player of the day. If we're going all over, but I think you can go play. You can go both consoles. Split it down the middle.
And there we go, the last game that we will be recapping of this entire NIVEA Men E-League. Lads, I can't believe it's over. I could cry. It's 5-1 in the end. Footwiz Jamoto. Sydney maybe didn't exactly start off as hot as they typically do in E-Leagues over the last couple of years, but Jamoto was actually thankfully able to grab himself a 5-1 win over Southpaw 1. Sadly, Southpaw 1, one of the debutants in the E-League, maybe didn't have as good a showing as maybe he thinks deep down he is possible of being able to put on, but still, most of the E-League debutants, unbelievable goal that, a cutback that's come off of Vieira and gone in there, absolutely unbelievable for Southpaw 1 there, so disappointing, but Jamoto still continuing on, 2-1 up. Can't believe that was the goal that took the lead for him. Well, Ronaldo able to make it 3-1 there, and well, then it became a bit of a procession. Another cutback, great save there from Yashin. The clearance not quite being able to make it. Weren't actually able to see it there. He tried a little bit of a Scheizerhausery there, but he couldn't quite complete the tackle there. 4-1 eventually made it 5-1, and that was the last game. And we're pretty well done now, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the games that we have had played in this E-League season. And well, let's just take a look at the fixtures. Let's take a look at the results for pretty well all the games. We'll take a look at that in just a quick little moment, but just lads, maybe just a quick little recap of the entire season as a whole, or at least match day 2 specifically.
That was chaotic. Coming into the day, we thought this is Newcastle's title to lose. They almost lost it for themselves after that Adelaide game. Absolutely ridiculous. But as we take a look at the results here, round 11, the final round of this E-League season. Absolute scenes all across every pitch really. Western Sydney thought they had it for moments there, but ultimately Newcastle 7-1 in the F3 derby. That is an absolute demolition job against your rival to be worthy champions.
Yeah, when they needed to get it done, they got the job done. Mark and Naylor, 7-1 win over the Mariners there. How incredible would it have been had maybe the Mariners been able to have put up a little bit more of a fight? The Wanderers and City too. I mean, we really weren't paying clearly an awful lot of attention to City to think that they were still within the hunt in the final round as well. But at the end, it's the team that's been on top since, well, what effectively feels like round 1 that gets the job done. 28 points, a goal difference of 33. The Wanderers actually in the end will beat them with 34, but 9 wins, 1 draw, and of course the loss that they took. Jazz has made it sure that we are still yet to see an invincible season in the E-League, maybe in Season 5, ladies and gentlemen.
What a day from Melbourne Victory. Bottom of the table without a single win coming into match day 2. 5 wins. You got to show the respect where it's needed and where it's necessary. Mo and Rick having a day, but there it is. What a crazy season. The top side's really dominating. Yeah, I'm so excited, so happy to see such a dominant season from Western Sydney, but most importantly, the Newcastle Jets. Congratulations once again to them.
Yeah, congratulations. It was, again, so incredibly close between about like 5th to 8th or 9th, and we saw so much movement in the middle of the table. It really is quite spectacular. But lads, before we end it, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the big prize that all the players individually were playing for was the appearance at the Regional Oceania Cup. So can we get a little bit of a word from that from you guys, Nate and Treaders?
Yeah, obviously, when we're focusing on the individual efforts, where the E-League ends now, we look ahead. The region battling it out here, they'll battle it out there. The victorious will go and represent Australia and New Zealand. It's just a huge honour, a huge privilege. And with the competitors themselves saying that this has been the toughest year to date, I think it's fair to say we've got the best of the best representing us here.
Can't wait to see how they get on, of course, and they were absolutely right in the end, because this has been definitely one of the most entertaining and, of course, one of the toughest E-Leagues ever, lads. It's been an absolutely incredible 2021 NIVEA Men E-League, but we want to just get final thoughts from everybody on the couch, maybe starting with you, Jared, working down that way. It's been an unbelievable year, hasn't it?
Yeah, very grateful once again to be involved with the E-League. Some of the best competitors in Australian and New Zealand esports putting their skills to the test. Definitely the toughest and the tightest E-League I think we've ever seen. And I'm so excited to see how the Australian FIBA scene and New Zealand scene can evolve over the next 12 months.
And Nate, Treaders?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having us. Obviously, not expecting to be here. Aussie, Rob, we hope the wedding and the football game have gone well, respectively. But hopefully we've done you proud. You've certainly done us more than proud. It's just a joy to watch you guys doing what we could only dream what you do. Go beyond from here, learn from this experience, and represent us with pride, as I'm sure you will.
And yeah, again, at the end of the day, it all comes down to you guys, the competitors. Thank you for putting on such a brilliant show for us. Hopefully, for those of you who this is your final year, if this is, particularly Pete Sanis. There's a couple of other guys who are tossing it up whether to go again next year. Thank you for your service to the region. Thank you for your service to FIFA. And thank you for giving us joy, bringing entertainment to us. Hopefully, we'll see most of you all go around next year. And if this is my last time on an E-League broadcast, thank you for having me.
I'm seeing some shouts in the chat too, by the way, for the conductor, Peter Sanis, to be a caster in Season 5. I'm sure we might be able to find a way to work that one out. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to everyone that's been watching from home, the community, all the players that have taken part. It's been an amazing year, but that is it. The 2021 NIVEA Men E-League is in the books. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jake, Jared, Nate, Treaders, from everybody here. We are so thankful for you watching us. Until next year, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the E-League. We will see you next time. Catch you later. Bye-bye.